Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Good afternoon and welcome to Apex Racing TV, and today we bring you round 5 of the Championships Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series here at Le Mans. We have been entertained for the last 4 rounds, but today is the big one. 6 hours around this classic 8.5 mile 33 corner endurance circuits that will test both the drivers and the team strategies. So sit back, grab your popcorn and a big drink and enjoy the action-packed multi-class race. My name is Andy Thompson. I'm joined by Lee Thompson, and Lee is also doing the production as well, so a very multi-hatted is our Lee. And yeah, Lee, we're here 6 hours of an endurance circuits classic in any endurance series, and it's going to be an epic race ahead of us. 6 hours. I'm going to be here for the full duration. Lee is going to be here for the first half commentating, and for the production for the entire race. We'll be joined by Matthew about halfway through as well, so it gives you viewers someone else to listen to in this 7 hours. But Lee, it's going to be an entertaining. We've had 4 rounds already in this series. We've had very much a mixture of tracks within the calendar. We started back at Daytona on the first one, which is quite a well-known endurance circuit. Then we went to Jerez, which is not really one seen for endurance tracks, which was certainly a challenge to the LMDH drivers on track. Then we visited Spa, where we saw some excellent racing and probably the tightest finish I've seen in quite a few of these classes here today. And then we went to Hockenheim for the last one, which was a bit of a hit and miss again for the LMDH cars. So they've been really put under the rigors in this series with some of the tracks that are more suited to the car itself and some that have been really put to the pressures on. But today, the LMDH cars were made for this track. So wide, really long corners. It should be some excellent racing, and the slipstream is going to be the biggest thing and the biggest game changer around this circuit. So it should be entertaining, shouldn't it, Lee?
Yeah, I think so. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, as you said, Andy, the LMDH is here. This is what they're made for, right? so yeah, they're going to be way more at home than, like, say, somewhere like Jerez. And here's hoping that we see some great racing, just as you've described, that we've seen through this CMS Championship all year long. Of course, one more round after this one to go in a couple of weeks as well. But yeah, 6 hour race ahead of us at Le Mans. I mean, what's your expectation, Andy? How are you seeing this race unfolding?
Well, I mean, it's been super tight in pretty much the top half of most of all the classes, to be honest. But, certainly Satellite Racing Teal in the LMDH, they're the card to beat. They had a bit of a disaster out in Hockenheim, which has, I suppose, helped the field because they were on for 4, but unfortunately got caught up round turn number 1, that disastrous turn number 1 in Hockenheim with a GT3 car. So that's sort of tightened them up together. But I'm very much looking forward to the battle that's sort of been really looking forward to throughout the whole of the series, but always something has happened between the Satellite Racing Teal team and the Precision Racing Esports team. Those two have seemed to be the class apart in the LMDH field. They're the ones that I'm expecting to sprint away and staying quite closely together, and I'm hoping that they'll see it right to the checkered flags, as I'm pretty sure it's going to be an entertaining race. Then looking over to the LMDH AM field, we've got the SimHQ Motorsport Orange and the Pneumatic Motorsports Purple. They're both taken both spoils, both have had 2 wins in the opening 4 round each, and pretty much been in the top 3 for the entire series. So those two should have a really good battle out in the LMDH AMs. Over in the pros, I think the Dirks Porsche Rennfahrer Jug team had a really good start to the season, but dropped off slightly. Still been in the top half of the field, and they're currently leading the way in the Pro-Am field. But the Overtake White team starting to come on strongly, and same with pretty much most of the Overtake team in that GT3 Pro field. They're climbing the ways, certainly learning how the cars towards the back end of this season. And then over in the GT3 AM, Lunatic Racing, they've really come on strong. They had a bit of a disaster in Daytona, finishing sort of mid-pack, but since then they've had 2 wins and a second to the name, so they're sort of standing at the top of the AM field. But I'm pretty much looking at all of the classes. There's always battles throughout them, and I'm really looking forward to it. I think the biggest factor of today is maintaining that slipstream effect on the cars. If you stay within that slipstream effect, then you're going to have that chopping and changing between the race. And if you really lose that slipstream of the cars, it's going to be a long day at the office. And I think that also goes into when you're looking at your strategies when you're coming in for them pit stops, because if you come in and then you come back out and there's nobody around you to get that slipstream and you're trying to undercut or overcut someone, then it could really fall into the hands of you lose a lot of positions. So it's all about making sure you've got a car to slipstream off around this track, because there's so many. It's probably about 3 or 4 seconds to be gained per lap by slipstreaming the car around here. So it's super important that the teams get it right for when they come into their pit stops and make sure that they're there. But I'm looking forward in all of the classes at some excellent racing here today.
And here. Like I say, hopefully we're going to see some fantastic action. Should we have a little? You're obviously given us a bit of a summary as to the ups and downs for some of the teams during the season. Let's have a quick look at the points that we've got as we head into this round. You were telling me beforehand, Andy, that the 2 Satellite Racing teams really have been fighting at the top throughout the season, and you're hoping for a close battle between the 2 of them today as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. So as we see there, Satellite Racing Teal team currently topping the pile at 119 points. They probably would have had a full house if it wasn't for that disaster out at Hockenheim, but has made a bit more of a challenge now into that LMDH Pro. Satellite Racing Teal Blue, bit of a mixed bag of a season for them. They've very much sort of been the mid-pack to the top half, but have gained valuable points when other people around them have faltered. 100 Force there in equal second place. They've come on strong again in the second half of the season, getting 2 third places in the opening 4 rounds. And we've got Penguin RC Simulation Magma on 102 and then Pneumatic Motorsport Blue on 101. Bit of a jump then to Team FSR Venom there on 93 with CMS Pro in 91. With the Precision Racing Esports, they're the ones that I'm expecting to have a really good battle today with the Satellite Racing Teal team at the top. They pretty much had a mixed bag season as well. They won out last time in Hockenheim, but their opening 2 rounds have really put pay to them being at the top half of the championship. 10-2 Delta SimSec, they're in 9th place on 90 points, with SimHQ Motorsports Red rounding out your top 10. Just go over to the AMs now. And we can see CMHQ Orange there on 132 points, 2 points ahead of Pneumatic Motorsports Purple. Those 2 teams have really been battling out with each other, taking it toe to toe. One taking first, one taking second throughout the opening 4 rounds. As you can see by the points there, only 2 points difference between them two teams, with Ascent Racing LMDH in third place on 116, with Valhalla Motorsports in fourth place on 105, with Dog Bear Bark in fifth place on 101. So I think the first two on that one, certainly by the top two teams, and the second two is by the Assetto Racing and the Valhalla Motorsports Teva team. So with Dog Bear Bark as an outside chance to maybe get into that top three over there. So if we move over to the GT3 Pros, then we've got Esports Grandfather Jug heading out the field along with Overtake Team White on both on 115 points. You can just see how tight it is at the top of that championship. Bear Pope Endurance there in third place on 113, closely followed by the Overtake Team Black team, with Overtake Team Grey there in fifth place. Bear Pope Workers Union in sixth on 100, with Delta Simtech in seventh, Tenu Delta Simtech in eighth, Penguin RC Simulation GT3 in ninth, and Really Slow Motion Racing rounding out your top 10 in the GT3 Pro. Over to the GT3, and we've got Lunatic Racing. Really have come on strong in their last 3 rounds. Had a bit of a disaster in the opening, only scoring 16, but since then have taken 2 race wins and a second place, which sees them at the top of the standings in the GT3. CMS Racing Endurance there on 115 in second place. They haven't won a race yet, but they've always been in the top half of the field. And as we all know, in endurance racing, it's all about collecting them valuable points. With Back Pain and Eye Strain, really get another team that's come on strong in the last 2 rounds, winning out in Spa and coming third place in Hockenheim. So they've really jumped up the leader for their long haul racing after the first win, and their jubilations of Daytona have really struggled to find their form. So maybe today will be a changing point, but they're only 2 points behind the Back Pain and Eye Strain team in third place, with Valhalla Motorsports in fifth, 104 points, with Long Haul Racing 1 point behind them in 6 points. Overtake Team Pink in seventh, with Direct Drive Motorsports in eighth, with SimHQ Motorsports White, with Valhalla Motorsports Pair rounding out your top 10 in the GT3 AMS. So that's the championship, but there's also another championship as well going on at the moment, which is the over 50s championship. So for all the senior drivers in the team, they've got their own separate ones. So it doesn't matter what class you're in or what vehicle you're driving, it's about the points you accumulate. And currently leading the way there is Wayne Hutchinson on 101 points, with Billy Sigmund in second place on 95, so only 6 points behind. Larry Ford is in third place for Long Haul Racing 2 team on 85, with Can-Am Racing's Drew Ledecker in fourth place on 83, tied with David Nielsen of CMSRacing.com in endurance. So it's going to be interesting to see. Is a little championship in a championship for the older generation there, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, gives them something different to target as well, and something else to keep their attention, right? And on that note of keeping attention, qualifying has now begun. It's lone qualifying, so each car is out there in what feels like on their own, but you'll see that when we switch between the cars, they are actually all out there at the same time. And yeah, we'll have a few minutes to find out who's going to start putting themselves in at the sharp end.
Yeah, I mean, if you're new to the series and you haven't seen one of these series, basically, as Lee explained there, there's this qualifying session is normally only 15 minutes. This one, Le Mans, because it's a longer track, is a 20-minute qualifying sessions. Each driver, and you can only have one driver in the team taken to the car, and that is the driver that starts the championship. They have 3 laps only to complete a lap, and I suppose when you're looking at it around this track, we've talked about it before on every other series that you have, it's so important to get that initial banking lap on, because then you can push on and you can push the boundaries of the off tracks. And this track here is probably one of the worst ones for if you get that pesky off track. It's so long. It takes around about 4 minutes for the GT3, 3-minute 23 for the LMDH cars to get around this track. And the obvious place that everybody seems to get the off track is coming around Tetra Rouge, which is pretty much the start of this Le Mans track. So if you get that pesky off track there, you have literally got 3/4 of the track to get around before you can get another track. So I'm sort of expecting that about a quarter of the field, and hopefully they'll prove me wrong, won't set a time here today in the 3 laps that they've got in the qualifying, because they want to push on to get the fastest time they can. But they also got to be mindful of just making sure they set a time.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tricky balance, like you said, and I think you're bang on. Like, get a banker in first, right? Just practically poodle around and make sure you definitely didn't get that off track or corner cut or anything, and then do what you can from there. So yeah, it could be. Yeah, it's a funny thing, right? It's such a long race, 6-hour race, but still, if you're at the back of a 15-car field, that's still going to have a significant effect on you by the end of a race, even if you don't get caught up in a opening hour incident or something like that. So yeah, it's still pretty critical for these guys to let's say make sure they give themselves the best opportunity to put in a good foot forward.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see now, the times are starting to come in. So top of the pile in the MLBH Pro is a Penguin RC Simulation Magma team with a 3:24.299. Cars behind them, literally, like we say, just getting banking lap in. You can see Satellite Racing Blue there in 3rd place. Quicker Racing in 4th in the LMDH. It's only slightly slower, 3 seconds slower. Senate Racing LMDH currently leading out the pack there in the Anfield over to GT3 Pro. Overtake Team Black, just about 0.8 of a second faster than the Bear Pope Worker Union team, with current leader Dennis Rava Yug 1 second behind there in 3rd. And then over to the GT3 AMS, 3:59.427, so only slightly slower than the pros. And we will find that a lot of these GT3 AMS actually do get themselves mixed up in the GT3 Pro field. It's good to watch sometimes, and the classification sometimes can be slightly wrong because it's all done on iRating, whereas a lot of people have speciality tracks, and you'll probably find a big mixture between the classes here. And trackers, we're watching Jesse Lyon on the Satellite Racing team. Let's see what sort of time he comes over. A bit of hitting them curbs on the last chicane here before coming down the start finish. Where are they going to end up? And they are top of the pile with a 3:23.996, 0.3 of a second ahead of the Penguin RC Simulation Magma team there. But like I said, we've only got 3 laps to get them in, so you need to get some times on the board to be able to. I can look, just looking down, we've got only 32 cars that have got times here. There's about 15 cars that haven't set times yet, so my prediction could be right here.
Yeah, well, so they've still got a bit of time to correct any errors that they might make, but no, like you say, that's yeah. I think having a quick look, like, not all of them have completed, not all of those 15 cars have completed their first lap yet, but yeah, a decent chunk have, and didn't manage to put a valid lap time in. So, like I say, here's hoping they can correct that next time round.
Yeah, and also another really good thing about the series, which I really like, because there's limitations on tyre. The fuels, they've both been given 100% fuel allocation, so they can take the maximum amount in both the LMDHs and the GT3s. But tyres, this is where the difference is of the tyres. So the LMDHs only get 6 sets, which includes their starting set. So that's probably not too bad. You look at it, it's normally about 45 minutes to close to an hour for the LMDHs before they start coming in, so they should be able to change tyres everywhere. The really big change is the GT3 field. They only get 3 sets of tyres, including the set they start on, so they've really been limited to out the whole season for only having 3 sets of tyres, so they can't change their tyres on every single pit stop. So a bit of strategy on when to take a new pair of tyres and when not to. And around this track, which is so long, that really could come into effect at the end of the race in the GT3 class.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, sorry if you just said this a second ago. So, has it been the same number of tyre sets for each race for the whole season? So, like, even though this is a longer race, they still got the same number of tyre sets available. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. On some of the shorter ones, it hasn't really been an issue. We didn't really see it. Spa, I think we saw it a little bit towards the end. The time's starting to drop off, but this one being the longest, 8.5 miles long. A lot of left and right hand, real fast corners. Certainly the part that we're watching Brandon going through now, the Porsche curves. It's going to put a lot of strain on them tyres. And then also, if you have spins, with the iRacing tyre model, it can really flat spot your tyres and really affect it. So, the GT3 drivers have got that added I would say headache when it comes to the strategy of how they're gonna adopt the tire changes. I mean, everybody would say, yeah, well, the normal is every 2 hours, but we know now that 2 hours with the same tires on is real treacherous towards the end. And we've seen on a couple of tracks when we've spoken to the drivers at the end, they said the tires were a bit sketchy. So it's going to be interesting here today, being that it's 6 hours and being that they haven't been given an extra set of tires to deal with.
Yeah, definitely something for us to keep a close eye on as we go through the event. Unfortunately, it's a little bit of a manual process for us because we don't our timing software and stuff doesn't give us like tire counts or anything like that. So it's just a matter of us having a little look and seeing if cars are going up on the jacks. But yeah, really could see some ebbing and flowing as we go through the event based on that. So we're just over halfway through the qualifying session. You'll be pleased to know, Andy, that another 10 or so of those cars have now put a valid lap time in. So we're down to sort of 6 or so remaining who still need to make sure they get that job. But it's looking pretty close kind of throughout the categories, really, isn't it? The top 3 in LMDH Pro within a second, top 2 in LMDH AM, top 2 in GT3 Pro within almost half a second, and GT3 AM top 2 at half a second as well. So, kind of promising for the rest of the event.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it looks like Precision Racing are putting another team there, the Precision Racing Bandits. So looks like their team at the moment are locking at the top of the standings in the LMDH Pro with Satellite Racing Blue Teal. A little bit off the pace, 1.5 seconds, but just having a look to see where they currently are. They out on track? They're not actually out on track either. So have they got some of them pesky off tracks, which has put pay to them? They're still at the top of the standards, but exactly like you said, though, Lee, isn't it? It's you want to be at the front of the races, certainly around this track, because I mean, how many races have we seen when they're coming up to the start finish line, and they're coming around that last chicane, the front of the field is gone, and then you get somebody mid-pack putting a little bit too much gas on over them curves and spinning around even before they get to the start finish. I think I've seen it about 3 or 4 times in the races that I've watched around this Le Mans. And then this corner here that we're watching Vincent Marsh with Backpain and Ice Train team getting them pesky off tracks. You don't want that to be able to have that slowdown coming down the Mulsanne straight the first half, because you will lose a mountain of track. So there's a lot of things to go through being that starting. You're in the starting grid, you're all sort of concertina behind each other, and then you've got to manage that first chicane coming onto the start finish, and then the first section of track coming up through Dunlop curve through the chicanes, and then down through what I think is probably the tightest part of the circuit, coming down through and out of Tetra Rouge. Get that part right on your opening lap. It's going to set you up nicely for the remainder of the lap, which is quite wide and expansive. There's going to be lots of opportunities to pass and overtake. You can use that slipstream to your advantage and really have a good start, because what you don't want to be doing is spinning it early on in this race and trying to play catch up, because a track like this, if you're off the pace and out of that slipstream that we mentioned at the start, that's where it's going to be a long day at the office for the teams that do that.
Yeah, absolutely not wrong at all. I was just keeping an eye on the top of GT3 AMS as you were keeping us informed then, Andy, and it was looking super close between the top 3, like 600ths of a second between the top 3, until Lunatic Racing just put themselves a second down the road. So I say still, looking like we're going to see some close racing, especially in that category. But yeah, 600ths between 3 cars and a 4-minute lap. Very interesting indeed.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that, I mean, if you look at the second team, what's that, 500ths of a second between Overtake Team Pink and Backpain and Ice Train, super close. It always is in that GT3 AM. You get a cluster of them. Same with the GT3 Pro. The top team 0.6 of a second, and it's super close down the remainder of the field. I mean, all the way down there, you can see a bit of a gap between Time from Fenton Racing Team White, 6.25 seconds. But it's always a game, isn't it, of two halves, the qualifying and the race, Lee, because you can be really good at qualifying, but then really not good at the race. But vice versa, you can be mediocre at the qualifying and struggle to get that super fast lap, but then you can, during the race, you're very methodical about your lap times. And one of the teams that always comes to mind for me for their methodical lap times are the Back Pain and Eye Strain team, that lap after lap after lap, they're within like 2 or 3 tenths of a second of the time, and that's how they've managed to really come on strong at the second half of this season. Is they've not had the fastest laps. They've not really been at the front, but by the end of the race, they're there. They're at the front of the grid. They're gaining them points, because anybody can put out that one fluky fast lap. It's an endurance race, and certainly here today, being at 6 hours, you know, it's going to be super important that you're hitting them lap times lap after lap, because that's where you're really going to be able to get the points when it comes to it.
And then we're going to have the added aspect of the driver changes as well. As you said, not only might a driver be better in qualifying than race, but your team makeup you may have the guy that's really quick in qualifying, but then maybe overall as a team you haven't quite got the race pace. So yeah, it all absolutely builds in, and again keeps things interesting for us. Most of the cars now have completed their free qualifying attempts. We've got just like 4 or 5 cars or so who are on that final lap, and then it'll be a matter of waiting for the session to finish counting down, and we'll be ready to grid up and get into this 6-hour event.
Yeah, well, there's only 4 cars that haven't put in a time, so it's not quite a third of the field, but there's still 4 cars that need to post times here today, and only one of them cars is out on track. So we may have 3 cars that haven't posted any time. Just seeing what class they're from. One of them is an LMDH, and then we got a couple of GT3 cars. What we haven't talked about, Lee, is the pit lane of this track. The entry into that pit lane, it's absolutely treacherous if you get that wrong, because it's a short stab in from what is here. We're following Maurice here coming down. You can just see the pit lane there on the right with a tight left-right. So easy to get it off and get your marking off and go into the gravel straight ahead. And I've seen quite a few accidents as well in that part of the second. So the infield coming in for the pit stop, you want to try to be as fast as you can, but you also want to make sure that you're staying within the track to be able to make sure, one, you don't get a penalty, because we have got live stewards here today that could give penalties for cutting the corner continuously, but it's so easy to spin your car there and get yourself caught up in an accident and unnecessarily take that fast repair. So, you know, not only have you got the 6 hours to go at, you've also got to make sure that your entry into that pit lane is spot on and as fast as you can possibly go without crashing it.
And they're going to have to do that multiple times throughout the race. Like I say, not only is it a super tricky pit lane, but yeah, it's not like we're doing an hour 20-minute kind of semi sprint race or something where they're just diving into pits once. Yeah, it's going to be something they need to deal with and manage multiple times. So yeah, for sure, going to be super interesting as we go through. We're expecting some changes in, well, I was going to say weather conditions, but that can be a bit misleading in iRacing now, right? We're not going to get any rain or anything today, but we should see the actual scenery change a little bit as we roll into sunset, and then also a bit of nighttime as well. So that will be good to see at this fantastic circuit and location, and just looks great on iRacing, Andy, doesn't it? This place, it really really gives you that feeling, that scene of the classic Le Mans endurance races.
Yeah, it does. Certainly on the sunset and sunrise, when you're going down the Mulsanne Straight, you're looking in car and you can literally see the sun right in front of you as you come into the Mulsanne corner. It is an amazing track on dusk and dawn to be able to see. So yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, it's going to be interesting that as well. So they start off in the nice bright sunshine of Le Mans. Unfortunately, we won't have any rain here today, even though raining is available now on iRacing. I think the organisers probably did right to introduce rain at this circuit, as such an early implementation of the rain might have been cause for a bit of chaos. So maybe next season we'll have the weather variability that we might see some rain in these, but certainly won't be seen today. but you've got that sunset, so you've got that glare coming down the Mulsanne straight in your face. As a driver, can be a little bit off-putting. And then you've got the nighttime. You know, it's not lit up well, Le Mans, at all. And I was reading an article of how drivers, the actual real-life drivers, manage to brake properly at night, and they actually count from when they come out of a corner. They actually count up to a certain point to know where the braking point is for, say, coming down here down the Mulsanne straight, because it's pitch black. All you've got is your headlights. So not only your boards, but they're counting to understand, I need to brake now, you know, without even seeing the board. So I thought that was an interesting fact on how real life drivers manage the Le Mans track at night. But I don't know if any of these guys will be counting doing there, because the lights are quite bright on this, but they would have had to have done some practice around night around this track, because it's not the most illuminated.
No, absolutely. Like I say, the guys are going to have to deal with that as they go through. And right on cue, qualifying has now finished. So yeah, that's everyone's opportunity to put their time in for the grid. And here is your grid. So LMDH Pro, we've got Precision Racing Esports at the top with Pat Pelchet looking like he's going to be taking the start. Michael Diaz, who were just watching the last few minutes there, Precision Racing Bandits. Then Satellite Racing Blue in third with Obsidian Racing Future in fourth. Satellite Racing Teal lining up alongside Mecha Esports fifth and sixth. Penguin RC Simulations and Pneumatic Motorsports seventh and eighth. Quacker Racing Pro and CMHQ Motorsports Red ninth and 10th. Tonoto Delta Simtech 11th and Team FFSR Venom in 12th. Busy reading it and not realising you'd have to actually click the button as well to scroll it to the next page. Here we go. Penguin RC Simulations and then 100 Force 13th and 14th. CRF Motorsport 15th with Overtake Team Red in 16th, or Overtake, sorry. Laughs 10th Racing in 17th and Olympus Esport Titan in 18th. Overtake Team Blue in 19th and CMS Racing in 20th. Top of the LMDHs. Andy, did you want to take us through the LMDHs?
Yeah, so in first place, we've got SimHQ Motorsport Orange with Nolan Kinzu heading out that field. And Senate Racing LMDH in second place. In third place, we've got Jamie Foster with Team Break Fade with Doug Hines. In fourth place with Desperado Doug's fifth. We've got Dog Bear Bark, in fifth place with Pneumatic Motorsports in sixth, with Sim Republic heading out your LMDH Amfield. In the top of your GT3 Pro, we've got Last 10th Racing in pole position with Team Break Fade in first. Olympus Esports Titans in... Is that right? No, it's not. Sorry. Overtake Team White is your pole positions with Bear Pulp Endurance in second, with Overtake Team Grey in third. Bear Pulp Workers Union in fourth place with Overtake Team Black in fifth, and Penguin RC Simulation in sixth. In seventh place, we got Delta Simtech in eighth, D's Porsche Rennfahrer, a bit off the pace there in eighth, our top of the GT3 Pro standings. Fen Racing White Team in ninth, with Fen Racing Black Team rounding out your GT3 Pro field. Over in the GT3 Arm, we got Lunatic Racing, a commanding 1 second gap between the second place Overtake Team Pink with Backpain and Ice Train in third place. Fourth place, we got CMS Racing Endurance with fifth place, Direct Drive Motorsports, and in sixth place, we got Can-Am Racing. Seventh, we have Bear Pulp Zero, and in eighth, we got Longhorn Racing with Longhorn Racing 2 Team in ninth. And rounding out the field is Sim HQ Motorsport White in the GT3 Am field. So 48 drivers here today taken to the track in 4 different tracks. They have got their own starting grid, so you may not see them go on the green flag. So it's the leaders in each of the class that are to get their representative classes underway. There'll be about a 5-second gap between each class, so we should be able to see the start of them. But it's all down to the Precision Racing Esport teams, both of them at the front, but driven by Pouchet and Michael Diaz. So they have a commanding start as a team to understand when both of them are going. So expect to get a good jump off the line between the two teammates there side by side in the Pro LMDH field as they coming up to the last set of corners. You can see the pit lane there on the right exit that we were mentioning about earlier, and they're extremely tight. And in fact, that's a really good shot there at the bottom of how tight them bends are coming into the pit lane. So that will, I'm sure, will come into play towards this 6-hour race as the safety car will miraculously just jump out of the way here. as it comes round the last corners here on the start, and then it'll be underway for this 6-hour endurance race. And they go early there in the section. They are still there. No, they don't go early because the starting grid is this line, pretty much all backed up, and leaving its last possible minute getting right behind. And we are underway here with the Precision Racing Esports team and the Precision Racing Bandits there, getting the jump we would expect them to be, being teammates off the start. But there is relatively very little movement. There is a big movement, look further down, the Penguin RC Simulation Carbon team up 3 places from where they started. But always a tight affair coming in as we watch the GT3s here, the pro field, with Overtake Team White at the head of the field, with Bear Pope Endurance driven by Michael Hooper in that second place as they come round Dunlop chicane for the very first time. All relatively clean at the moment. Out on track, all drivers giving each other spaces. As we were saying at the start, you really don't want to be losing it this early on in a 6-hour endurance race. But looking back up to the Precision Racing Esports, already got a gap of about 0.8 of a second over their teammates, Precision Racing Bandits, and then 1.3 seconds back to Satellite Racing Blue team. A little bit of movements there side by side as they come down into the first chicane off the Mulsanne straight before powering out down to the second one. That can be very tricky, certainly that first chicane, but they all managed to get through nice and cleanly. But the top 5 remaining in the same positions. Looking further back at the AM field there, as I said, the racing in second place at the moment, losing a bit of time. So did he have a slow down penalty to be able to do? And this is what we were saying, that pesky Tetra Rouge, if you get it slightly wrong, can cause you to fall down the grid. We've seen a set of racing there down 2 from where they start. Looking further back then to the GT3 Pros, Overtake Team White currently heading the field. No real gaps at all, about half a second between them. Overtake Grey, Black, Workers Union, all relatively close. You can see big, long processions now. A bit of a gap there producing between the third place car of the Overtake Team Grey and the Overtake Team Black, getting a little bit of a gap there. So, but I'm pretty sure that will close up. But as we see a spinner there, one of the Overtake Team Black there, spinning it right in an awkward position. Just needs to move forward if he can. But the rest of the field manages to get through. And yeah, that's really what you don't want to do. Tyres are cold, pushing it, and it seemed like a really innocuous spin there coming in, obviously trying to break it a little bit too late, but that will put him at the back of that GT3 Pro field. Looking further back at the GT3 AMs, I mean, Lunatic Racing, have they hit the NOS button or what? They are currently 4 seconds ahead of Overtake Team Pink, so I'm not sure what's happened there in the GT3 AM, but it certainly looks like Lunatic Racing there has hit the afterburners and has just sprinted away from the GT3 AM field.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, they're looking like a class in their own at the minute. But then we kind of saw that in qualifying as well, right? They put in that lap that was a second ahead of the rest of the GT3 AM field. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Nick there for Lunatic Racing can keep that on, and also whether his driving partners can continue that sort of pace as well. But no, looking very, very strong at the minute. Wasn't it super lucky that that GT3 spin that we saw there? Like you said, it was innocuous, but super lucky. He was just barely off a racing line and not causing bigger problems for everyone else down the field.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the RTOs. We see another one. Is that the same one? No, it's... Yep. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's 2 spins for Luke Fisher there in the first lap. I thought it was the Overtake Team Black was the one that spun.
Yeah, it might well have been.
Anyway, I don't know, but that's 2 of the Overtake teams, so their setup seems to be very loose. So hopefully when the tyres come into their own, and that's one of the things you really need to be aware of in these endurance, is that you get that red mist at the start of the race, and you want to try and get your end, but you've got to be really pragmatic about how you approach it, making sure you make sure them tyres are warmed up, because we've seen there the Overtake team, 2 cars, I'm not sure if it's the same one, but 2 of the Overtake time, one spun in the second Mulsanne corner, and then we just saw another one there. But it's all about warming them tyres up and making sure that you optimise it, and just be a bit careful on the first lap. It's a long race, 6 hours. you don't want to end it in the first couple of corners by having a spin, because you're just playing catch up then. And like I said, if you lose that slipstream, then that's when it really starts to becoming a long day at the office. But currently watching the CRF Motorsport team there in 14th place in the LMDH, just on the tail end, but they're still all pretty much in a long line. A couple of gaps are ensuing, but one of the teams I would have thought that might have been up there, that maybe it's taken a little bit of time, is the Satellite Racing Teal team. Just having a look where they are in the standings. Where are they? I'm not seeing them in the top 5, so has something happened to them early on in this race?
Yeah, they are at the back of the LMDH Pro field, Andy, and in fact I can see that they had a register crash. So let's, now that things have calmed down just slightly after that first lap, let's have a quick skim through a couple of replays. So here's the Overtake Team Black, as you said, who had that spin that we were kind of watching live. So we'll see exactly whether they got into the back of that car in front. A little bit, just overcooked it going in, I think, caught themselves out, and like I said, yeah, lucky they didn't drag anyone else into it. Here's what happened then to the Teal team that you were just telling us about. So Jesse Lyon at the head of that. Ooh. And big instant for both of them. How hard of into the I was about to say lucky. I didn't think it was going to quite reach a barrier, but no, it was quite a whack in the end. Front of that car you can see completely removed. So yeah, so that's what happened to the Teal team, and then we saw also the Overtake Pink team having that issue as well. And here's just another look at what happened there. So
this would be down into Honors, probably just overcooking it all.
Kind of a similar issue, wasn't it? Really, like getting too close to the car in front and ending up getting themselves turned around. So yeah, those are the 4 main incidents that we had on the opening lap.
Just gutted again. I was really looking forward to that battle between the Satellite Racing Teal team and the Precision Racing Esports team, and again it's been the lap of the gods have denied us what could have been an excellent battle between them. Bit off the pace, a minute and 2 seconds down, so it is going to be a long hard day at the office, but they are super quick drivers, so I'd imagine they would make their way back during this 6 hours. I mean, I suppose if you are going to do it, that you want to do it in a 6-hour endurance at the very start, so then therefore you've got plenty of time to try and recoup that time back up. Yeah, absolutely, maximum time to make up for it, as you say. So yeah, hard luck for them, but no, it's for sure a long way to go, and they can still get themselves a reasonable result by the end if things go their way, so we shall see. Nolan Kinslow here, kind of a step above the rest of the LMDH AMs at the minute. He's kind of battling with LMDH pros all around him. Kind of our timing tower, we've split the timing tower into the individual classes, so although it shows on there that SimHQ Motorsport are in just 6 seconds ahead of LMDH AM, they're actually in and amongst it with the pros, as you can see, riding on board at the minute. Yeah, definitely. It's currently running around in 14th place at the moment is the SimHQ Orange team. They've managed to scamper away from the Team Break Fade in second place in the LMDM. So some good gaps at the start in the classes for the leaders. So you can see there LMDH 5.8 seconds. GT Pro 2.1 with Bear Pulp Endurance there in the leader. But you got the biggest gap, which is Lunatic Racing at the moment. Just sprinting away from that GT3 Anfield backpain and ice train there in second place. 6.4 is pretty much almost mirroring the LMDH gap at the front of the field, but they're going to be interesting. And there's our very own Dave Anderson, the series organizer there, actually managing to get in the car this time. I know out in Hockenheim he didn't manage to get into the car, so he is running around in that 7th place in the battle with the SimHQ Motorsport white in front and the Longhorn Racing team behind there with the same livery. You can see there, very striking liveries here today. I'm pretty sure we'll see quite a few of them as we go through the field, but that Anfield, apart from obviously Lunatic Racing, still very much tightly compact at the front end of that GT3 AM, so plenty of racing. But I think at the moment Lunatic Racing, even in this early stages certainly set down its stall, trying to get that long gap at the start, as we can see the second place here, trying Vincent Marsh with back pain and eye strain, trying to track down the Lunatic Racing team, but they're near enough 7 seconds up the road at the moment, and they've got their... Who's that? That's a pro driver, I think, behind.
Yeah, Penguin RC
Yes,
Simulation, Nate Stewart.
Yes, it is. So very much a mixed, as we were saying earlier on in the broadcast, between these pro and the AMs. I'm just looking at Nick McLaughlin. I don't know if we can have a quick look at him, Lee, but he is actually second place overall in the GT3 field. I mean, for being 5 seconds behind the GT3 Pro field at the start of the race, and then still managing to get up into second place overall in the GT3 field, just shows you the pace that Nick's doing. I'm just looking at his lap time here, 3:59, and the next one, back pain eye strain, 3:59.27. So the times are relatively close between them. What's there? We got a time slot: Obsidian Racing Future and Satellite Racing Teal Team. So that would be that replay that we saw between them two. So that'll be under investigation, and you will see live on here the outcome of all of the protests, because as I said at the start, this series does have live links with protesters and stewards, so they will get penalised if it's deemed necessary straight away, and obviously that normally takes the role of either a stop and go or a drive-through penalty, and that can really hurt you here at Le Mans, being it is quite a long entry and exit. I'm not sure what the time will be. Interesting to see once we start coming into the pit stops what the transition is for there, but it's got to be around about 20-30 seconds, probably not the longest one. I think that was the Spa endurance layout that we had earlier on in the season. We saw a few drivers getting drive-through penalties there, and that was about a 43-second drive-through, so I don't think it's going to be as painful as that. But being that this is a high-speed track, 20 seconds of going through at minimal speed is quite a large distance out on track. As we watch the Precision Racing team, the two teammates having pretty much all their own way at the moment at the front of the LMDH Pro field. 0.4 of a second, the Bandits are behind the Esports teams. With Satellite Racing team, you see there 3.9 seconds. So these two at the moment checking out, and I'm pretty sure they'll be working together throughout the entirety of this race, and that's exactly what you want, is really a teammate that you can slipstream off throughout the whole of the race. So I'm pretty sure that both of them teams will be on the same strategy to enable them to have that slipstreaming effect throughout the entirety of this race. But moving over to look at SimHQ Orange, is the top of our LMDH, and very much in the mix, as Lee said, between themselves and the LMD pros. So that's always a bonus for me. You can just see in the background there the rest of the Anfield's just coming around the corner. But it's always good getting yourself mixed up with the higher class. It pushes you along, and you can use their slipstream and bits and pieces like that, as we currently move back to the Bear Pulp Zero team, currently running around in 5th in the GT3 AM, having a really good battle with the Can-Am Racing team just in front of them. We didn't really talk about, Lee, the GT3 field. I see in the chats Scott Kessler is saying that he thinks that the Renshagen Jug team, who's currently driving around in the Porsche, will have a really hard day.
Sorry to interrupt, Andy. Nick McLaughlin, he's had an issue. So he was, like you rightly said, right at the top of the AM field for GT3s and hustling the GT3 Pro leader, but he has had an issue at the start of this lap, and let's see exactly what happened. Coming under Dunlop Bridge.
Damaged. Yeah, Dunlop's has probably gone a bit too wide, spun the car out, hit the grass on the inside. Oh, no, back end just went.
Yeah, strange. Like I say, kind of, yeah, mid to entry, and the rear just gently came round. So, yeah, really kind of strange little spin on that one. But, yeah, kind of got away without too much, if any, damage, as you said. And they're only 8 seconds off GT3 AM lead. But still, that's put a little bit of a scupper in their progress for now.
Yeah, it definitely is. Definitely. It's just how quickly things can change in endurance, certainly around this track. And that looked really innocuous, didn't it? It is one of them corners that can catch you out quite easily. And unfortunately it did. But he was around about 8 seconds ahead. So we do know that Nick has got the pace in that Audi car. But Backpain and iStrain take over the lead of that GT3. I'm 6.6 seconds ahead of the CMS.com endurance race. So we're currently right on board with Vincent, just looking back at the Penguin RC Simulation GT3 Pro team, driven by Nate Stewart there, running around in 6th in that pro field. But like I said, this is one of the teams that have that metronomic lap after lap very close to the original lap time. So for them to be at the front at this early stage, being nearly 7 seconds ahead of the rest of the GT3 AM is it's only boding well for them, because they do have that sort of set team. But looking at the GT3 Pro of the Delta Simon, as we look further back here with the CMS.com endurance team in that second place, that is the Porsche there in front. That is the Desperado Ducks, I believe, yes. The young, I think there's them two parts, are part of the Young Varga Jug team. So you can see there they got the colourful front end. The Young Varga Porsche team, they have the colourful at the back end. I think that was right, and I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong there, Scott, but I believe that's how you recognise the two teams differently between in fact, no, that is the D's Res Varga Jug team in front that we're currently watching him now in 7th place. And Scott was saying in the chat there that he thinks that the Porsche is really going to struggle here today, because it's not one of them for them huge straight line speeds. So at the moment paying out, but still in 7th place there, Scott. So it's not all over, and we've seen, as we see a bit of rubbing here between 100 Force and Team FFSR Venom. So coming to blows early on. I mean, we're only 16 minutes into a 6-hour race, and already going a bit of door rubbing there going on as they come down into Indianapolis.
Yeah, you'd think it's a sprint race, racing that hard so early on, wouldn't you? But yeah, both cars survive for now and able to continue on. So there's a nice little battle at the back end of the LMDH Pros / one LMDH AM driver in amongst there as well. So no, like I say, they are all fighting hard, and there's a few nice little clusters of battles, honestly, through the track as well, kind of through each class, both in LMDH Pro AM and the GT3s as well. So we'll keep kind of bouncing around a little bit between the classes for now, keep an eye on these closest battles, and yeah, kind of keep an eye on how things progress.
Yeah, definitely. If you see the colours on the map in the top right, so it matches the colours on the overlays. The blacks are the pros, the blues are the LMDH AMs, the reds are the GT3 pros, and the greens are the GT3 AMs. So you can sort of see now in there that the LMDH Pro field is now starting to come through the back of the GT3 AM field, and will be shortly overtaking the GT3 Pro field. It's not as congested. I mean, if you've joined us for the likes of Hoef or Hockenheim, of how congested the track actually got towards the middle part of the race, and the LMDHs were almost like doing a rolling roadblocks around the GT3s at every part of the choice. This must be a welcome break for them guys, to understand that they are going to get some sort of free air, or the track is that wide that it won't make a difference and won't impact on the GT3. So they're probably actually really enjoying the fact that they've got a track that these cars were particularly made of that's wide, but there's still going to be parts of the circuits, Lee, that they're going to have to really take heed, and that is going up through the Dunlop curves, certainly coming through the Porsche curves as well, and Corvette curve. You know, if they hit the GT3 cars, that's where it's going to be a bit tight for them, and we could see some accidents coming in as we're watching here. SimHQ Orange team, Nick Nolan there, just at the back, watching these two in front of the CSR Motorsports and 100 Force having a rather tight battle. Yeah, it certainly looks like it is a sprint race for them two at the moment, and not realising that they've probably got another 5 hours and 40 minutes of this to go at. And one of the other things that they're probably not looking at is fuel saving. You can save that one extra fuel or one extra lap of fuel around this track. It probably makes a massive difference, because also we see one of the cars going extremely wide there. That was the leader, Nick Nolan Kislow, in their SimHQ Motorsport Orange, just getting slightly bent out of shape coming round to the second Mulsanne chicane there. And I don't know if he was put off by the two cars in front of him. Hasn't really impacted him, just lost a lot of time there. You can see his gap that was around about 6 seconds down to 2.5 seconds. Just looking further back there, Lee, at the GT3 Pro, that's a super tight battle for the lead of that between Overtake Team Wipe and Bear Pope Endurance at the moment. They are locked in a battle. These two out on their own, 6 seconds ahead of the Bear Pope Workers Union. So a good battle at the top end of the GT3 Pro field of the Overtake Team Wipe with Bear Pope Enduro. Michael Hoop, who I know very well, extremely, and been in quite a few of the Apex leagues, you know, extremely quick driver as well. So certainly Jan Khan has got his work made out for him, having Michael behind him as well. So these two at the moment seem to be working nicely together. Gap's gone out to around about 5.7. So as long as they work together, Lee, they could pull themselves out and then start battling maybe in the midpoint of this race. It's all the tactics that both the teams, or all the teams, really need to be looking at in this early stage to try and establish them in the race and going forward.
Yeah, it's certainly working for them at the minute, and as you say, yeah, they want to keep doing that, as we've got a little bit of a battle here towards the back end of GT3 AMS between David Anderson, Longhorn Racing, Direct Drive Motorsports and Fendi Racing Black Team, and there's a big incident for Direct Drive into the barrier, fortunately right at the entry of pit lane, so they can go straight in. But yeah, that looked a little bit messy all around there as they were coming towards the end of the lap. And in fact, let's have a quick look at the replay for it straight away whilst we're here. Slightly different angle, and see exactly what happened between them and Fendi. Just kind of moved across, really, didn't they? As if the other car wasn't there, unfortunately. So yeah, a little bit of a misjudgment, it seems, on that first look.
Yeah, it is, and very strange he didn't go into the pit to repair it. Obviously, he probably thinks that he's okay, but no, he's not. As he comes off again, hits the wall. Probably a mistake there by David Griffiths not to go into the pit to get that repair. He's at the start, just going up through the Dunlop curve, and it's got an extremely long way to get back to the pits. And if he tows back to the pits, that's probably go out, make a brew, have your dinner, and then come back, and you might be just about coming back into the pit. So probably a little bit of a mistake there, not going into the pits to use your fast repair to get out. But we'll see how he goes on. As we look back at Lunatic Racing, Nick McLaughlin, extremely quick at the start of this race, managed to get himself back up into second place after that earlier innocuous spin we saw coming down through the S's, turn number 8, but has managed to get him back up to second place, 9.3 seconds behind the Backpain and Ice Ray team, who are currently leading out the way in the GT3 AM. So it does have a bit of a challenger from behind from CMSRacing.com, but there was an LMDH literally sprinting up into the second Mulsanne chicane there, but managing to not really impact it. But you can see the closing speed difference between these LMDH cars and these GT3 cars, a little bit of a flash there, you know, and that will sometimes catch the drivers out, certainly when they're coming down into them tight sections, as in them chicanes, coming out of the Dunlop chicane, coming down through the S's. That's where it's going to be super impactful on the cars. You can see there, coming down into Indianapolis and Arnage is the leaders of the LMDH, which is probably not the ideal place that they want to be taking them, because they've got the Porsche curves coming up, and that's where they could really get impacted from a speed point of view. So really want to try to get past all these GT3 cars coming down this straight before they get into them Porsche curves, or else that's where some of the incidents could start to occur. We can see a lot of them there, but I think it's going to be the tail end of the LMDH Pro and the beginning of the AMS that are going to hit a few of these GT3 cars coming into the Porsche curves.
Yeah, first time, of course, for everyone first time the LMDHs cycle through the GT3, so we'll see how, you know, alert everybody is any of the GT3s going to get caught out, or any of the LMDHs going to misjudge a closing speed or anything. But say it's looked pretty fine so far. But yeah, it doesn't take long at all, does it, for these LMDHs just to slice their way straight through.
No, it's not. You can see it's quite congested on the track map at the moment. I'm pretty sure as this race goes on, it'll get a little bit more spread out, but still relatively earlier on, only 24 minutes into this 6-hour race. You can see there the LMDH is just trying to thread the needle through GT3 cars over these push curves, and that's exactly what I mean. Closing speed and the turning speed of these two different class of cars, it makes it super hard for both the GT3s, you know, making sure that they get out of the way, and the LMDH is making sure they don't obviously take themselves out the race and go into the back end of one of the GT3 cars. So a bit of a treacherous part of the track there to catch the GT3s coming through the Porsche curves. But looking at the overturning Pink, who had that spin earlier on through Onage, managing to get themselves back up to 6th place, and they're looking at Can-Am Racing in front be able to do. But yeah, GT3 cars, what are you thinking is going to be the good ones? I mean, obviously you can't look past probably the Mercedes with the grunt that has down the straights is probably a good car to sort of choose from. The Audi, I think that seems to be an all-rounder car, but I think I tend to agree with Scott a little bit. That Porsche more favours the tight, twisty sort of tracks like Hockenheim, Jerez. This track, this may be where its Achilles' heels is on that Porsche car. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the split, it certainly seems like Mercedes and Ferrari have been, the preferred option season long, right? And so we're still seeing, Mercedes at the front of GT3 Pro. We're seeing, maybe the Ferraris struggling a little bit more overall. So, kind of one in third for each of the classes, but otherwise then kind of generally a little bit lower down in AMS. But yeah, Mercedes certainly looks to be strong in both classes. So we'll just have to see how it progresses. And of course, it's also about how they're able to cope in the longer stints as well, not just their pure pace on a single lap. But yeah, it's just great that. Over the years on iRacing, we gradually have gotten higher and higher number of cars, right? We're up to a decent quantity of manufacturers, both in GT3 and LMDH or GTP, however you want to call them, and just adds to the entertainment value and the racing, hopefully.
Yeah, it does. But it's good to see in the GT3 field as well, though, that you haven't got that one class domination. I remember when the Mercedes came out and every GT3 race was just a Mercedes. You might as well have called it the Mercedes Challenge instead of a GT3, because everybody sort of drove them. Whereas now they've sort of they've bumped up other cars, lowered down the Mercedes, and now there's very little differences between the cars, which gives you more mass participation in the GT3 field. I mean, I can see that we've got Audis, BMWs, Mercedes, Porsches, Ferraris. Still no McLaren. I'm a little bit disappointed we've not got any fire-breathing McLarens, but you can't have it all, I suppose.
And battle still progressing in the GT3 AMS. Between a GT3 AM and a GT3 Pro, between CMS Racing and Overtake Team Black, as they were just sorting themselves out through there, and that seems to be resolved. Next biggest battle really at the minute is in the back end of LMDH Pros, mixing it in with the AMS a little bit. So here is Team FSR, SimHQ, Motorsport Red, and 100 Force all running kind of line astern. I think feels like everyone's kind of settled into a bit of a rhythm now, Andy, right? We're coming up to towards a 10-lap mark, half hour into this race, and I think everyone's kind of finding their feet and just trying to settle into a rhythm. And right on cue in the background, we see a big kind of oversteer moment there for Overtake Team Red, or is it SimHQ? SimHQ, but yeah, managing to keep the progress driving forward.
Yeah, still managing to stay out the front of that field is the SimHQ Orange team. With that racing, LMDH behind them about 4.6 seconds, so they have managed to increase that gap. That did come down to 2.7 after the hairy moment going into one of the goes down. But just looking at the YouTube chat, and obviously Scott is very active in the chat, and he probably makes some valid points there. He's saying to make the rear engine car stable, you need to have a higher wing, which obviously really impacts you on straight line speed. Which is true, you know. If you take a wing to make you more stable around corners, when it comes to flat out speed, it's like Formula Ones with DRS. You know, they try and open it out, and unfortunately, if you got a big wing on the back of your car, that is going to slow you down. And he was saying there that even though the Porsche had a slipstream effect, the Audis were still pulling on them coming onto the straights. You know, I suppose that's where it's car selection, isn't it? At the start of a season, you look at the calendar and say, right, that car's going to be good here, there. You know, and you're going to have advantages at certain tracks and disadvantages at the other one. And unfortunately, this one is probably a disadvantage for the Porsche, having that big wing on the back to be able to make it a little bit more stable around the course. But I suppose with stability, it breeds confidence as well. So therefore, you know, you may be losing a little bit of time on the straights, but you're able to make up them times, say coming around the Porsche curves, coming through the Corvette curves, you know, whereas other cars may be a little bit more unstable but have faster straight line speed, and they may come a cropper later on because they haven't got the stability of that larger wing. So it's a bit of rough and a smooth, you know. Certainly in this early stage, you're trying to establish yourself in the race to be able to do. But like you say, it's a 6-hour race, and then you're only half an hour into that race, and then that's where the advantage of being consistent and it's probably going to come more in towards the back end of this race anyway, isn't it, with the free tire allocation. You know, 2 hours in these GT3 cars, it starts getting a little bit sketchy. If you've got a safer car underneath you, you're not going to be feeling the sketchiness of the tires after about 2 hours of racing. But maybe some of the other cars may feel a little bit more twitchy under the tyres after sort of 2 hours. But only time will tell. I mean, they've not done too bad, Scott. They're currently leading away in the GT3 Pro field, so you know, they're still top of the pile. And luckily, even though this is a longer race, the points on offer is still the same as every other round in the series. So it's not like it's a double hatter that it's really going to affect your season, is it? It's one race with 6 hours. As we can see there, we got a drive-through, goes from bad to worse for Satellite Racing Teal Team for avoidable contact. That'll be the incident we saw earlier on where they were demoted to the back of the field, so they have a drive-through penalty. So the last 2 rounds are probably really ones to forget for these two. They're normally so good at what they do, with Jess currently riding out of the pain, but we can see a first. Is this a stop or is this a drive-through? Time will tell.
Well, it feels too early for a scheduled stop, doesn't it? But yeah, we've not had a message coming up saying that's a drive-through penalty. But yeah, here he is going into his pit box. So yeah, so pitting for either strategy or maybe a little bit of damage. We'll maybe find out a bit later on.
Yeah, we've seen this at the start. We saw this in Hockenheim where a couple of drivers came in early to do an early stop and then saved themselves on the very last stop for coming in for a splash and dash. We saw that used quite effectively at Hockenheim with a couple of the drivers. So maybe looking at the tactics, I mean, the only way of really being able to tell is by doing a 6-hour race, which is a bit boring, I suppose, if you're going around for 6 hours on your own. But that's where you get the details of how many stops am I going to do, what has got to be the strategy to be able to get the best out. So when I'm coming into that last spot, we can sort of make sure that we don't have that splash and dash effect going into the line. But we see there Jesse Lyon coming through for his drive-through penalty right at in fact not at the back of that pro field, but certainly a long way to go for Jesse and the Satellite Racing Team. That only pays well, I suppose, from the neutral bystander. It only pays well for the rest of the field because they had a commanding lead, even with that poor finish at Hockenheim. And what it will do is it will set up a grandstand finish towards the end. They are currently 15 points ahead of 100 Force, who are in second. So if the results are where they are at the moment and they're at the back of the field, it's just going to tighten up that field and make the last round at Silverstone that little bit more exciting, and it'll certainly put them under pressure, realising their last 2 rounds they've sort of been not the best as such, and they are actually human and prone to errors. So it will make it interesting in that LMDH Pro category. But looking at the currently, I was at the Bear Pope Zero, currently 4th, being challenged here by the overtake team Pink coming down the Mulsanne straight. It's just a complete drag race. The Mercedes on Mercedes, the inside have Bear Pope Zero just managing to keep the lead coming out of that first chicane and coming down the Mulsanne straight, but that overtake team Pink will not be going away from him. We'll have that slipstream effect coming down here into the second Mulsanne, so that will close up. So this looks like it's going to be a good battle between these two teams currently running around in 4th and 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. I say they looked very, very evenly matched, didn't they, as they came through. Let's see if it's going to be the same again as they get to the next chicane. And yeah, it doesn't quite reach this time by. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on the battle there for 4th position in GT3 AM. I just wanted to switch back for a moment back to the LMDH Pros, because last time we checked in with the two Precision Racing teams, they were nose to tail, but now Racing Esports is 5 seconds down the road of Precision Racing Bandits, who we can see there. So yeah, a little bit of separation and perhaps a little bit of an issue, presumably as they went through the traffic for a lap or two ago, Andy, and so like I say, that's where they're settled now. Let's have a little look as well at, if I find my button that I want to toggle, at how that gap has grown between P2 and P3 in LMDH Pro as well. So we can see that's been pretty consistent from sort of lap 5 to 10 to 5 seconds up to sort of 11.5, 12 second gap. So yeah, the two Precision Racing teams still looking strong at the front of LMDH Pro.
Yeah, you can. I'm just looking at the lap times, sort of the best. The Precision Racing team, the Esports, is around about 2 seconds. 2 seconds plus for the rest of the field in that LMDH Pro, and the Precision Racing Bandits is around about 1 second plus on the team. So the two Precision Racing Esports teams certainly got the measure of this track at the moment, and are the two teams at the front of that LMDH Pro field that are sprinting away from the rest of them. I can see there the gap is 16.8 seconds for Satellite Racing. Oh, that was a big hit coming out. Is he going to hit the wall? I thought he was going to hit the wall again, double trouble. So that would be the first chicane in the Mulsanne. Probably done it a little bit too much power, and then them sausage curb on the outside, and unfortunately spun it. Let's have a look. Coming in. Coming nice, hits the inside. Yeah, you can see he just puts the power on a little bit too early coming out of the corner, and unfortunately snakes it. Luckily, he looks like he hasn't done any damage to that car. Nearly got himself beached, nearly hit the wall on the other side, but managed to save the car and carry on. So that was Nicholas Maynard there of 100 Force, losing a few positions in there. You can see 1 minute and 9 seconds behind. Looking at here, there's another investigation between Direct Drive Motorsports and Vendit Racing Black Team. So looks like the stewards, which is always a nice thing to have in an endurance season, live stewarding, Lee, is looks like they're going to be busy today.
Yeah, I mean, actually, honestly, I'm kind of surprised that we've maybe not seen more so far. Right, we've only seen 3, 4 at the most, kind of incidents under investigation, a couple of people with drive-throughs, so yeah, not too bad at all for the first 40 minutes with such a full field. But yeah, the guys are going to need to be staying on it as they go through the event for sure. But yeah, we'll see what comes of that current investigation. Mecha Esport here fighting with Pneumatic Motorsports Blue for 6th and 7th in the LMDH Pros as they snake their way around the back of the field. We were talking about the kind of the car split in GT3s a minute ago, and the kind of LMDHs, it's looking like for the pros it's either the Acura or the Cadillac at the sharp end, and for the AMs it's kind of the Porsche or the Cadillac pretty much. Good to see not a just absolute flood of Acuras as tends to be the case in other LMDH and GTP events at the minute, so that's good.
Yeah, I think we were discussing this in the last round, myself and Ron, on the LMDH cars, because if we look at it, the top of the pros are all favouring the Acura and the Cadillac, whereas very much the AMS is the Porsche. And I believe that the Porsche is the more stable of the LMDH cars. The Acura and the Cadillac are faster, but they're a lot more twitchier than what the Porsches are. And we're certainly seeing that the AMs are more favouring towards the Porsche car. Center Racing there is obviously the split in the top four there and the Cadillac. But if you look at the pros, it's sort of almost dominated at the top by the Acura and the Cadillacs that you mentioned, with the Porsches a little bit further back. From Motorsports that we're currently watching in the Porsches in the pro field. So the pro field, which have probably got the more able LMDH drivers in their ranks, are able to handle the twitchiness of the Acura and the Cadillac, whereas the AM's more favouring towards the more stability that the Porsche offers in there. But it's good to see that, like you were saying, that it's not all one set of cars here, as we're watching Desperado Doug's there in 7th place in that Anfield, just getting overtaken by the Satellite Racing Teal team, who have got a long day at the office at the moment, currently heading towards the back end of that pro field. But with the speed that we know that they do have in their team there, I'm pretty sure that they will be trying to get themselves back up the field. But Desperado Doug's with Douglas Hens there in 7th place. But big shout out to all our viewers on YouTube. But if you've got any questions or anything you want to understand about the series, or you just want to have a look at one of your drivers, just put it in the chat and we'll try to accommodate you. And if any of the drivers or team managers are listening as well on the YouTube channel, please come into the waiting area. We'll get you in for a chat. It's a long old race, and we'd love to hear about your tactics, how you found the series so far, how you got a little bit of history about your team, how you got together. It's always good to hear the other side of just seeing the cars out on track, how the team is organised. So please just pop into the interview waiting area on our Discord channel, and we'll get you in. But we're just looking here at Lunatic Racing and CMS.com Endurance. Lunatic Racing at the start of this race, they had it all their own way. They were just streaking ahead of way. It had a little bit of an issue, and now it seems to be a little bit more neutralised, where we've got CMSRacing.com Endurance really putting Lunatic Racing under a lot of pressure. I think, if I remember rightly, the gap was around about 9.8 seconds to back pain and eye strain. That has now gone out to 16.2 seconds. So they've not had the speed that they had in the opening half an hour of this race. So Lunatic Racing a bit more neutralised now with their paces.
LMDH is in the pit, sorry, Andy. So these are all the LMDH pros all coming in for the first time. So it looks like just everyone's going to be picking this lap. Top 6 are all in. Though having said that, here's one covers going an extra lap.
Yeah, it definitely is, and that has a big advantage. I mean, this is such a long lap. 8.3 miles, to be able to save that extra lap of fuel come the end of the race is the difference between a top 10 finish or a bottom half of the field. Certainly if they're all going to be close together, but 42 sounds about right for the LMDHs to all come in there. But 2 cars have gone through, so Sim HQ Motorsport Orange as well, they've gone through and not come into the pits, along with Pneumatic Motorsport Blue team as well. So a couple of the cars chancing that extra lap around there. You can see there Pneumatic Motorsport Purple as well, that was the back end of the field, has now got itself right to the top end just by saving that 1 lap of fuel. Puts them a little bit out of sequence with the rest of the field, but when it comes to the very last pit stop of the cycle here in this 6-hour race, could be the difference between, like I say, having that splash and dash right at the end and not. Because if you haven't seen the race at Spa, have a look at that, and that shows the importance of understanding how much fuel you've got in there. I won't spoil the race for you, but it's probably one of the best races I've commentated on after a race, even on a sprint race, to get what happened in that GT3 Pro field at the end of the race is amazing. It was, I think me and Ron were speechless in it. It was the best end to a race that I've ever seen. But looking at the GT3, so with them having 100% fuel, that we should see them easily topping over the 1 hour mark before we start seeing them coming in for their pit stops here at Le Mans. Currently 43 minutes into this, so we'll have the first round of pit stops all out of the way, and then we'll do a quick rundown of the field so we can see where the cars that you're looking for are currently placed.
We got a couple of people, Andy, who are available for interview. I don't know if you got a preference as to who you'd like to drag in first.
Yeah, we'll get them both in anyway, won't we, eventually. Let's bring up Ryan O'Connor. Ryan, welcome to the booth, mate. Obviously, tell us what team you're from and how it's going for you.
Yeah, so Precision Racing Esports and then Bandits. That's who we're representing here today.
Obviously, brand new to the series. I mean, we've seen the Precision Racing Esports team and their strong showing out in the rounds. I was expecting a really good battle today between the Satellite Racing Teal team, but unfortunately they've fallen away. But it's certainly having that lockout in the top half of the field in the GT3 Pro has got to be good. How's it for you and your team being brand new to the series?
Yeah, we're doing okay. So, with Precision Racing Esports, we've obviously been in all the rounds so far. We've had a couple of issues, or especially early on in the season, just with keeping the car clean. And then, Mike and Boris, who have also run off of Precision Racing Esports as well, they each ran one race. Wow, say that 10 times fast. They came to me and they said, hey, can we get a car entered, because they want to battle, Obsidian and Teal a little bit, Satellite Teal. And they're like, this seems like fun. And then us, of course, on Precision Racing Esports between me and Pat. So I said, sure, why not? League admin was able to get it done, and now we have two cars in. Just, we're just racing for fun mostly, and it's really a shame that Obsidian and Teal got together early on in the race because we were really looking forward to a good fight with those guys. And it's just the brakes; it's endurance racing sometimes, right?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be the case between you two because I remember back in Spa where unfortunately you guys got hit by a GT3 at the end of the Kemmel Straight that put you out of contention because you were fighting quite hard with the Satellite Racing Teal team, and then Hockenheim you were battling quite hard there, and unfortunately they come a cropper to a GT3 car around turn number 1. So I was really hopeful that this race here, being that it's a Le Mans and it can be quite wide, is that we would see a really good battle between you and the Satellite Racing Teal team, but not come to fruition. But seems that your Bandit team there is trying to put yourselves under a little bit of pressure to start the race. You nose to tail. Did the gap? Oh, as we see here, Team FSR take the curb at the ISM a little bit too hard. Is that gap through obviously getting through the traffic of the GT3 cars? The gap that's now opened up between you two?
No, and at risk of, talking about the class of the teammates here, Mike and Pat are a couple of our strongest GTP drivers on our team. Pat's there's certain tracks that Pat just has, he holds world records, stuff like that at Le Mans and some of these major tracks, right? It's a little bit just a pace difference. Not taking anything away from Mike. It's literally Pat at this track. He's an animal. So he makes my job really easy. I'm a bit off pace, so from Boris and Mike. So you'll probably see that gap close up a little bit once I jump in the car here after Pat's stints are done. It's like I said, it's Pat's just hey, go in the car and just go, and he does. So.
He certainly does, and it's the what ifs. What would have happened if you had this sort of form that you've had in the last couple of rounds? If it happened at the start, but I suppose, like you said, that's racing. You do get caught up in incidents. And how have you found the series? Obviously, you've got the LMDH cars, and then you've got the GT3 cars, which are considerably slower. How have you found the series of being able to, one, manage the traffic out on the track, and two, manage the tracks that you've been given on this series? You get your staple tracks. I think round 1 was Daytona. We had a little bit of an unfortunate incident getting into with Satellite Blue getting into us. It was a racing incident, but at the time, iRacing it was like the paper Acura model, we called it. And if you breathed on the car wrong, you were getting massive damage. So that's really what put us in the rears in Daytona. And then
And then we had Hereth. Hereth was unbelievable. It's one of my personal favorites. When you put this many cars on that track in multi-class, it was, to say the least, hectic. And then unfortunately, that race we actually retired early in the esports car because we ended up getting into just an LMDH that that hit us, and car was 25 minutes for repairs, whatever. So we're just like, cool, we're parking it. I think if then obviously you mentioned what happened at Spa, getting involved, tangled up with the GT3. I think if we had some clean races, we'd be more in contention for the championship, against Teal and Blue and a couple of the, Penguin that's sitting up here in the leaderboards right now. But, we're just having a good time at this point. It's a lot of fun. It's a very, very well-run and organized league. Admins are outstanding, and I'm not just saying that because I'm paid to. I'm saying that because they listen to their drivers, and we've been around a lot of leagues, a lot of structures and stuff like that. And these guys really take what we and others, the input that we have to share when they're doing some of these fuel restrictions and some of these tire restrictions, stuff like that. And they really take it to heart. Instead of just kind of blowing us off and saying, well, we're going to do what we're going to do, like I've felt in some leagues. So, overall, I mean, it's excellent. It's awesome to compete here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it definitely is. I mean, how have you found the tracks? I mean, you mentioned Hereth there. It's very much, there's been a couple of tracks that seem to be like super hard. Hereth always comes to mind. Hockenheim was probably particularly bad coming into the stadium section for the LMDH. He's trying to get around there. That's where we really saw the gaps. But you guys managed to conquer sort of Hockenheim, where a lot of the others were maybe struggling a little bit. Did you have a particular tactic or that, or are you just putting it down to pure luck of hitting the GT3 cars at the right time?
Yeah, so I think that, so Hockenheim and Hereth really don't, it's really difficult to manage traffic. It's extremely difficult, especially where you catch them, Hereth, there's no good place to manage traffic, and then Hockenheim, only the front straight leading to the hairpin is the only good shot you got. I think probably because in the official schedule, I think last season, earlier on, Hockenheim was on the official schedule. I think at least for me, and I was in the car with Mike when we won that last race, it was, it just came down to reps. I had spammed a bunch of officials. I really like Hockenheim, so I'm pretty quick there, pretty pacey there. And I don't think we've had an IMSA in officials. We've had Hereth come up on the schedule, so that was just such a new animal. I love it. I think it's great. Have good technical tracks. This group overall, like the whole group of drivers up and down, also understand, like, yeah, there's going to be contact that happens. I got into a couple of cars at Hockenheim, a couple GT3 cars, and instead of them protesting immediately, there really wasn't any lasting effect, and just there was no damage on either car. So instead of immediately going to a protest, we just kind of sorted things out via DM, on the iRacing service. I think everybody's really understanding when you get a really tight track like that, where the multi-class is, it puts a ton of pressure on both classes. I think we're all pretty reasonable with each other. So that's another tip to, not just the league admin, but, the teams that are in this league.
Yeah, it definitely is. But no, thanks for joining us, Ryan. You have to come back when you get out the car after your first stint. Tell us how it's going. Hopefully, you're still at the front end and the sharp end of the grid. But Pat's doing a great job for you at the moment, currently leading the way on a track with Alcibion Racing Future in second place. And your Bandit team's currently in third. Lost a position in that round of pit stops, but seems to be going quite well for you. And looking at the point situation, you're not that far off the top end of the field. So having a good results here with maybe some of the other ones is not having the best results. We'll put it in good standing for the final round in Silverstone, which should be another good one for the LMDH car.
Yeah, and I know you have other people waiting in the waiting room here, but kind of to add to your point there about Silverstone and where our standings are, like we don't want Teal to hit the back of the grid again, like they did, this race, and then obviously last time at Hockenheim where they ended up wrecking out. We're not looking to go ahead to, we just want to race, and we want to race tight. So hopefully there's going to be fireworks between, us, both our cars, and Teal coming up in Silverstone, and we can, provide a real tight, front pack battle here for that final race. I think that all of our drivers, they want nothing more than that. So hopefully all 3 cars stay clean, and we can move forward and have a good show for you.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that round where it does, because once it does, it's going to be fireworks between you guys. Certainly if you have your bandit team in for the last round of the season as well. So looking forward to that. But please come back, Ryan, and see us how it was in your stint, how you found it out on track, and we'll see how you're getting on later on, mate.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Cheers, Ryan. Thanks for joining us. So there was Ryan O'Connor, currently the one of the drivers in the Precision Racing Esports team. Good to get an insight, Lee, there on the drivers. It looks like Pat is a real-life driver there, so it'll be interesting to get Pat in to just see the similarities with driving. I'm not sure what he drives in real life. Should have asked that question, really, shouldn't I?
Well, like you said, perhaps we can get that from him when he pops back in after doing his stint later on. But no, like I say, definitely interesting. And whilst we were listening to that, we saw basically all the GT3s come in for their first stop. So they made it to like the 52-minute mark, that sort of region. A couple of cars did continue on, so the top 3 currently in GT3 Pro that you can see on the standings, they are all yet to stop, and everybody else made their stop. Also, whilst we were watching that interview, the car on screen now, Team Brake Fade, received a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact, I believe it was, and so they should be serving that next time around, I would expect.
Yeah, it's quite hard for them because they're currently in 3rd place, so they will be losing quite a few positions overall when they come in to do that drive-through. But we do have another a driver or team manager in the wings. Let's get him in, Mr. Casey O'Brien. Casey, welcome to the booth, mate. Just tell us what team you drive for or spot for, and how it's going in your race.
So I am the owner of the Overtake team for all 6 of us. And I know there's a lot of teams out there for us. It's going good. Our GTP teams are kind of lacking a little bit, but the main thing is for us just to go out there and have fun, and have a good time and have time on track. Looks like our GT3 teams are absolutely killing it. So,
well, I mean, your GT3 Pro teams are killing it. I would like to find out what happened to your GT3 AM teams, your pink and your black team on that opening lap.
So they just had a little incident where they just come into the corner a little too quickly, and things happen, and they spun the car around. No contact, no damage or anything. They just got back on track and is now fighting to get back to where they want to be.
Definitely is. Currently Overtake Team Pink there in 4th place. And where's the black? Overtake Team Black, where are they at?
In pit lane, P2.
There they are.
So we have 3 teams in GT3 Pro of gray, black, and white, and then we have 1 team in AM, which is pink.
Yeah, so the Overtake Team Black, obviously great recovery there from that spin that we saw in the opening lap on the second Mulsanne. Literally just off the racing line. I thought maybe some other GT3 cars, but luckily it didn't have. Just tell us the makeup of your team, how you came about, how you found the series, and how you're finding it so far.
So the way I found it is another team owner contacted me to run this team, so I started running it for everyone. We just got a whole bunch of great guys together from our other team, which is Enduro Sport. They're like, just get together, have fun kind of team. And then all the fast guys wanted to, hey, let's make a bigger team. So all of us fast guys decided to get together and start racing. And we found CMS, and we've been here ever since.
How are you finding the series? Obviously, you have got like the 3 cars in there, and you have done extremely well. I'm just having a look at the championship. So at the moment, Overtake Team White currently standing 2nd. Overtake Team Blank is currently 3rd, with Team Grey in 4th in the pros. And then just looking at the AM, is currently Overtake Team Pink around about 7th place overall. So, overall it's been a good showing from the Overtake team throughout the season, isn't it?
Yeah, we've been doing really well. The series is fantastic. We love how many drivers are on the track. We love just how much skill is actually here. Compared to other leagues that we do, it's a lot more fun, and all the guys have been absolutely loving it. And I have nothing bad to say about this league. It's absolutely fantastic the way it's ran and everything.
Well, I mean, to have like multiple cars in each one of the classes obviously shows your dedication to the championship. I think is this your first championship in the CME community on this series? I think it is, isn't it? Because I've done a few of the others. I can't remember if you were on any of the others.
No, this is our first championship with these guys. We used to run the MTech series when they were running, but we decided to join CMS at the very beginning, and the guys don't want to go anywhere. They absolutely love it. So I think we're going to stick around for a while.
Well, it's always great seeing you on the track. I mean, I just want to talk about your LMDH. Obviously, we're seeing the fierce rivalry really in that LMDH field. How are your guys coping with that? Because looking at where your guys are currently are, sort of mid-pack, aren't they? Towards and then towards the tail end of the pack. Are they normal LMDH drivers, or have they just sort of stepped up and said, you know what, I'll have a go at trying the LMDH out?
So the red team, which I'm actually driving on the red team right now, just because we don't have enough drivers for the LMDH teams. So I'm just kind of filling in for them. And then Scout is a GTP driver, but he's, kind of like your weekend warrior. And then we have the other two guys, which Steven is not a GTP driver. He's one of our GT3 drivers. And then Jared is one of our other GTP drivers. So we're still getting the hang of this big animal driving around the track. Just have to give us a little bit. We'll get there.
I'm sure you will. But, I mean, what do you think of the obviously the new addition, the long-awaited rain? We're not going to probably see it in this series, but maybe out in next series. I mean, how are you and your team sort of either relishing or dreading the fact that next season we could be going around these races with rain on the track?
I think the GT3 guys, they'll be okay. Us GTP guys, we're absolutely terrified. We all are. We're dreading the rain right now, so we don't want it to rain ever. But if it rains, we'll be prepared for it.
Yeah, well, it can be known as a good equalizer, though, the rain, isn't it? So, depending on how good or how bad you are in it. But another bow that you've got to restring in getting your iRacing skill levels up with the rain. But I mean, it's going good. We're currently an hour into the race. I mean, what are your aspirations? Obviously looking at a good team scoring in the GT3s and probably just getting around in the LMDHs, isn't it?
Yeah, the LMDH is just be on track and have fun. That's all we are right now. The GT3 guys, they are hammered down and going for the win, all four of them. So I hope we get it.
Well, I mean, it's been great speaking to you, Casey. If you, please come back later on in the broadcast. We'll see how your teams are doing, see how they're faring. You can give us an update on how your teams are doing, both mentally and physically, because with the rigs today, they can be quite a lot of hard work, certainly on a 6-hour endurance race as well. So I'd imagine there's some sweaty seats by the end of it.
Absolutely, I will definitely come back, and at about 5 hours, I'll let you guys know how we're feeling.
Brilliant. Well, I'll still be here to entertain you anyway, Casey. Anyway, I'm staying here for full duration. Well,
awesome.
Congratulations, mate, and good luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully you get the results you want, mate.
Awesome. Thank you.
Cheers, Casey. There's Casey, the team manager of the Overtake team. They've got quite a few cars here, and it's always good, isn't it, Lee, when you get a series and you've got multiple cars from the same team coming in, and certainly getting the bug that Casey was saying that they're enjoying in the series. I mean, it is an extremely well-run series. Brilliant broadcasting by us, as always. But no, the series is run. David does an excellent job with his team. You've got like the live stewards. It's a really well-run series, and that only comes down to as well that the amount of cars. I mean, we started here with 48, still got 48 running around. The attrition rate in a series, you normally see a lot of cars dropping off towards the end, but somehow this series seems to manage to keep the cars, and they're all here week in, week out for every race.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it's great to hear all the words from both teams there, Precision Racing and from Overtake, as to how much they love this series. And so yeah, we have some kind of idea as to what's involved in running these sort of series with our different kind of bits and pieces that we have going on as well. And yeah, CMS certainly do a really thorough job on putting on a professional sort of feeling standard of league. So yeah, and then like I said, proves in the pudding the fact that the teams want to keep coming back, and they're all thinking about what they're going to be doing for the next series as well. And like I say, it's going to be interesting to see how CMS as a group decide to deal with kind of weather and things, because it's exactly as Casey alluded to there. It's pretty good in the GT3s, but yeah, it seems like it's a nightmare in the GTP. So I mean, hopefully by the time the next season rolls along, perhaps iRacing will have resolved the kind of the rain issue for LMDHs, and maybe it'll be a little bit more manageable. But we'll have to see. So no, like I say, it's a great series. Yeah, glad that we're covering this one, and then car in the wall, very very hard team brake fade. And yeah, that is a race-ending hit if there was not fast repairs available.
Well, it looks like their floor is well and truly gone now, beached on there, having to tow back. Not sure what happened there. I'm sure you'll be able to show us a replay, whether that was a bit of netcode. But
yeah, let's see it straight away, shall we? I think he just snapped. I think it just snapped on his own. But yeah, we'll see.
Let's have a look side by side. So that's Satellite Racing teal team behind there, just trying to recover from what's. Literally just lost it, didn't it? Just snapped out, and that would have been off-putting to the Satellite Racing teal team in front. Just seeing an LMDH spear off into the wall. So it goes from bad to worse for Team Brake Fade, who do have to do a drive-through penalty as well, as we see Antonio Rodriguez there with his VR on.
Our one provided webcam.
VR there. I don't know where you stand on VR. I've never actually tried it, but a lot of people say you can get like motion sickness in it. But I suppose it's space saving, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, so motion sickness is very much a personal thing. If you're someone who might get seasick fairly easy and that sort of stuff, then yeah, likely it's going to be a similar issue for you as well. But honestly, yeah, like if that's not a big deal for you, then it can be a lot of fun. I think the general consensus is that the guys at the top level, the esports guys, the pro guys, they basically don't touch it because it doesn't give you any performance benefits, but it gives you comfort negatives and like awareness in your physical rig negative, so you're not able to look at another timing screen or telemetry or whatever it might be. So for the top guys, it's pretty much a kind of a flat no for the vast majority. Not because there's anything wrong with it, but just because it doesn't add anything for them. If you are not operating at that, I am a pro esports guy, then in my opinion, not much beats the experience of, as we have a little move going on here for Satellite Racing Teal, not much beats the experience of a VR headset. It just a flat monitor just does not compare in any way, even if you've got triples or a super ultra wide, whatever it might be. VR is an awesome experience if that's what you want out of sim racing. If you want to have fun and feel like you're really in the thick of it, then I heartily recommend it. I was actually the first person in iRacing to use a VR headset in a World Championship event back in the day. So no, I certainly am a fan of VR, but yeah, it kind of depends what an individual person might want out of their sim racing experience.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly coming on these days. I remember the first lot of VRs. It was like Minecraft with the extent of the graphics that were coming through the screen, and you obviously needed to have a nuclear reactor PC to be able to make sure you didn't get too much buffering. But I think they're starting to get a lot better now, although the prices are still probably ridiculously high on some of them, not to mention some of the new ones that have come out. But yeah, they're certainly coming on. PCs are always advancing, I'm pretty sure, before it'd be like looking at a screen. But I think the thing for me is is I do like a decent graphics. I love having like a smooth graphic. So for me, it's probably mainly the screens that we use, and exactly like you say, you can't look at other things around you. So if you want to take a drink, you literally got to use the Force. So you've got to be a Jedi Master to know where all your cups are to be able to take a drink or whatever through a race. So I suppose it takes dedication to be that. But I suppose the news of the hour, I suppose, is the Precision Racing Bandits there, as we were talking about VR. They've actually got a drive-through penalty for an unavoided contact. So they're currently running around in second in the LMDH Pros. They have got a drive-through penalty, so they're going to lose that position. They'll probably still get out in fourth place, but that will promote Satellite Racing Blue Team to second place overall, and then give Precision Racing Esports an even more of a cushion to just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ensuing 5 hours worth of racing in there. But probably what they didn't want anyway. But a big gaggle of cars here, 3 wide, just trying to get past. I think that's one of the long haul racing teams there, that they're all trying to get past 3 wide, coming out of the Mulsanne corner, coming down here into Indianapolis. I mean, this is a great part of the circuit. Super, certainly side by side here where you're coming down, coming through turn number 20 down into Indianapolis. If you're side by side, there's a bit of contact there between the two of them, and trying to get the corners, the car hooked up around the corners coming down into Arnage. So these 4 drivers pretty much all over themselves at the moment. That's Pneumatic Motorsport Blue and TFFSR with SimHQ Motorsport Red and CFR Motorsports as well. So all the LMDH Pro team all pretty much battling out. You can see there they're about 1 minute and 3 seconds behind at the moment, so well off the pace for the top 3. But as a lot of them say, Lee, it's all about the enjoyment, and I think that's one of the big things that this league does get. Even though you may not be the fastest driver on track, there's always somebody on track that you can have battles with. You mentioned it earlier, like little pockets of battles starting to ensue, and you find people around you, and that almost makes a series, even if you're not the fastest, because not everybody can be the Michael Schumacher of the iRacing world or the Max Verstappens. So you've got to come into these races, and to get the enjoyment out of it, you need to be racing. I mean, we heard there with the Precision Racing Esports, they don't want people to crash out. They want to battle hard in a race, because I suppose there's nothing worse than driving around in first place. Yeah, you've got first place, but not really enjoying it or having a decent battle. Whereas the medium players or the medium drivers in the fields, as long as they've got people around them to battle, like we're seeing out on track at the moment, they're going to be thoroughly enjoying the race, and the time will fly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, that's what you want, right? You want to have fun. You want to be battling with other cars. Otherwise, you may as well just go and hot lap somewhere on your own around your favourite track. Otherwise, and yeah, today we've got plenty of battles all throughout the field. So no, it's good to see. So as you said, for sure, everyone should be having someone to battle at some point during a race. But yeah, that really kind of kicked off there for a moment in the LMDH Pros. I'm kind of not quite sure where that came from, but all of a sudden those 4 cars were all gaggled together. One's already dropped off the back now a little bit. SimHQ Motorsport Red have just dropped back by a couple of seconds or so. So that leaves 3 now remaining as they work their way down the second half of the Mulsanne Straight. And yeah, Pneumatic Motorsports Blue here, given a little bit of bump draft to Team FFSR. And yeah, we'll see how things shake out between the 3 of these cars as they work their way through the second half of the lap.
Yeah, it's the beauty of this track, though, isn't it? The slipstream is so strong on here, so you can have so much fun, and the chopping and changing of positions out on track. And these 3 seem to be having a right ball at the moment, with Team FFSR currently leading the way with Pneumatic Motorsport Blue, hotly in the contested, and CFR Motorsports just enjoying the view at the moment of these 2 battling and out in front. So lots of fun. Currently an hour and 12 into this race. I'm just looking at the YouTube chat, and Paul Darling, who is the Satellite Racing Teal driver, very quick as Paul, pretty much saying that Precision is too good with their Acura. They are extremely quick. I'm just looking at the best lap time at the moment. So it is Pat Pelchard with a 3:23.60. I'm just looking down the rest of them around about the 125 with 126. So you can sort of see the speed that Pat does have. But as Ryan said, Pat is an alien in this car on this track, so Ryan May is a little bit of a slower driver by his own admission, so we may see them times come in slightly down, but I'm pretty sure that Pat will give Ryan a really decent chat as we watch Precision Racing Bandits coming in for their drive-through penalty. Be a good indication of seeing how long this pit lane is when they traverse through it. So when he comes out, we'll give you the time for how much a drive-through penalty affects the drivers. Currently 25 seconds at the moment. So yeah, it's going to be around about 30 seconds, I think. Still going. Just that limiter, isn't it? It must seem like an eternity in one of these fast cars as these three are still battling. Just coming out there, so the total time is 35 seconds. So start to finish for a drive-through penalty is 35 seconds, and in a 3-minute 23, that's a decent chunk of time and a decent position on the track. So that's why they really don't want to be doing it. But these three at the moment are having fun. Team FSR still in the front. CFR Motors have overtaken Pneumatic Motorsport Blue to take that second place in this trio of LMDH cars. At the moment, but they seem to be having a lot of fun out on track. Just looking further down then, so LMDH, the SimHQ Motorsport Orange, at the moment heading out that team, they are 14 seconds ahead of the Accent Racing LMDH, and see they're 35 seconds behind them. It's Pneumatic Motorsports Purple, so that class has really been split open at the seams with SimHQ Motorsports really on track there. I'm just looking at their fastest lap time. 1:27.41, only just slightly quicker than the Accent Racing LMDH team in second place, but they're certainly the two class acts in that AM field at the moment. Over to the GT3 pole, it's looking a little bit tighter, 9.9 seconds the overtake. Team White currently leading the way in the Mercedes, as to be expected. That Mercedes extremely strong around here at Le Mans. You know, the straight grunt speed of that Mercedes certainly coming into its own on this track. 9.9 seconds ahead. I mean, you can see in the standings there, the top six, out of the top six, 5 of them are all Mercedes with the Ferrari in there. But obviously, Scott, your D's Porsche Rennfahrer Jug currently running around in 8th place at the moment. So still going on, and I believe you were right where you were saying that you know, the Ferrari and the Mercedes are very much harsh on the tyres, with the Porsche being a lot more kinder to the tyre wear on these GT3s. So I think it'll all balance itself out towards the end, but at the moment 50 seconds behind the leaders there in there. So only got an Audi to play with just up the road. You can just see them there. Looking at the GT3 AM then, so back pain and ice train still maintaining that 19 second gap over Lunatic Racing. Lunatic Racing, the start of this race, just went off like a rocket and was just climbing time lap after lap, and unfortunately had a spin, brought themselves back into the rest of the field, and unfortunately not been able to really eat into that back pain and ice trains lap overall. But it's a lot closer there. Second and third and fourth, only around about a second and a half difference between them two, so they're having a decent battle. But the battle that we were watching on track between the three LMDH cars was probably the tightest on track for the class racing. But yeah, it's like you were saying, Lee, is that a lot of the cars now are all spreading out. That you're getting into that phase now where you've had your mad hour, the opening hour, get in position. Now it's all about maintaining the speed, keeping the lap times constant, and trying to not get into any issues, because, you know, if you do, that's where you're going to really hurt your time coming into the last hour, 2 hours of this race. You want to set yourself up now for making the times as quick as you can, not losing too much time to everyone, and seeing what happens around you.
Yeah, like I say, it's and a lot of it is just pure concentration as well, right? So in an endurance race like this is going to be so easy. Just have that little momentary lapse and to cause yourself either a minor or a major issue. But yeah, after Precision Racing Bandits kind of major issue of getting a drive-through penalty, they're under a lot of pressure now from Penguin RC Simulation on screen. So it was from Quacker Racing, and so it was super close between the two of them a moment ago, but just then a little bit of separation because of some GT3 traffic. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether Quacker can get back onto the rear of Precision Racing Bandits, or if they're able to start building a little bit of a gap and try and get some pace back in that car. But yeah, really big change of them going from that very comfortable second position to being challenged now for P3, P4.
They're probably enjoying that. Probably relishing after speaking to Ryan, having cars around them to push them along, having a little bit of battle. I mean, this is the first race for the Precision Racing Bandit team, so they're not really in contention for that pro. They're out here to have a bit of fun, have a bit of tight racing. So having a car trying to chase them down is probably something that they want to. Whereas this may cause a little bit of a gap now, having the GT3 car in between the two of them. Coming out of the corner, a little bit of a gap appearing, but that's the thing, isn't it, with endurance multi-class racing, is understanding, you know, where you're going to hit these other cars, and it's almost the vital nature of having a spotter looking at the track map, seeing where the other cars are, saying if you hold off like a millisecond here, you're going to gain time here because you're going to pass that GT3 on the straight rather than getting him on one of the slow corners around this track. So, you know, having them spotters, and they're almost like the unsung heroes of the endurance world. You know, it's the drivers always get the accolade, they always get mentioned on the broadcasts and bits and pieces like that. And we've had a few come into the booth, the spotters, and you know, telling us what they actually do as part of the team. You know, keeping the drivers cool as well. You know, they have a moment on track, and the spotters are there to calm them down, speak to them, say you'll get it back here. You know, they're very much the unsung heroes of an endurance team, because it is a team event. You do have your drivers, but you've got so many other people behind the scenes that help them out, whether it's doing the liveries, whether it's being in car with them, telling how it is, and the strategists behind saying, like, we need to pit here, or we can push it if we go down a notch to get that extra lap out. So there's so much that goes into endurance racing. That's why I love it so much, is it's not one man, one car, you go off and win it. It's all about the team, and you're racing very much for the team as well.
Yeah, and I mean, and the other side to it in terms of kind of the dealing with traffic element, it's just kind of being patient, right? It's very likely it's always gonna ebb and flow. So you might go through a few laps or a half hour or an hour of feeling like the traffic's always against you and the competitor's always getting the rub of the green and always catching the traffic at the right moment. But it's going to, you know, it's going to come around back to you, and it's going to even out most likely over a 6-hour race like this. So it's just being patient, not starting to get, you know, a little bit desperate, making kind of lunges when you haven't really got a place to be doing it. And yeah, just kind of allowing the race to come to you a little bit if need be. But yeah, I mean, it's such a key aspect, isn't it, of this sort of multi-class endurance racing, of being able to deal with the traffic, and you know, it's kind of just, yeah, like I say, a key element of what these guys need to be able to deal with.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, that's another thing. The endurance, you don't have to do the yeets, you have to do in sprints, because it's all over in a flash and a bang, whereas this is more the long game, isn't it? It's, you know, making sure, exactly what I say, making sure that you're consistent. You know, I keep referring to the consistent word, but that is what endurance racing is all about, is being consistent. You can have a team of 2 or 3 drivers. If you're all very much on the same par, then, you know, you got the consistency of being able to put the same laps in. But, you know, if there's difference in standards between within the team, because you want to bring a driver on, or you're trying to get into a lower classified group or something, taking that. But that's where it's all about the slowest member of the team, and that's where the longevity game comes into it, because it'll all balance itself out. You know, if you got like Pat said, like Ryan said, Pat's like an extremely quick driver. We can see that out on track with the lap times he's putting in, but Ryan is not as quick. So yeah, he's getting a decent gap now, but that may come down when Ryan comes in. But then we don't know the Satellite Racing Blue team, the other driver who is in. I know we got Dave Williams in now, who's very quick, but they're normally around about the same drivers. We see Pat just coming in there. This may be a driver change. So this is scheduled second stop, so 42 minutes. So we should start seeing all of the LMDH Pro cars coming in for their second pit stops, bearing in mind that they have only got 6 sets of tyres that they can use throughout the entirety of this race, including the set they started off, so they can only have 5 changes. So somebody's going to have to do double stints within there, as we see Satellite Racing Blue team. David Williams, second place, coming in for their pit stop as well. So it'll probably be open up the floodgates now, and we'll see more coming in. But Precision Racing Bandits there in third place at the moment, had a drive-through penalty, has brought them back into the clutches of the Quicker Racing Pro team there in fourth place, who are hot on their heels to be able to do it, as well as the Penguin RC Simulation Magma, Blake Reynolds, coming in fifth place. So apart from the top 2 being out, this third, fourth and fifth battle looks like it's going to be an entertaining one.
Yeah, I say we could see that absolutely just coming into pit lane, couldn't we? That we're all coming in one after the other. So no, I say hopefully that will continue on through the next stints as well. Yeah, so off go then Precision Racing Esports, and yeah, Ryan has now indeed got into the car, just as you said. So yeah, he needs to get up to speed and just find that rhythm, kind of as quickly as he can, right? Like he needs to pace himself slightly, but it's no good if it takes him 4 or 5 more laps to get up to the pace that he knows he can do. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that develops. So we'll keep an eye on the gaps as we go through. Just as we saw first time around, Pneumatic Motorsports Blue have gone an extra lap, Obsidian Racing Future have gone an extra lap as well, and then kind of everyone else at the top half of the GT3 of the LMDH Pros have all pitted as expected on the same lap. And LMDH AMs are now starting to come in as well as they reach the pit lane.
Yeah, as Paul Darling takes over the control there of the Satellite Racing Blue car. It currently in net second place once we've got everybody through the pit stops, but Pneumatic Motorsport Blue and Obsidian Racing Future a bit out of sync, managing to get that extra lap. Are they going to have the extra 2 laps in place, which will become so vital, I think, coming towards the end of the race, not having to do that splash or dash, or taking that little bit less fuel than they have to the other drivers around them, because I think every second counts once you're in that pit stop window, and taking that little bit less, you can gain so much time when it comes to the round of pit stops. So it's going to be interesting to see. But the Olympus Esports Titan team, I did see in practice, we got our very own Luz Aurora, one of the producers here at Apex, hopefully getting into the seat soon. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on in that Olympus, currently running around in P17th in class at the moment. But yeah, we got back in Michael Diaz is I don't think he has changed, has he? I think it was Michael beforehand. He's currently there.
Yeah, I think there's their second driver change. So yeah, a different driver was in a moment ago. Sorry, I've forgotten what your name was. And but yeah, Michael started, I'm pretty sure, and now he's come back in. So yeah, kind of interestingly, they've made a change each time, I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
so that's so. I mean, there's Satellite Racing Teal. I was literally just about to say they've had a great recovery, and I can't be blamed for that. It's not commentators' cars, because I hadn't actually said it. I thought it, so I'm probably partial to it. But Max Muir at the seat there currently was in 6th place. I mean, it just shows the speed of this team, the Satellite Racing team, that they were dead last. They've got themselves up to 6th. Well, let's have a look, see what happened. Just coming in a bit too hot and just lost the back end.
Just a bit of a pendulum effect, wasn't there? He kind of, I feel like he clambered over the curb a little bit too much on the inside of the first one, and just kind of hooked across a bit too sharp, and yeah, the rear came around as that pendulum, and that was it. So yeah, unfortunate for him.
Yeah, it certainly is, but certainly got himself back up there into 6th place, so on a great recovery drive from all the earlier escapades at the start of this race. Not really where we wanted to see him, and the Precision Racing Esports guys didn't want to see him there as well. We were hoping for the classic, El Clasico we'll call it, between them two. They've been sort of teetering on showing what could be throughout the rounds of the season, but each one of them have come a cropper in one of the races. Unfortunately, it was a satellite racing teal team. So maybe out in Silverstone next time we can sort of see it as we see Obsidian race a future. Only managing to do that one extra lap above the rest of the field. So didn't manage to save that second lap of fuel, so is in the pits, and we have Precision Racing Esports taking up their usual mantis with just pneumatic Motorsport Blue, currently in 2nd place. They still owe us a pit stop as well, and then we'll have the Satellite Racing Blue team there in 3rd place, 34 seconds behind, so a sizable lead that Ryan O'Connor has stepped into that car to try and maintain as much as he can, but they sort of know that as soon as Pat gets back in there with the speed that he's got in there, which I'm pretty sure he will be going back in there, will be there. But looking further back at the GT3 we have SimHQ Motorsport White team here, driven by Maurice, having a really good battle with the Team Bear Pope Zero side by side, coming out of the Mulsanne corner. So it's literally a drag race now coming down towards Indianapolis. You just, in fact, no, it's coming through the Porsche curves, isn't it? Yeah, that was on ours that they came through there. So excuse me, but a little bit, but it just shows the grunt of that Mercedes, isn't it? They were literally, whoa, what happened there? Literally had to slam his anchors on to meet the corner, which enabled the Ferrari to sort of shoot on past the Can-Am Racing guys. SimHQ Motorsport White team. Yeah, that was a bit unorthodox. Probably cut off the corner a little bit too much, did the Bear Pub Zero team there, but good battle between these two.
Yeah, that was a strange one, wasn't it? Like I say, just such a huge difference in corner speed somehow. So yeah, they kind of separated out pretty quick as well. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on whether that battle kind of ebbs and flows over the next few minutes or not. Yeah, just looking at pit stops. So yeah, so not only are Pneumatic Motorsport Blue currently 2 laps now, kind of ahead of everyone else with their pit strategy, but also SimQ Motorsport Orange are in the lead of LMDH AM as well, so they've also gone 2 laps extra already just on between these two stints so far. So presumably they'll both be in at the end of this lap as well. But yeah, SimHQ Motorsport Orange in LMDM currently 3rd overall. So yeah, that's going to drop down as they take their pit stop, but still they're punching well above their weight at the minute.
Well, it is, isn't it? I mean, saving 2 extra fuel laps around here it is a feat in itself, and it's the long game, isn't it? You're sacrificing a little bit of top end speed to save yourself and get that. You're certainly having 2. If they can do that every single pit stop, being able to get gain an extra lap, by the end of this race they'll do 1 pit stop less than any other team, which, as we know, it's 34 seconds to transitions just through, and then it's looking at the pit stop. I'm just looking at the average time of a pit stop is around about 50 seconds. So, you know, you can gain positions by being slower, but being more conservative on the fuel to gain back laps every pit stop. So, you know, it's every 40 minutes these LMDH cars are coming in for a pit stop. You know, over 6 hours, you could possibly save yourself the best part of a pit stop, which is 50 seconds. So
yeah,
you can leapfrog a few cars.
50 seconds stationary, but more like a minute and a half, minute 20 or so kind of total time loss. But you're right, still it can still make a big difference for the guys. If nothing else, they could just have a splash and dash, and it can jump them way forward. So no, we'll definitely see whether they can, how much they can continue to save through the rest of the event.
Certainly is, but getting into sort of the steady stage, an hour and a half into this 6-hour race, so still a while to go to the midpoint of this race, but we will be having the So it's 50. It was about 51 minutes, wasn't it? So around about another 20 minutes, we'll be having the GT3s in for their second round of pit stop. How's the track map looking, Lee? Do we have a lot more space in, or is it still? Still
pretty much. Yeah,
in
Mulsanne is pretty empty, but no, you're right. Considering the size of the track, it's pretty well spread at the minute, and so no, it's a bit of space out there for most cars.
Definitely is, and the LMDHs will be relishing in that. Certainly with some of the races, if you've been with us all season, like Jerez was, as Ryan said, it was a bit. It was a bit tasty, that track, you know, not really one suited to the LMDH, but gave different sort of challenges, and I think that's what drivers want. They relish the new challenges that different series give them, and having them sort of track. I'm pretty sure last season I think they unintentionally did the same again, where they had a track that was fast and expansive like Spa, and then chose a track in between that was a bit more technical, that made it a bit more challenging for sort of the faster cars. But not only the faster cars, the slower cars. There's a little bit of a bump there between the Sim Motorsport Orange and the Bear Pulp Zero team, but looks like they came off the worst in that one, as we got a bit of side-by-side action here. The LMDHs with the GT3 car in between, coming around Tetra Rouge.
Oh, that was ambitious.
That was going to happen, wasn't it? Yeah, it certainly was. 104. Justin Lomelli, he was always going to skip out wide going that corner in the Tetra Rouge, and it looks like he's the one that's come off the worst. Our currently second place car in that LMDH Pro standing, but that was probably a little bit too ambitious, Ellie.
Yeah, like I say, first, I thought the main problem was going to come from the first two cars, and you know, which of those two LMDHs were going to get blocked by the GT3 and then kind of lose out in their battle. But yeah, I think I've forgotten already the team name for that. 100 Force, sorry. I think 100 Force car. Yeah, just trying to make the most of the situation, right, and trying to gain an advantage of those cars ahead, and a bit like we were talking about earlier. Unfortunately, just needed to have been a little bit more patient and bided his time and let it come back to him. But yeah, fortunately, no big impact or anything. So hopefully we'll be able to pick himself back up again.
Yeah, it definitely is. You could see exactly what he was trying to do, because if he got caught behind that GT3, he would have lost a load of time. So just trying his luck, I suppose, to get past the GT3 to not lose too much time. But that's, again, it's all about traffic management, isn't it? Realising that, okay, I might lose a second or two, but I'm not going to have a crash or anything like that. So it's where we're at. But look, currently looking at the overtake Team White. We spoke to KC earlier on, the team manager there. He must be loving the fact that his team is currently 18 seconds to the good in that GT3 classification over the Bear Pulp Endurance team, and then another 10 seconds back to the Bear Pulp Workers Union. So a great day in the office at the moment for the overtake team White. Where's the overtake team Black? They're not on the top 8 at the moment. Overtake team Grey there in 5th place. Just looking further back, where are they? Overtake Team Black. Oh, they're currently in 46th place, 13 positions down from where they started. So they're literally right at the back.
They are not on track.
They have.
So yeah, they're done, I think.
They're done. So they must have had an incident earlier on that put them out. They were running second. Yeah, it's Team White second, Black second,
and in fact, let's have a look. I've got an event for them, so we'll see what that incident was. This looks like it's going to be contact with the LMDH, possibly. Nope, before he got there.
Yeah. That unfortunately takes them out of the way. It's so hard, isn't it? Once you're doing that and coming around.
So I mean, it wasn't a race-ending event, but yeah, at the minute it seems like they've decided that perhaps they're done for the day. But we'll see if the timing tower picks them up again a bit later on. But no, it doesn't at the minute. Connection issues for Quacka Racing Pro. They have disappeared as well. So hopefully they will reconnect momentarily and iRacing doesn't kick them. But yeah, that's tricky because they were 5th overall, 5th in LMDH Pro. Yeah, I still don't see
we don't have
them.
mechanical, do we? We don't have mechanical failures. We just have hardware
Yeah,
failures.
no, exactly. But no, unfortunately, they've still not reappeared. So that is not great for Kawaka. Yeah, I think hopefully they can get reconnected and they'll find themselves back in pit lane most likely.
As we join back with the satellite racing team, Max Muir on, we saw him have a little bit of an incident down in 15th position at the moment, just trying to fight the way back up to claw back some of the points and mitigate the loss that will probably ensue side by side coming down into the first Motorsports straight. Managing to get ahead of the two that are trying. A bit of a flash in the light. I think he probably let him pass, to be honest. But Max is like a man on a mission. You can see there his best lap time, a 3:24.424 as a team, and his last lap was a 3:26, so only around about 2 seconds off their fastest lap. But I think they've got to put caution to the wind now. Have the satellite racing teal team currently down in 14th place overall, 13th now because obviously Quicker Racing Pro is unfortunately DC'd. Are going to be losing points to the front as we see a GT3. I think that was a long haul racing team there, stationary after the second Mulsanne straight. So I'm not sure what happened there. That was Mark Johnson. They have gone back to the pits.
Yeah, they've had Mark Johnson's had a couple of little incidents, I think. Okay, so maybe he was about to have a crash as he come out of pit lane. I think let's see. Oh, just continued going slowly. Okay, so my event picked it up as a crash because he was travelling so slowly coming out of pit lane. But then I think he's going to have another issue, and then that's what perhaps you saw is just going slowly already. I think so. Yeah, issues for Longhorn, and like I said, yeah, parked up as you said.
Must be hardware issues. So that's two teams that have had hardware issue. Long haul racing of our very own Dave Anderson. He's in long haul 2, isn't he? So he's still going. But looking at the GT3 Amzen, back pain eye strain, extending that gap further out. They are currently 23 seconds ahead of the Lunatic Racing, the early leaders. They were actually second overall in the GT3 class, so lost a little bit of speed from where they first started. But we're currently watching Penguin RC Simulation GT3 getting a little bit of a tension there from I'm not sure who that is behind them. That looks like a Lunatic Racing, that is. So that's why it's not showing on the time and tower in the pro. So that's a Lunatic Racing trying to track down the Penguin RC Simulation GT team, just trying to catch on and get that slipstream effect to try and recoup some of that time between the back pain and eye strain team, who are 23 seconds up the road from the car that we're currently watching behind. This is the Penguin RC Simulation running around in 6th place at the moment, 1.4 minutes behind the leader, the Overtake team, white team there. I mean, it's all sort of spreading out a little bit now, Lee, isn't it? I mean, people are getting into the middle part of the phase, the static phase of the race, just trying to keep the lap times up. And I think a lot of it's going to be down to sort of pit stop strategies now, isn't it, to gain the big chunks of time within this GT3 field. But currently watching these guys, Lunatic Racing there, as we were saying, in second place in AM, just trying to get some of that deficit out to the back pain and eye strain BMW team. So it's good to see that in the AM field there is a mixture of cars there in the top 8. So we can see 4 Ferraris, 2 Mercedes, 1 BMW and 1 Audi overall, whereas the top of the GT3 Pro is pretty much dominated by the Mercedes at the moment, with the one addition of the Ferrari in 3rd place from the Bear Pope Workers Union overall. Sim Republic here under a little bit of pressure from Dog Bear Bark, who is driven by Ray Partridge. As they come down the Mulsanne straight, great to see him side by side down the Mulsanne straight. Just see how equally matched really they are as well, these LMDH cars. One is obviously the Acura, the other one is the Porsche, managing to get through Sim Republic. So the Porsche getting one up in the AM Interesting to see, though, isn't it? The LMDH cars, you know, like we were saying earlier on, that a lot of the AMs favouring the Porsche in that LMDH over. If you look at the pros, it's sort of dominated by the Acura and the Cadillac overall. But we do have a few more Cadillacs start to approach up on that LMDH. I'm currently watching one now, the Accent Racing LMDH team, 29 seconds behind the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team. So they are still a sizable gap in that LMDH AM field overall. No real battles there. You can see 29 seconds and then further about 12 seconds behind the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple. So pretty much spread out in that LMDH field overall. Over the Take Team Red that we were talking about earlier with KC, the guys very much trying to learn the tricks of the trade in these LMDH cars. I probably imagine, I remember I was driven the LMP1s after driving the LMP2s for a bit. I drove around here in a series. Extremely hard car to master. I believe that these cars are a lot easier to handle than the old LMP1s of the good old days that have now gone into the relic part of iRacing with these LMDHs, sort of hybrid technologies taking over.
Yeah, it was definitely good to see that the top class in IMSA style and Le Mans style competitions have been so much more popular over the last I was going to say 6 months, but more like a year at least, I guess now on iRacing. As you said, unfortunately, the old LMP1s were pretty much dead on arrival, as much as they were kind of a bit of an interesting novelty with all the hybrid systems and stuff. So no, on iRacing, I think such as case in point with this series, it's good to see that the cars are popular, and hopefully they'll keep tweaking them and improving them. And I mean, the main thing that needs to be improved is the default kind of balance of performance on iRacing, and just getting that leveled out a little bit more. But no, it's good to see that these are fun cars, and that the LMP2 isn't the only good prototype anymore.
Yeah, definitely is. I think one of the other good things that they've incorporated in the iRacing is the splitting of classes, like for single-seaters and like road cars on iRacing, because before it was literally any road car, your iRacing was your iRacing in whatever you drive, whether you were GT3. So I suppose what that does do is when you come into league racing and in bits and pieces, you want to try a new car out and you're not very good at it. At least your iRacing will now sort of more reflect the car that you're driving, rather than the fact that you've done, got 6 to 6K iRating, but you've done it all in a GT3. You try and step into a single seater, you're not going to be a 6K iRating in a single seater. Yeah, you'll have the basic skills, but it's a completely different car. So I like the way that iRacing have split up them sort of classes in sort of like the road races as well. So it promotes more of the iRacing's true to the cars that you normally drive.
3 wide here for LMDH's 6th, 7th and 8th at the minute. 7th, 8th and 9th even, but they just about sorted themselves out by the time we switched back to them. So super close between these 3 cars after nearly 2 hours of driving and 30 laps around Le Mans. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on how this progresses. So 10-2 Delta Simtech, Obsidian Racing Future and Pneumatic Motorsports Blue all battling it out, and such a different run there, I think, just presumably from the GT3 car, and we head into the pits as Tonoto.
And we do have another interview standing by. We've got Mr. Dave Williams, the owner of the series. Dave, welcome to the box. Obviously, saw you in the car. How was it for you, mate?
Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for having me. I think the race is going pretty good for us, about as best as we could hope. Got Paul in the car now. He's typically faster than I am, so hopefully he'll gain us a little gap, or at least maintain us. We got a little lucky with the one Acura team getting a penalty, so that bumped us up to P2. But it's going to be hard to stay ahead of them, and I don't think there's any chance of catching the other ones. So we're hoping we can stay on the podium. Yeah,
they are certainly super quick, aren't they, the precision racing sports. But, I mean, you guys in the Satellite Racing Blue team are certainly no slouches, though, are you?
Oh no, but not by any means. Paul and I would say, or humbly say, we're pretty good drivers. But you take the fastest car and then you put good drivers in the fastest cars, it makes a hard handicap. I would say that Pat is probably on par with Max or close to it. And Max and he are definitely better drivers than the rest of us in the other two cars. So. I think it's just, you really can't keep up with somebody when they got a faster car and you're fairly equal drivers,
Yeah. So for the people that are not used to these LMDH cars, what's the main difference between the different LMDH cars?
Well, the Acura is really pointy, so it turns really well. So you've got to be able to really know how to handle an oversteery car. But on the flip side of that, it'll go through the corners a lot faster. And the way that the balance of power currently is in iRacing, they can run max wing around here. So if you were to look at their speed differentials, especially in like the Porsche curbs, they're about 10 or so kilometers an hour faster than us in the Porsche curves because they're able to run max wing. So they essentially got max downforce, and at the same time, they're able to be just slightly below us on top end. And we're running, we're trimmed out, trying to get everything we can. And then the Cadillac and the Porsche, they drive quite similar. They're, I guess, nose lazy, so you really got to make sure you don't underdrive or don't overdrive them because they will not respond. They'll lock up the fronts a lot easier, and then you'll just find yourself waiting on the car to catch back up. So it's a lot easier to, in my opinion anyway, to overdrive these in an understeer condition, whereas the Acura is a lot easier to overdrive in a oversteer condition. But they're definitely two different cars to drive for sure. And I can't really comment on the BMW. I've never driven it, so don't have any comments on that one.
That was a great insight there. But David, it's one of the things that I'm not sure of these cars. I've never really driven them, so a great insight there. One's oversteery and crazy, and one's understeery and it's probably more manageable. Because we were looking at that, and we were discussing with somebody last week out. Because if you look at the AM, the majority of the AMs are taking the Porsche over the Cadillac, and certainly I don't even think there is an Acura in the. Oh yeah, there is one. It's running around in 6th place in the AM field, but yeah, it's great. I mean, just looking back at your series there, I mean, it's sort of a mixed bag. You've been there or thereabouts every single round, but you're always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah, for sure. It's next to impossible to keep up with Max. Like when Max is starting in that teal car, it's a wrap as far as I'm concerned. Like either one of us gonna keep up with Max. So then we're battling for second, and then I'm not sure if Pat's been in the car before in the Acura, or if he's just really good here at Le Mans or what. But man, is he hauling the mail. And then
I think he is.
Yeah, it may be his first time in, but man, he is fast too. So I would expect if he and Max were on this track at the same time, they would probably be neck and neck with each other. So yeah, I mean, it's been a good season overall. Like we've managed to get the results we needed to still be in second in points, even though we are tied. But at the same time, we've really beat ourselves up along the way. We've had a lot of early incidents almost in every race where we've had to battle back to, claw and scrape and get what we've got. And then we've had some races that have just been absolutely horrid with penalties and drive-throughs and getting, the iRacing black flag for exceeding penalties. We've had some really terrible races. So I'm actually say we're quite fortunate to even be in the talk for a P2 in the series right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, the one you're fighting more is 100 Force, who are not having the best of races here at Le Mans. We saw him earlier on getting into a slightly little incident and running towards the back end there in 14th in the pro field. So, I mean, you are neck and neck with 100 Force at the moment. I mean, I suppose the unlucky thing, I suppose, Precision Racing Esports and the Precision Racing Bandits, who are the new team in for here, they've had pretty much a disastrous start to the season, although extremely strong at the moment. So I suppose your battle more is with 100 Force, and then obviously your sister team, Satellite Racing Teal. They're not having the best of rounds to you today, and certainly didn't have the best of rounds out in Hockenheim, but still heading out the field, isn't it?
Yeah, it's I would say this race, as it currently sits, there's a lot of racing left to go, but it's definitely playing out in our favor. 100 Force, no, we shouldn't any bad luck on them by any means, but they've had a bad race, and if it continues to stay that way, that's going to, open up the gap for us on them. And, with our sister car, I don't know where they are right now, but, they've obviously had bad luck, so that's going to help us close the gap. And who knows, it might become interesting in the last round if things play out as they are now.
Yeah, they're currently running around in 12th team, have been plagued with a lot of issues. We've been seeing that. We were hopefully looking forward to, like you were saying, an epic battle between Max and Pat in the Precision Racing Esports and the Satellite Racing Teal team. But again, we seem to get thwarted at every single round. That either one of the teams have a little bit of an incident. But on a positive note, you say Pat's really good, but Ryan's in the car, and he admitted he's not sort of the quickest driver on there. I mean, he's currently running around in like 3:29s. You guys are running around in 3:26s. So the gap is starting to come down now. It's down 26 seconds, where it was close to 40 seconds when you had to change your drivers in there. So, Pat's an extremely quick driver, but Ryan is probably more on the rest of the field sort of level driver. But you're closely catching him back in, and it could be still race on for the win here today, couldn't it, though?
It could get interesting, but I think honestly, Pat will get back in the car when needed, and I think Ryan, if he's lost that much gap, he's not that slow of a driver, so he must have been having a lot of traffic issues, or maybe he's just getting settled in and hitting a couple of slowdowns or something, but he's not that much off of us. I would say I, and Paul and stuff, we're probably right there together as far as driver skills. So I wouldn't expect him to be that slow. So there's something going on right now. I would expect him to even that out. And as far as what you were saying earlier with Max and Pat, I was kind of looking forward to that too. But unfortunately, I don't know if you guys are aware, Max got a migraine this morning, and he's trying to battle through that. And it was best that Jesse start the car off, because Max his head was killing him. He wasn't able to really get started,
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I just hope that when we get to Silverstone, that these two can have a real good battle between themselves, because I think everybody wants to see it. Because whenever we've seen the start of the race, it's always been them two that have got out over the rest of the field at the end of the H's, and it's always sort of been cut short. But nothing to say about yourself, mate. I'm looking at your results here, and you've been there or thereabouts, sort of like third, fourth, fifth on occasions, but you've consistently been there, being in to second place. I suppose you want to be in a championship, though, that really tries you, and that have teams around you that you can battle quite hard with, because I suppose that makes it a more enjoyable win or position at the end of the season, knowing that you've had to really work for it. Because I suppose if you're a team that constantly wins all the time, you sort of lose your edge. So I suppose looking on the bright side, Dave, is at least you've got challenges around you that really pushes you on.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. You never get better if you're the best one around, right? So
exactly. Many places.
Yeah. So to have people that are faster than us in the race and in the classes and everything, it really helps you realize, hey, there's more to be got. And to have faster guys on your team, they can really able to help you recognize where some of those gains and losses can come from. So it's really beneficial to have faster guys around you. I want to mention one thing. We've talked about Pat and Ryan up front and us, but let's not forget about this third place car with Michael. He's quite quick, and he's closed down the gap about 4 seconds as we've been sitting here talking. So they're coming. Yeah. They're fast. They're fast too in that Acura. I would expect them to be right on our door here not too soon. You know, so.
I'm not going to put you off or anything, but they have had a drive-through penalty as well, which put them down into third place, as you probably well know.
Oh yeah, I'm aware.
But one thing I would say is that, you know, because you've been in the series for quite a few seasons now, and I remember because I've commentated on pretty much them all at the moment, you know, is that I believe that you've drawn people in to this series, the faster drivers in the series. So, you know, one of the accolades I think you could take away with is you've been a staple and a stalwart for this series, the CME Endurance Series, and it's pulled now in the faster drivers. So they saw that you were pretty much having it all your own way in certainly in season 1. Obviously, I think you took a gap in season 2. But you know, the rest of these drivers, like the Precision Racing now, Penguin RC Simulation, Magma, 100 Force, they're now starting to catch up with you, which makes the LMDH Pro a really close and competitive class within there. So certainly I think if anything, mate, that you've brought in a lot more what's the word, a lot more entertainment value in that Pro-Am field, so there's not one team that's got its own way.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, we've tried to, you know, in the background obviously try to bring in some teammates that are faster, and then, you know, they know friends, so people know people, and next thing you know, you got a lot faster people showing up. So it's really good to see. It's a lot better for the racing. It's a lot better for the series. It's a lot better for the broadcast. I mean, it helps out everything. I mean, it's nice to win every time, but it's boring to be 40 seconds ahead of the next car. So it's been a lot better now. Even though we're not winning every race like we were in the first couple of seasons, it's still a much better race and more enjoyable now than it was before.
Exactly. You need to tell the people in the Satellite Racing Teal team, because they were winning by 40 seconds before Precision Racing pulled their fingers out.
Man, that's the Max effect. I'm gonna call that the Max effect, because that dude is just insanely fast, man. Every time I think I'm gaining a little bit in practice, next thing I know, I look up and Max is 6/10 faster. I'm like, oh, wow, okay.
Oh, no. Well, it's great to have you in the booth, Dave, and you know, come back and join us later on in the race, see how it gets on, and but I think you're going to be having a really good battle with the Precision Racing Bandits team, and you never know, you may find yourself latching onto the back of the Precision Racing Esports, so it might be a Precision Racing and Satellite Racing sandwich in the coming hour. But come back and let us know how it gets on, mate.
All right, man. I'll try to drop by after my next stints, and hopefully it's a good stint, and I'm in a good mood still.
We'll be looking out for you, David. Thank you for joining us, mate.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Cheers, mate. There's David Williams there. Obviously, he's done his stint in the Satellite Racing Blue team. They're set up quite well, Lee, aren't they? 23 seconds, that's coming down. They've gained on there, but they have got the Precision Racing Bandits behind them that I'm pretty sure will be pushing them on as well once they get onto the back. So they're closing them down in that Acura. But interesting to see the differences in the LMDH's cars, and that was a great insight that one's over steery, one's under steery, and each driver is different with a car preference.
Yeah, no, like I say, it's great to get the inside track on all of this stuff, isn't it? And exactly as David identified, yeah, Precision Racing Bandits are on the pace at the minute. You can see the graphic how they've halved the gap between themselves and P2 over the last sort of 5 laps or so. So yeah, we'll see how that continues to develop. SimHQ Motorsport Red into pit lane. So they're going to get a top up and be on their way again, coming out towards the bottom half of the LMDH Pro grid. Kind of mostly fairly quiet now, really, throughout the field. We've got sort of 2 little battles going on that during that interview kind of perhaps been seeing me sort of jumping back and forth between a little bit. We've got the one here between 100 Force and Ascent Racing LMDH. And currently 100 Force kind of all over the back of them, and then we've also got towards sort of the mid of the GT3 AMs. We've also got Bear Pope Zero here with SimHQ Motorsports White just in front also. So yeah, a couple of little pairings working away, and we're going to be settling in for a little bit. Right, it's going to be a little while now until our next sequence of pit stops for either class.
Yeah, definitely is. And these two have been sort of joined at the hip for probably best part of an hour now, jostling for positions, and just shows the difference of the doing. Let's have a stay on board here with Ian Hennessy, the Bear Pop Zero, just to see the power of this Mercedes coming down the Mulsanne Straight, or not Mulsanne Straight, coming down the straight into Indianapolis here. I mean, you just see the power. I mean, yeah, you had a little bit of slipstream to start off with, but that Ferrari has sort of come on leaps and bounds as well. The new Ferrari that's out on iRacing tries to look on the inside track, but you know, the Ferrari will have the advantage around this part of the circuit, being able to turn into corners a lot better than the Mercedes out on there. But yeah, it just shows the pure grunt and the straight line speed of the Mercedes that it hasn't lost a lot of it. Oh, as you see the Ferrari there behind, getting a little bit twitchy there coming out of Arnage. As some LMDH cars come flying past, but it's just the power of that Mercedes grunt, really, and it's certainly prevailing in the GT3 Pro category, whereas looking more on the AM, it's very much a mixed bag, and I think that's what it is, isn't it? The Mercedes can be a bit of a handful when it comes to the tight turns, and it's more the pro drivers that take the more riskier cars to get the lower downforce and lower wings on the cars, whereas the AMs, you know, we like to choose our more stable cars that have a bit of an all-rounder, whereas, like I'd say, the BMW and the Audi, I would say, is very much all the all-rounders. And there's our very own Lewis Aurora jumping into the Olympus Esports Titan team, running around in P16th at the moment, one lap down from the rest, so we'll keep an eye on him. Secretly rooting for him to get the fastest lap, but I don't think that might come off. Only time will tell. As we look at the overtake Team Grey there in 4th place, having a good battle with the Bear Pope Workers Union Ferrari in front. And then we've got the Delta Syntec that's 2 seconds behind this. It's kind of just going around in the background. So, KC will be happy. First and fourth in the GT3 Pro, and P2 in that GT3 AM, and that's pretty much 4 seconds ahead of the Lunatic Racing, who seems to be dropping a little bit more off the pace afterwards. I'm just seeing who's in that car now. Colin McKenzie in that Lunatic Racing car, currently in 3rd place, about 4 seconds behind the Overtake Team Pink, so a little bit off the pace is the Lunatic Racing after their lightning start that they had at the beginning of this race. They were at one point second GT3 car overall in the field, so even though at the start of the races there's a gap of between 2 and 4 seconds, not only did he overcome that, he basically overtook the majority of the GT3 Pro field and was second overall. But I suppose one of the good things, Lee, is we're not seeing many penalties given out, so everyone's calmed down a little bit now and just getting down to racing.
No, that's a very good point. Yeah, we've not seen a message fly up for a little while now, have we? So no, like I say, it seems like that initial rush, if you like, has settled down for now for sure. And like I said, it was pretty good in that first hour or whatever. Anyway, we only had a handful of little investigations and a couple of penalties dished out, so not too bad at all. We've got 3 GT3s we can see that have just come together now in the last sort of couple of minutes or so. So Penguin RC, who we're riding on board with, then D's Porsche just behind, and Overtake Team Pink. 2 different classes, but running on track together. So Overtake are in the AM GT3 category, and the other 2 in the Pro. Leader of LMDH, look, is in pit lane. So that is Ryan O'Connor coming in for his fuel. Yeah, I thought we had a little while left to yet until the next fuels, but clearly that was a dirty lie. And here comes Satellite Racing Blue as well.
Exactly. So a good chunk of the leader, Precision Racing Esports, taken out. Ryan are probably feeling a little bit of the pressure. With Paul Darlin in that car, just pretty much halving the advantage that they had, but pretty much they got that banker in there of Pat, like David Williams was saying. It's he's just insane in that car, so the gap probably will come down, but as soon as Pat gets in there, it'll probably go back out again. So it's again, it's always down to your you know, the weakest driver in your team, as long as they pull out the bag and keep the maintaining the stable part of a race, is that's where you can get your faster driver in to get your lead out again if need be. But currently watching 100 Force here, current second place or joint second in the championship. So Satellite Racing Blue will be eagerly watching the progression of the 100 Force to ensure that they can maximise the points and solidify that second place in the LMDH Pro category overall. I mean, you got just looking at the fourth place team, the Penguin RC Simulation Magma, who are currently in fourth place. They are only 2 points behind the Satellite Racing Team Blue and the Pneumatics Motorsports Blue, who are currently second place, but they're bit out of sequence with the extra laps that they've got. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see at the end of the race. One, when Pneumatic Motorsport Blue will come out, because they're gaining lap after each stint. So is that going to really pay off for them towards the end? And then can 100 Force gain a few more positions to mitigate the loss that they're going to be moving down the sequencing? So it's going to be interesting. Currently 2 hours into this race, another 4 hours left of racing to go, and then we've got the added bit of coming into sort of the dusk / nighttime by the end of this race. So side by side action here into the second Mulsanne chicane here between the two different classes here. Actually, the Overtake Team Pink and I think that's a Diesraga Porsche there, pro category, just fighting it out, having a good battle between themselves. Is the second team, the Overtake Team Pink there. Look, I mean, look at the difference in speed between the two cars. I mean, Scott was mentioning it earlier on in the YouTube chat, is that unfortunately I think the Porsche's been handed a real handicap around here in the fact that they got to have the higher ring for the rear engine cars. But you can sort of see the power of that Mercedes there, just easily breezing past after what is a relatively short sprint from the second Mulsanne straight down to the Mulsanne corner. Easily was able to make a passing move on the pro driver.
Yeah, neither of them wanted to give it up through the chicane section, did they? You know, both pushing hard and yeah, the Porsche running a little bit wide as they were trying to get it completed, but no, nothing happening this time. And as you said, kind of interesting. You know, they're same category of car, but how much do you really want to fight someone in a different driver class? Let's have a little look. So I mean, yeah. So these Porsche are a little way off the back of the next GT3 AM, but of course they're only in second. Sorry, a little way off the back of the next Pro. And then, yeah, as I said, the Overtake Pink team are, yeah, a little way off of the GT3 AM, sort of 30 seconds back or so. So different situations as we cut to an LMDH car putting it in the wall. Let's have a quick skim back and find who that was, if we can. That one, I think, probably. Yeah, that one there. So Overtake Team Blue, that, yeah, took an impact there into the wall, looked pretty hard. What driver is that? Steven. Let's have a look and see what happened to him.
Have a look here. It's obviously the Porsche curves probably getting mixed up with some. It just went slightly wide into the entry into the Porsche curves and lost his front, gained his front.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit off his normal line, right? Trying to deal with a GT3 and just either it was a bit dirtier than he expected, or just kind of misjudged his sort of brake point, and yeah, that was it. Just run clean that road.
Yeah, definitely is. And that was a part of this track that was always going to be the issue for the LMDHs, is that Porsche curves. It does narrow up a bit, and the difference between the GT3 and the LMDHs around that section of the track, that's where I thought we would see a lot more incidents than we actually have done. So a lot of the drivers giving each other a lot of room. And talking about drivers, we've got Vincent March, who's joining us in the commentary booth. Vincent, welcome to the booth, mate. Back pain and eye strain. You're having a very uneventful race so far, but leading the way in the GT3 AMs. How's it going, mate?
Yeah, I mean, right now, uneventful's good. No news is good news, I think is the saying there. it looks uneventful on paper, but we have had a couple moments where it was not great. Zach informed me that our first encounter with the DHs through the Porsche curves got caught on the broadcast, and that was a wild one because at least what we're used to, the sort of the Michelin wall there is sort of a no-go zone in terms of passing, just because you're carrying so much speed and the track narrows out. And I had gone to turn in for the first left and spotted in my mirror that a DH was just about to go up my inside, and I had to bail out of the corner right as I'd already turned in.
I mean, we would talk about your team every week being the ones that are, you know, even by your own admissions, you're not the fastest out on track, but you're so metronomic about how you do your lap times and pretty much there. I mean, this one, you've really come on just looking at your results. So, you know, Daytona, not the best result, 17 points there. And then something switched within the team, and then you got a 28th, so a fourth place. Then you won out in Spa, which was a quite excellent race. And I remember interviewing you guys at the end of it, and yeah, you were over the moon. And then obviously you got the third place in the last round in Hockenheim, and now you've got a pretty commanding lead, 30 seconds, and it seems to be going one way, which is up. You know, what are you putting down the tactics of this race to, and how are you approaching the rest of the 4 hours you've still got left to race?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the not great race at Daytona, and then something after Daytona just clicked, and it was Zach and I have talked about it. It's sort of we reminisce on it now, because we were starting almost towards the back half of the previous season. We just sort of been in a slump, and it got even worse as the early months of 2024 rolled around, and you're running Daytona a lot, and we just couldn't get anything clicking at Daytona. And then we finally put together, like, Jerez. We were just like, hey, this was a good race. We were finally able to look at a race and say, hey, we did well. And then Spa came around, and I think that's just why we were so giddy, because right after Spa, we both were just like, hey, we're back. We finally something's working, and we've been just trying to carry that momentum. Right after Spa was iRacing's Bathurst 24, and we ended up winning our split in that. And right now in the race, I told Zach, I was just like, hey, just go out there and have fun, and just all we need to really do right now is just hold position and not do anything too crazy, because it was wild. We sort of went into this race and we didn't know what was going to happen, because we switched our setup yesterday for something that we added some aero to it and found that we were doing a lot better with that. And it seems like it was a good choice. So we're just riding along and running our own race, and we'll see what happens towards the final hour of the race. But right now, there's not any pressing concerns for us.
No, I mean, 30 seconds to the good, and it only seems to be going up. Like I was saying, it was around about 16 seconds. But let's take it back to the start of the race. And obviously, Lunatic Racing seemed to have nitrous oxide in their car, and they just shot away from the rest of the field. I mean, what did you think at that stage, thinking, how is he so quick? Or were you even noticing how far ahead he was at that early stage?
Yeah, I know. I was a little bit. I knew I underperformed in qualifying, and I wasn't super happy with that, and I knew I had my work cut out for me, because our biggest concern, sort of the 2 minutes before that we got rolling off the grid, was hey, we have, I think it was like 5 or 6 cars between us and them, so we're gonna have to try and find a way to plug our way through the field. And we had a lot of OVRTK cars, or Overtake. I don't know which they prefer, but we had a lot of them between Lunatic and us, and we kind of early in the stint, we were just like, we're just gonna have to try and tag along on the back of this pro car pack and hope that Lunatic starts dropping through the field, because OVRTK, I think if we had to make some passes, it might have been possible, but it wouldn't have been easy, and it wouldn't have been smart, less than an hour into the race. And then all I know is I was coming up the hill, coming through the S's before Tête Rouge, and I just saw the Lunatic car sideways on the inside of the track, and Zach pointed out, I was like, hey, Zach, that's Lunatic, right? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess the entire picture changes at that point, right? Because suddenly you go from having 5 cars between you and the car you got to catch to now you're the leader.
Exactly. The pressure changes, isn't it? You're not the chaser, you're the chased. On track. I mean, I'm just looking at the points here. I mean, you started off this race 8 points behind Lunatic Racing and 5 points behind CMS.com Racing Endurance. They're currently running around in 3rd and 4th. I mean, that is really going to put the cat amongst the pigeons. If it finishes the way that it currently is now, I mean, there is a long way to go in the race. But if it did, it's going to mean it's a 3-horse race going into the final round in Silverstone, and it's going to be winner sort of takes all, isn't it, in that AM? I mean, that's got to be exciting compared to where you were sort of like after Daytona.
Yeah, it's amazing after where we were from Daytona, because I know prior to Daytona we were just sort of like, hey, we know we have pace, let's just do what we do and see what we're coming towards in the back half of the season. And then Daytona hit, and I looked at it and I was like, we pretty much need to podium out the season to even have a shot. And I mean, that's optimism talking when you say that, 2 weeks prior, like before we even get to round 2, right? And then we get past Spa, and it's like, all right, we're doing really well. And then we have a decent result at Hockenheim, which we were hoping for, but I don't know how much in terms of expectations we held for Hockenheim. And then we get to Le Mans, where we know the BMW is strong at Le Mans, and we know that we're strong at Le Mans. And we're looking at the standings, and it's just like, this entire season is going to be blown up right before Silverstone. Like, Silverstone is almost going to be just a straight fight at the sharp end of the Amfield.
100%, and that's what all the neutral viewers really want is not somebody who's already won it and it's just like a parade that, but it's going to be really close, and it's amazing what one result does to a team when it comes to, like you were mentioning at the start, 2023, you just had a torrid time, you couldn't get it hooked, you knew you were faster, you're probably getting more and more angry with yourself, making silly little mistakes that you wouldn't normally, and then you had a Jerez where you thought, I've got, this is what we can do, and then, like you say, it switches, and then since then, you've just gone from leaps and bounds, because I remember you last season in the CMS, you were nowhere really. You were sort of towards the middle, back end of the field, not really getting any results.
We poked our head out in a couple of races. Like, we poked our head out at Le Mans and a couple other races, but in terms of like consistency over the season, it just wasn't there.
No, exactly, and it's great. You get that. Winning produces the positive vibes, and you go on to win more. So I mean, it's great for you to see, and as a neutral looking at this, I hope the result stays as it is to make that Silverstone a grandstand finish for the Pro-Am of who's going to take it at the end, who's got the big balls to grab it and basically take it to the end and win it. But I've always been sort of in the background rooting for you guys, because I've seen where you've come, where you've gone. I always thought you were of the older generation, that's why I was rooting for you, but obviously you burst that bubble. But it's good. I'm still going to keep that. I'm still going to keep that on there anyway. And there goes the old boys winning it for the old ones, even though they're the young. But never mind. But I mean, it's good.
Silverstone. Silverstone, I mean, for us personally, I'm hoping that, we just run away from the pack and it's whatever. But there's a little bit in me who's, just the racing fan in me that's just like, I hope that Silverstone is one of those races where we have, 2 or 3 of us contending for first the entire race, because the standings have been super fun to watch. But it does seem like, every race somebody ends up getting out in front and controlling the race, and the mid pack is an absolute ball to watch. But the first place, second place sort of positions in AM ends up being dictated really early in the race, and then they control it from there. I'm kind of hoping that the racing fan in me is hoping that Silverstone ends up being a 2 or a 3-way fight for the majority of the race.
Yeah, I think it will be. I mean, you guys have been sort of locked in a battle, certainly for the last four rounds anyway. So it's going to be interesting to find out. But please come back and join us, Vincent, mate, after you've had your next stint or towards the end of the race, and we'll see if you're still in the same position as you currently are, mate.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you get a couple more guests to help you ride out the next 3.5 hours, and I hope you enjoy watching the racing for the next 3.5 hours.
I'm thoroughly enjoying watching it. I love endurance series, but it's always good to speak to the drivers to get a different perspective. So you're more than welcome to come back in whenever you want, Vincent.
Alrighty, thank you. Have a great rest of the race.
And you. Cheers, mate. There was Vincent Mars there of the Back Pain and Ice Training team, and I did see it there looking. There's obviously something that's happened to Precision Racing Bandits. Did they DC there?
Yeah, unfortunately so. So it was Diaz, right? I think the driver that was in there before, he just disappeared. So yeah, disconnected from session, and we can see that they've had a change of driver to rescue it. So they kind of towed back in inverted commas, and change of driver to get them back out, and looks like they've rejoined in 9th position for a minute. We'll see if timing updates to anything different once it figures out exactly what's going on, but yeah, currently they're listed in 9th. So yeah, after that progress and them catching back up to the front, they kind of drop straight back down again, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think Satellite Racing Blue will be relieved, obviously, because they can look forward now rather than back. Obviously, they were getting breathed down quite heavily with that Precision Racing Bandit team. It's a bit unfortunate that, isn't it? You know, where hardware issues, but you get them. You just got to deal with them, get back out. I mean, the guys are not racing for a championship or anything like that. They come out to have a bit of fun, but there's nothing worse than that happening and, you know, sort of almost like ruining your day, but you just got to get back into it. They've certainly got the pace to be able to get themselves back up, but whether they can get them back up to the front is the time they got. You know, they picked the right race to have the hardware issue. They've still got 3.5 hours left of this race to go, so still plenty of time to do, and they certainly showed their pace, but unfortunately Diaz, who was extremely quick, was the one that had to
more unfortunate, he just crashed. Boris Engel just had an instance, so let's have a look what happened. But yeah, that's them really done and dusted now, unfortunately. So he's obviously kind of jumped in, last minute, not prepared, not anticipating being in the car at this time, of course, and okay, didn't crash, parked it. So some other issue of some description. So yeah, at least it wasn't an incident, a driving incident or anything for him. But yeah, I think that's them parked up and presumably out of the race.
Yeah, it's highly unfortunate considering they showed great promise at the start, but that seems to be a thing from Precision Racing or Satellite Racing team, that they've got great promise, but unfortunately something happens that takes them slightly out of the race. So that's an unfortunate loss to that LMDH battle overall. We're just having a look at Penguin RC Simulation Carbon. We're running around in 10th, just past the Rensfelger Jug Porsche car there, who are running around in 7th place, so they've gained a position overall, but I think it's a hard day at the office for any sort of Porsche driver here today in one of the cars, because it's seems extremely underpowered compared to the rest of the GT3 on the long straights. But, you know, it makes a grandstand finish again for the pros, as the Renfrew Jug team are out in front. The Overtake Team White currently leading the way there, so if that stays as it is, they will extend their lead into the final round, which won't be ideal after the great start. But I suppose that's what you're looking at. The Porsche around like Daytona and Jerez would be extremely good. Hockenheim, it did well. It's just this track is not really suited to the Porsche, unfortunately.
No, absolutely. Like I say, kind of swings and roundabouts as you go through a season, right? So yeah, just unlucky for them that they're going to have a bit of a struggle here at this track.
Yeah, they certainly are. As we're watching the Penguin RC Simulation Carbon team having a bit of a battle here with the Satellite Racing Teal team in 11th place, trying to get a recovery drive back in. They did quite well, but then I had another spin, but they got Jesse Lyon at the helm of that Satellite Racing team, as we heard there. Max, unfortunately, is got a bit of a migraine, so hopefully he feels better and gets back. Yeah, I'm sure he will be back as a vengeance, but they do hold a commanding lead in that pro. It just makes it a lot more interesting when it comes to Silverstone, but it makes it more interesting rather than having a team winning all the time. So it's for the neutral, it's a benefit for the thingy, but obviously for the Satellite Racing Teal team, it's not been the best 2 races, this one and Hockenheim, where unfortunately they crashed out at turn number 1. But still a long way to go in this, and every position made by the Satellite Racing Teal team is less deviation or less points lost in the overall championship, so still a lot to play for within here. Looking further down there, so you got SimHQ Motorsport Orange in the LMDH Amcon, still got a 28-second lead over the Ascent Racing team there overall, so they're doing still managing to maintain that gap. Overtake Team White, Bear Pope Enduro starting to eat slightly into that lead that they've got, and then we've just talked to the Backpain and Ice Drain team, who are currently 27 seconds ahead of the Overtake Team Pink. But we're looking back here at the Overtake Team Grey and the Bear Pope Workers Union. Side by side action here coming down into the Mulsanne corner. Overtake Team Grey in that Mercedes with that raw grunt, managing to get the whole spot, as it were, managing to keep that 3rd place overall, but they've got a real battle on with that Bear Pope Workers Union car. I mean, you can even see with the slipstream effect that Ferrari has, it's just maintaining that gap, so it just shows how powerful that Mercedes is here at Le Mans overall.
Yeah, like I say, these 2 cars just continuing to battle on and on for lap after lap. So let's go looking for another battle for a little bit. Well, there's only really one other minute which we were watching, which was obviously Satellite Racing Teal with Penguin. So yeah, Teal ending up in front for the moment, and all Penguin getting well and truly stuck behind the GT3 coming out of the corner there. So that was unfortunate. Them lost a bit of time. At the top of LMDH Pro, yeah, Ryan O'Connor looking pretty comfortable still. 8-second gap to Satellite Racing Blue. How has that changed over the last little while? Might have if I press the right button. Let's try that one instead. That gap is coming down, look. So yeah, from 17 seconds to 9 seconds over the last 5 laps. So Satellite Racing Blue on the charge and trying to put the pressure on Precision Racing.
Yeah, it's about a 2-second a lap difference between Ryan O'Connor and Paul Darling at the moment. So those 2 teams will be coming together. So we may have ended up seeing a race between the Precision Racing Esports and the Satellite Racing, albeit blue instead of teal. But we are 2.5 hours in, 43 laps completed of this iconic racetrack. The probably one of the home of the endurance standings. It's always one that you think of straight away when it's a 24-hour endurance race. But at the moment, 7.7 seconds to Precision Racing. Satellite Racing Blue is eating into that lead. Like I said, an average of around about between 1 and 2 seconds per lap. You can see sort of. It's starting to go a little bit darker on screen. The sun is starting to set. It's not as sunny as it was earlier on, so we'll be probably transitioning, certainly within the next hour, over to the sunset coming into getting a little bit darker, and that will promote and look at different issues when it comes to different driving techniques. And as I was saying earlier, this track is not the most lit, but luckily the headlights of the cars are quite bright, so they'll be able to see it. And like I said earlier, in real life they actually do counting. I'm pretty sure I might ask the next person that comes in the box to see how they do it at night, or I'm pretty sure they don't do any counting, but we'll sort of see how they get on. The 10-2 Delta Simtex team there in P14th. 3 minutes and 5 seconds behind the leader, so probably close to, not far away from getting lapped. These front runners are real seriously putting the pace down. I'm just looking at lap times, sort of 3:26 is sort of average for the front end of the field, down to 3:30, 3:31 for the tail end of the race. In the LMD Pro, so a big difference in time between the front of the Pro field and the back of the Pro field, and I suppose you find that anyway, Lee, don't you, with the differences in the tracks. You know, people have preferences that are better at one track than the other, but then all of a sudden, just sort of it all comes together at the end anyway. So not every driver can be good at every track.
No, and I mean Le Mans itself is pretty unique, right? So. Yeah, like I say, if you are going to have a track that kind of suits you or doesn't suit you, yeah, it's not unlikely for Le Mans to be, you know, on that list and to either, you know, suit you down to ground or really be a bugbear for you, you know. Let's sit on board for a moment with Overtake Team White Lead GT3 Pro. And we're just gonna listen to them do a little bit of time, and we'll be back on voice comms in just a second.
2 hours and 35 minutes into this 6-hour endurance event here at Le Mans for the Championship Motorsport iRacing Team Endurance Series. Lap 45, we have had a lot of action in the opening 2 hours and 35 minutes of this race. Lots of changes at the front end of the lead. Some of the big names have fallen by the wayside and unfortunately are on recovery drives throughout the fields. One staple in there, Overtake Team White have had a good start to their race in the pro field. They're sort of been out front of the front end of the field. We've had back pain and eye strain team as well. They've been out front for a long portion of this race in the GT3 AM. Currently lost around about 5 seconds of their lead to the Overtake Team Pink. So Overtake Team Pink is on a charge at the moment in that, but it's still a long way to go as we see one of the Overtake LMDH cars going a little bit wide there into the Mulsanne corner. Overall, but some entertaining race. We are here till the end to bring you the live stream commentators. Obviously a big shout out to the people who are watching in the YouTube channels, both on Apex Racing TV and CMS YouTube channel. If you've got any questions, you want any shout outs, please obviously just put them in the chats and we'll endeavour to either answer your questions or just show you your favourite driver to see how they're getting on in the race as well. So just jot it into the YouTube chat and we will endeavour to meet your requests if we can. But overall, we are just about to change over. I think Lee is going to have a well-deserved rest and just do the productions in the background, and we're going to have a brand new commentator here to Apex Racing TV join us, Matthew Dubbins, for his first one, so please be kind to him. I'm sure you will, our wonderful viewers on there overall. But yeah, it's interesting. We're currently watching Josh Stoltz of Ascent Racing, who's currently second in that LMD. Pretty much a lonely second place for him. He's been there for quite a while, pretty much around about 20 to 30 seconds constantly behind the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team, and then he's got a decent advantage over the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team. So pretty much a boring race, I would say, for the Ascent Racing LMDH team there in class, but I'm pretty sure has been fully entertained by trying to overtake the GT3 roadblocked cars that are currently running around there in the track overall. But still plenty of racing to be going at here on Apex Racing TV of this 6-hour endurance race. This is the penultimate round. We do have live from the studio the race from Silverstone at the end of the month coming up, and I think a lot of them are going to be decided overall. Certainly this GT3 AM, if it stays in the same position we have, we see the leader there coming in, back pain and eye strain. The GT3 cars coming in for their third pit stop in this race overall. But the back pain and eye strain team that we've just had a chat with, they are enjoying the fact that they've had a resurgence, and it's amazing what that one decent result does to the rest of your season when it comes to iRacing or any sort of sports. You just get that buzz, you get that belief back in the team, and then the results start coming in, and sometimes that's all it takes to have that switch moment within a series.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how sensitive to that sort of stuff, people are, isn't it? Not even at hobbyist sort of level like we're all here doing today, doing sort of some fun sim racing, but even at top level pro, sports of any description, whether it's motorsport or anything else. Look at someone like poor Daniel Ricciardo at the minute, right? He should be one of the top drivers out there, but if your head doesn't believe that you can do it, you can't do it, and it's tough to get out of that cycle. So no, it's really interesting how sensitive to that sort of stuff we are. We just saw a few GT3s coming into the pits, as you were telling us, Andy, and Overtake Pink coming out at the minute, and then D's Porsche and CMS going to be coming out shortly as well. So yeah, Overtake Pink currently third in GT3 AM as they come out.
Yeah, maybe that Lunatic Racing are just trying a different tactic here, because you can see there that they've managed to go an extra lap than the rest of the field here. So maybe looking more at the long game rather than just pure out sprinting out on track, because you'll find that some of the cars just don't worry about the tactics, and it'll lie where it lies, whereas other teams will be looking into it a bit more and saying, well, if we can save a lap of fuel here, that means that we don't have to take an extra 5 litres or whatever it takes to get around this track, so that means we're going to be in the pit. There's all these different permutations that start coming in at this sort of stage in the race, because this is where you start looking at it. You're getting towards the halfway point, so you're on the stretch into home, and therefore you need to start looking a bit more at pit stop strategies. How long is it going to be? Am I going to have to do a splash and dash? Can I just split the pit stops up into smaller chunks and take less fuel on each one of them? And so this is where you get into the crux of the endurance racing. Yeah,
no, not wrong at all. Like I say, it's good stuff. That gap is still coming down a little bit in LMDH Pro between Precision Racing Esports and Satellite Racing Blue. Those two are looking pretty comfortable though, compared to the rest of their field, with Penguin in third, another sort of 25 seconds back or so, 30 seconds off the lead. LMDH AM, SimHQ Motorsport Orange, again, looking pretty comfortable really as well, aren't they, in the lead? They've got nearly a 30-second gap there as well. Similar story in GT3 Pro as well, 45 seconds between the two overtake teams here. We had the team owner in earlier on telling us how happy he was with the guys, and yeah, absolutely, that's definitely the case at the minute. They're looking very, very dominant there at the top of pros, but it's looking a little bit closer at the top of GT3 AMs. Less than, well, depending on which second I finish my sentence, less than 10 seconds, there you go, ahead of Backpain and Ice-Train, who we obviously saw in the pitch a moment ago. So yeah, like I say, you've got reasonable gaps between the front couple of cars in most of those classes, but there's still lots of battling to do elsewhere through the field.
Yeah, so it certainly is. And it's like you say, it comes down to a lot of it now is the pit stop strategies. You've got Lunatic Racing there, have managed to eke out an extra lap over the rest of the GT3 field. So we'll probably either see them coming in this time round or possibly next time, depending on how much fuel saving they've been doing. And it's one of the tactics within endurance, and you never really know where a car is, because there could be a car that we've not even talked about that's somewhere sat in like 5th or 6th place that have been biding their time, and then all of a sudden right at the end they pop up into the top 3, and we think, where have they come from? And it's all about the different tactics of, you know, fuel saving, making sure that you take your tyres, because we said before, these GT3 cars, they've only got 3 sets of tyres, including the tyres that they started on, so they can only change their tyres twice in the 6 hours that they're racing. So, you know, tyre wear and management of the tyres is going to be sort of super important when it comes to the end of the race. So, you know, we're mentioning about all the ones that are at the top end and where they're fighting at the moment, but there could be a dark horse in somewhere in this pack that's further down that could sort of shoot up the standings. Maybe not to the top 3, but certainly move up the standings, just based purely on the way that they've gone about their tactics in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, one of those that we've talked about during the night a little bit. I mean, I'm not quite sure if it's going to play out significantly enough for them, but Pneumatic Motorsports Blue are one of those LMDH pro drivers who have been extending their stints compared to everyone else. They're kind of 3 laps ahead of everyone else now in pit stop cycle. So yeah, that's going to come back to them a little bit later in the race. And yeah, like I say, it'll be interesting to see, you know, does that, you know, how much of an effect is that really going to have? I mean, they have got 10 seconds to the car in front, then another 25 to the car in front of them, then another 30 seconds beyond that. So, like, yeah, there's a lot of time there to be made up if they want to get any further positions. But yeah, like I say, it may well help them chip into that, if nothing else. But at the minute, they're still in this battle with SimHQ Motorsport Red.
Yeah, certainly are. I mean, when you take into account a pit stop in the LMDH is around about 1 minute 30. You know, and they're currently 1:41. If they can save a pit stop, considering they've been, like you say, eking out a lap every single stint, if they can not have to do a pit stop at the end where everyone else has to, that's pretty much put them 10 seconds behind the leader. And they're currently in 7th place at the moment. It's a long shot, but it is. If they're saving a lap every single, they're going to be, you know, certainly coming in for their final stint. And only doing a splash and dash where everyone else will be doing a full fuel stop. So, you know, they'll easily gain at least 30 seconds plus by doing the tactic that they're doing. Knowing full well that they're probably not the quickest team out there, so they're trying a different tactic. And that's the beauty of endurance racing. It's not always about just raw speed. It's about how you manage what you've been given as a car and the speed that you can do it. So if you know you're not in the top half of the grid from speed, let's try another tactic of trying to save as much fuel as we can, save ourselves a pit stop, and therefore gives us a fighting chance for more points where in normal circumstances around this track we probably wouldn't get them. So, you know, I've got to applaud people who decide to try something completely different than the usual full throttle and see how we get on, and thinking outside the box and gaining a lot more points through that way.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to keep a bit of interest for us as well. But no, like I said, not not going to find out for a little while quite how that is going to play out for him. We've got a couple of more cars in pit lane. So Overtake White just coming out now from second position in GT3 Pro, and they're looking like they should be holding on to that position pretty comfortably for the moment. Louis Araya is also in pit lane at the minute for Olympus Esports Titan, and yeah, out he goes, still in 15th position at the minute in class. We've not really seen much of CRF Motorsports, I don't think, so far, but they've got a little bit of pressure now from Penguin RC Simulation behind. What sort of who's closing or who's pulling away? Well, last time by CRF were like a second or so quicker, so maybe that gap is going to keep extending now. But yeah, they're having a pretty good run up inside the top 10. And they're about to make another spot on SimHQ Motorsport Red, who are just entered the pit lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, one of the good things, we've got the CRF Motorsports team, they're new to the series. You've got Precision Racing Bandits that were doing extremely well overall, and then you're gaining. I mean, we already start pretty much each one of these races with around about 48 cars, and it just grows. And as the community grows, the series grow, and you're probably looking at pushing the cars to the maximum that you can have in iRacing sort of on the track. And you know, it's great to see a series like this, which is I think it's in its third season now.
Sorry to interrupt, Andy. 0.7 all of a sudden between P1 and P2, so slow. Well, I was going to say a slow lap from Precision Racing Esports, but looking at the timing, more of a super quick lap maybe from Satellite Racing Blue last time around. So yeah, they were 5 seconds back momentarily ago. And yeah, all of a sudden we've got a battle for the lead, sorry. Yeah,
there might have been an issue because it was a 3:27 lap. But yeah, a super quick lap there from Paul Darling, a 3:24. And now he's well and truly in the crosshairs. So we'll re-energise Paul Darling to try and make the passing opportunity over Ryan O'Connor there in the Precision Racing Esports. I mean, it is. I'm trying to think. It's probably going to be a change of drivers here as well. So that's not going to be good news for the Satellite Racing Blue team if that is the case. But 30 seconds has been eroded to 0.1 of a second between them two. You can see how close they are coming in. So they'll pretty much be coming out side by side. It's going to be interesting to see who comes into the cars in both of the cars. To be able to see for the next day. I think this is the fourth time that the cars have been in. So both, as you can see there, all getting their tyre change. And we'll see now to see if any of the drivers do change. And yes, they do. Pat gets into the Precision Racing Esports car, and David Williams gets into the Satellite Racing Blue team. So it's going to be all about trying to limit the lead that Pat can get over David in the stints that they're in the cars, to be able to see if the opportunity to pass later on in this race. But that is a super quick move there from Ray Kingsbury in the Penguin RC Simulation there, just ducking down in between. I think that was one of the back markers, I believe it was. But looking back in the pits, who's going to come out and first? They're probably going to come out exactly the same time, probably brimming the cars. They both put brand new tyres on there. Ooh. There we go. And Sally jumps back in the car side by side coming out of the pit lane. And David Williams gets the jump there on Pat Pouchard in the Precision Racing Esports.
Oh, and then goes a little bit wide though through the Dunlop chicane. And is he going to lose it straight away? He did all that work, not just on the in-lap, but in pit lane as well. And then, yeah, unfortunately made a slight mistake at the first corner and has given that spot back up again. So, we'll see now if David can hold on to the back of Pat's coattails. We saw how quick Pat was earlier on, but yeah, that was maybe a little bit of an opportunity miss for Satellite Racing Blue. But you know, again, long way to go, and these huge straights to enable some drafting and keep on top of each other.
I think it was inevitable anyway that I mean, obviously David came in and said how fast Pat was. So it's more about damage limitation this stint for David, to be able to see how close he can keep it within there. They've already shown that they can erode in 2 stints a 40-second lead that Pat had accumulated in the first stint that he was in the car. So as long as they keep it within that sort of range, they know they've got a fighting chance to be able to give a bit of a challenge to Precision Racing Esports towards the end of this race. So it's going to be interesting between the 2.7 of a second. He just needs to try and keep it within that slipstream for as long as physically possible. But when you've got the likes of Pat, who is super quick, I think his best time is the 3:23.23. If he starts putting in a couple of them laps, I think any normal human being wouldn't be able to match that speed when it comes to the race. But yeah, race on really in the LMDH Pro between the top 2 at the moment. This really pays out for the Satellite Racing Blue team, who are currently second in the championship at the moment to the sister team, Satellite Racing Teal. Precision Racing Esports certainly have come on strong in the last 2 rounds, but well out of the championship. But if they manage to get some decent points, they could be trying to track down 3rd place overall in the championship. But it's a story of what could have been if Precision Racing Esports had that decent opening start to this season overall. But it's been great to watch them, you know, come on from leaps and bounds, and then all of a sudden just be right at the front end, cutting edge of these races. We just need to see the Satellite Racing Teal team to have a decent start, to have the battle we all want to see between the Precision Racing Esports team. It seems to be Pat and Max are the 2 that we really want to see in the cars, and see how they both get on.
Yeah, absolutely. No, so we've got a lot of time to find out. Right, so yeah, pleased to welcome Matthew into the broadcast then to join Andy on commentary. I know, Matthew, that you've been keeping a bit of an eye on the broadcast at times already. How have you? What have you think of the race that you've seen so far?
Yeah, it's been an enjoyable race so far. It's great to see some different strategies playing out, and yeah, an interesting battle at the front of LMDH Pro, especially in the GT Pro and the GT3 Am as well. It's been an interesting battle of strategy, I'd say, at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, excellent. I'm going to slink back into the background, which is my customary positioning, and I will leave yourself and Andy to the rest of the broadcast.
Thank you very much.
Well, welcome, Matthew, to the booth. Obviously, nearly into the halfway point, so only half of the race to go. Obviously, you've been watching in the wings. I've seen you've been writing in the YouTube chat, and yeah, good to have you on board and join us in for what should be an exciting last 3 hours of this race.
Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to be here, Andy. Thank you very much for having me. It's been an interesting fight at the moment. Like we say, strategy has been the key so far, I think, in this race. But at the halfway mark, this is where we're really going to see strategies play out, and who can do what with, as you've just mentioned moments ago, the tyres, obviously limited tyre changes, and the fuel strategy, who can try and eke them extra laps of fuel out of their car at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, that's the beauty, and that's why I love your commentating on the endurance series, is that you never know what the mindset of a team is until after that final stint, and you know where the teams are. You know, I was saying before to Lee that you know, if you know you're not a fast team, or you're not pushing the top of the timing tower, you've got to do something different to try and give you an opportunity to score some valuable points in what is the team endurance series. So, you know, it's great to see the different strategies. We're already seeing it out on track that cars are being able to do 1, 2, 3 laps more after each stint, which accumulates by the end of it to a lesser of a pit stop on your final stint. And where we're looking at the timing tower, we can see that sort of the LMDHs are taking about 1 minute 26 to do a pit stop. The GT3s are around about 1 minute 20. So, you know, there's a lot of time to be saved by having a shorter pit stop, isn't there?
And this is the thing, when the strategy plays out by the final hour, the final stint of this race, them laps you've saved will shorten your pit stop, obviously a bit less fuel you can put on board the car. And this is where it's all going to play out at the final stages of this race. And people always say that the middle part of an endurance race is where it sort of can drop a little bit or become a little bit dull, but really it's the strategy that people have to look out for in this middle stage of the race, because this is what ties the race together in that very last hour, last stint of the endurance race. And as we've seen here so far, it's been a brilliant 3 hours worth of racing. And like you say, it isn't over. It isn't won on lap 1. It's a 6-hour race. You know, we're only 2 hours 57 minutes into this, so you may have a disastrous opening stint, but there is still plenty of time to recover and come back into these kind of races, as we see the Dog Bear Bark car into the pit lane at the moment, 3rd place in LMDH AM. And this, Andy, is where, again, saving that fuel at the end is going to be vital in terms of what you put in the car on that final pit stop.
100%, and we've seen in previous one. I mean, the one that jumps to my mind of this season is Spa. It is by far the best endurance race that I've seen. I keep harping on about it, but it was just amazing. There was me and Ron in the booth. It literally came down to the last lap of the race, and it was an epic end to what is, and you know. And the saying "it's never over till you pass the finishing line" was no more true than that particular race, because I won't spoil it, but if you watch it, even if it's just the last lap, watch it, how much your race can come crashing down on a last lap on an endurance. And there's nothing worse than you know, doing these long races and you're playing a part of the team and then it all unravels on the last lap. But from an entertainment point of view, I was nearly speechless. I was just, I couldn't believe what I was seeing on TV. And that's where, you know, I was saying before to Lee that, you know, endurance is not about the drivers. The drivers are the drivers.
Yeah.
They can go around, they can do their lap times, you know. It's more about the team behind the drivers, so the spotters, the statisticians, you know, the people keeping the driver calm, keeping him fed while he's not in the racing seat, you know. Yeah, it's bigger than just one person within the team to be able to be a successful endurance team.
And this is the thing as well, this is what people, the audience, don't see behind the scenes, is the work, that the practice that these guys will do as a team. And this isn't just, you know, about being one lap pace for sort of like a sprint race format, if you will. This is about having a team that can do this 6 hours, that will get every driver swap sorted, that will have a schedule and a plan, you know, a bullet point plan of what will happen. And they won't just have a plan A, they'll have a plan B and a plan C. Like you say, the statisticians in the background, the people that are keeping these guys fed and well looked after, making sure they're rested, ready to come back in the car, especially when you see longer endurance races. 6 hours isn't too bad of an endurance race for the drivers. It's also the mental side of the endurance, to keep your mental game in this race, and when you have that bad stint, come back from it, regroup, get that mind focused on the job you're doing. And as a team, that is so important for your teammates, your colleagues, managers, owners, whoever it is in the background, to make sure that, come on, we've got this, we can regroup this, we can pull this race back. It is so much that happens behind the scenes. And the practice, Andy, that goes into this, these drivers wouldn't have just practiced, you know, a half an hour stint. They would have practiced a full race simulation building up to this race, making sure they know, with the limited tyre changes, when to change tyres, when to look after tyres, where to save fuel. Maybe we can eke out a lap or two here or there by saving a bit of fuel and tyre. So the work that goes in behind the scenes on an endurance race is absolutely fantastic. You see it in the real world as well as the sim world. It is a lot of preparation, mentally, physically, not just for the drivers, but for the staff and everybody behind the scenes.
Yeah, 100%. It's certainly a team game, which I thoroughly enjoy. You know, the team game. It's all about the bigger picture as well. And we do have some of the Stood by, we got Michael Hooper from Team Bearport. Michael, welcome to the box, mate. You seem to be having a decent race. You had a first good stint. How's the race been for you, and where do you see it panning out, mate?
Oh, hello, Andy. Yeah, thank you for the invite. It's been an okay race. I'd say the biggest battles on track are probably me against the slowdowns. So currently Carl is trying to make up the time that I lost us getting the various slowdowns that are on track. But so far it's been a pretty good race. Everyone has been very well behaved. I think we are good on pace. Strategy-wise, we're not quite sure yet how this will play out, but yeah, it's still a long way to go, and we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, you're talking about the slowdowns. Is that off Tetra Rouge?
Name one corner where there isn't one. But no, out of Tetra Rouge, I think it was pretty okay today. My worst ones are the last chicane, because you have to cut all of the curbs to get a really good time at the end of your lap. And it's just a centimeter's work, and yeah, plays a little bit of your tire tread on the gravel on the inside in one of the curbs, and you get the 1 second slowdown, and as soon as you cross the finish line, that suddenly jumps up to 1.8 second, and it's horrifying to see the black flag here.
Yeah, definitely, it definitely is, and that's part and parcel of probably doing so many laps. We've done 52 laps around this track at the moment. It's got to be quite hard in the car to keep the concentration going for the period of times. Even though it is only a 6-hour endurance run, it's still a taxing amount of time, isn't it?
It is, yeah, because as interesting as the corners are, I think the straights are not really suited for the GT3 class. It's a bit boring in between. Le Mans is a prototype track, and since I've done a few 24-hour races here, including I think 2 wins in the old HPD and the LMP2 car, I prefer to drive on prototypes here, but I'm more on my skill levels in GT3, so yeah. And we can't drive the LMP2 here, so it's been an obvious choice for us. But yeah, the track itself, I really like it. It's a good track, but it's more suited to prototypes, to be honest.
It definitely is. It's all about, I suppose, in the GT3, it's all about maintaining that slipstream effect to be able to give you the faster times. But we've certainly been noticing on the stream that the Mercedes is certainly the most powerful car in that GT3. We've seen lots of battles. In fact, I think we've seen one with yourself in a side-by-side with a Ferrari, and you being able to sort of pull away coming down into Indianapolis. And it must be good to know that you've got a strong car underneath you. I mean, you're currently in second place at the moment, 10 seconds behind the overtake Team White. I mean, looking at the standings as well, you're only 5 points off. Sorry, no, I was looking at, you're only 2 points off the overtake White team, so you lose a bit of points there. But the Dieselwagen Porsche that's currently running around in 6th place, you know, it's going to make it super interesting when it comes to Silverstone if it stays as it is, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I think here, I feel the strongest car is probably the Audi, but you need a very skilled driver to take it to its limit. The Mercedes definitely is number 2, and I think just closely followed by the Ferrari. Even then, the Ferrari would normally be faster around here, but the Mercedes this season is so strong on the acceleration. And yeah, points wise, I think currently we are looking to secure our P2. I think overtake Team White, and Zane is just on another level. You can see the iRating difference. Currently we are still catching a bit up, but if he gets back in the car, I think it's maybe a race at the end of the 6 hours, but in between I think he will pull away a bit. So we're looking at a solid P2, and I think we're very happy with that. We didn't expect that at the start of the season, and coming into Silverstone, I think the Mercedes is lacking a bit there. I think I would rate it top 3 in the cars. The Audi and the Porsche are stronger there. Maybe the Ferrari, we don't know yet. But it's going to be a close battle to the end, and we are definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, I would say you're probably one of the most consistent teams in the points, obviously from Daytona, getting a second place there. Then obviously Jerez, 4th place, Spa 3rd place. Hockenheim was probably your worst result, but still a 23, so around about a 5th place. Here a 2nd place. You're certainly there or thereabouts in the standings to be able to push on and get them the results out there. So it's going to be super interesting when it comes to Silverstone, because I think the Mercedes will be quite good, certainly when it's coming through Maggots, Beckett's, coming out onto the back straight, going down Hamilton Straight. It'll be super powerful if you're there or thereabouts, and it's sort of narrow enough to be able to defend your position at Silverstone. So it's probably all going to be about how you can get the best out of the qualifying in Silverstone for the Mercedes, isn't it, to give you a fighting chance of possibly winning that GT3 Pro category?
I would sure take a fighting chance. I think the Mercedes is at Silverstone. Well, it's a completely different track to Le Mans. I'm expecting it a bit to be a bit more tricky, especially in the fast corners. The Mercedes, strangely enough, has a tendency to let loose of the rear compared to, say, the Porsche or the mid-engine cars. So it's going to be an interesting race nonetheless, but I would very much expect more on-track battles than we are seeing currently here, just because the track is so much shorter and narrower, and the field is going to be bunched up way more. And just the LMDHs coming through at Silverstone will be an adventure in itself. So yeah, very much looking forward to it.
Definitely. I mean, how have you enjoyed the season so far? You mentioned there about obviously having the fast LMDH cars. How's your take been on the difference in speed between the GT3s and the LMDH, and how's your experience of the championship been for yourselves?
I think it has been for the whole season a pretty good experience. There have been some incidents, of course. I mean, that's probably unavoidable with those two classes, and especially with the pace difference. You just have to look at the Porsche Curves entrances where the LMDHs can just stroll around the GT3s, where the GT3s are on the grip limit like for a whole minute through this whole complex. But yeah, in terms of respect for the other classes, I think, like I said, there have been some single incidents that have been unfortunate for one or the other class. I don't think any championship deciding incidents have happened yet, so I'm not expecting anything serious at Silverstone, and I'm thinking this is probably the best that could happen, to let the championship be decided on track and not via incident reviews between classes. So I'm hoping it stays this way. All in all, the season has been pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely is. I'll echo that. I think the respect that you drivers give each other at MDH and GT3s has been spectacular. But Michael, thank you very much for coming to join us. By all means, come and join us later on to see if you're still ecstatic for being in second place. But until then, mate, just have fun, knuckle down, have a bit of a break till you get back in the car, and look forward to speaking to you again, mate.
Yep, see you. Have a good time.
Cheers, Mike. There's Michael Hooper there from Team Bear Pope Endurance. I know Michael from previous seasons that I've commented on, an extremely good driver in himself, very adept at how he does and very quick. So to say somebody else is sort of quick, that guy is certainly an alien. But I'm looking at his fastest time, and it is around about 2 seconds faster than any GT3. I think it's Zane is the other driver in the Overtake Team White team. So it's going to be interesting. But it's always good an insight there, Matthew, to be able to speak to drivers, you speak to other teams to get the insight of how they're running their team, isn't it?
Yeah, and what we don't get to see as much as what the drivers are is their telemetry and things like that. So the drivers will know their strategy and know how their race is panning out. We can only say what we see. So to get the drivers' input on how their race is going, he doesn't feel like he's got the pace, or the team don't have the pace to gain over the Overtake Team White car. Like you say, 2 seconds faster on fastest lap, 1.4 seconds actually. But actually on this stint, I've just been keeping an eye on their lap times recently. They've kind of been exchanging lap times, a couple of tenths here or there for the Bear Pope Enduro and the Overtake Team White. So, you know, exchanging blows at the moment. But again, as we elaborated on earlier, 10.5 second gap so far. This race is far from over. You know, we're just over the halfway mark of this race. That is easily, you know, one mistake, one bad pit stop, one little error, you're right back in this race, as we see a great battle here as we come down on towards the Mousson Straight here. Then it is the Olympus Esports Titan team right on the back, as he's really using that slipstream, getting under the rear wing, using as much as he can before they come to the chicane, and decides to pull out now. He really gathered some speed out of the corner there down onto the straight.
Certainly is. I think the other cars certainly using all their battery power to try and keep themselves ahead, because he well and truly had the slipstream affected Lewis Aurora there, just trying to get it up the position, and that will massively help out Satellite Racing Blue Team in the championship if Olympus Titans Esports can demote 100 Force another position, because they're currently second in the championship. Had a pretty much a terrible start to this race and seem to be going the wrong way down the field, which only helps the Satellite Racing Blue Team that currently find themselves in second place with the rivals around them. Satellite Racing Teal, they're down in the lower ranks of the pro team. And the Magna team there you can sort of see in third place, so they're going to be the nearest rivals when it comes to the final race of the season. And you know, I think that's what all our viewers want. Certainly is this side by side here to be able to cuts him off a little bit there, and lost a lot of time there. It was lucky that the 100 Force team, in fact it wasn't 100 Force, it was last 10th racing, I think it is, isn't it?
No, I think it was the Olympus Esports Titan was the one who's made the manoeuvre on 100 Force. I think, no, it was, there we go. Yeah. So it was on Ascent Racing LMDH, yeah, so it was putting a lap. No, so that is interesting. Was contact made there? Josh Stoltz seemed to get away slow out the right-hand corner, so I wonder if a little contact was made there. But yeah, not even in class. So seems, I think you and Lee talked about it earlier, drivers have seemed to race the other classes a little harder than maybe they should, not thinking about their race. Obviously, points scored for their category, not for overall. And I think that's where drivers are trying to make up a little bit of lost time in this race so far.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I suppose they're trying to have a bit of entertainment, a bit of fun. But it's all very well that. But if it ends in tears, then it's you probably think it's better of it when it comes to racing somebody in another class. By all means, if you're faster, then overtake. You know, it's racing at the end of the day. And if it doesn't matter what class you are in, if you're slower, you've all got your own sort of race to run anyway.
And I think this is one of the points. We don't have the LMP2 category out there. It is just LMDH and the GT3 car. So even the AM category out there, just because they're AMs doesn't mean they're any slower than the guys in pro. So they have every right to be out there. It's not like you're putting a lap on an LMP2 car down the straights or wherever on the circuit, you know. So they are equally matched as they come through. Currently on board with P17 in LMDH Pro. This is the Overtake Team Blue car. They are on the back of the last 10th Racing as they come in towards the first of two chicanes down on the back straight. And looking at the previous lap times, lapping little similar. It was actually 5 seconds slower, so I wonder if he's made a mistake on that last lap.
Yeah, definitely, it definitely is, and it's getting to that part of the race where the mental aspect of the racing is taking its toll, and you start making little silly mistakes, maybe putting a move in where you don't really need to be able to do it. So it's all about making sure that you keep your head in the game when it comes to these middle parts of the race. I mean, this is the longest race of this season. The next one has been 4 hours, so this is 2 hours more than any other race that we've done this season.
Yeah.
And that takes its time, because you're used to like the 3-4 hour sprint, almost semi sort of sprint races, mini endurance series, and now you're stepping up to like a 6 hour race. There is that difference, and it's having that mental capacity, like you mentioned earlier on, to be able to make sure that you can just hit every apex, hit every braking mark to do. And this team that we're watching now are extremely good at that. They are very sort of benchmark. You can see there, if you look at that, their best time is a 3:58.247. Their last lap was a 3:59.037.
Yeah.
They are so good at keeping their lap times within like a second or two of their best lap times, and that's how at the moment they're leading the way in the AMs. They're losing a bit of time to the overtake Team Pink driver, so that is Aaron Beaver there in the it's Luke Fisher in the overtake Team Pink. Aaron Beaver is in the Delta Simtech team, is certainly got the pace at the moment. I'm just looking at the last lap time, so 3:58, and the overtake Team Pink was a 3:57. So certainly seems to be the quicker driver that is in that overtake Team Pink at the moment, Luke Fisher. But yeah, they're going around at the same pace, and they've got like the 19 seconds, so they don't have to massively push it, put themselves at risk with an LMDH driver or anything like that. They can keep doing their timings and decide when they want to push or not.
And that's the best thing you've just touched on there, is the consistency of the Back Pain and iStrain Racing team there. The fastest lap of the 3:58.248, the last lap of a 3:59.0. When you look then at the overtake Team Pink car, the fastest lap 9/10 of a second quicker than the leader of GT3 AM, but yet in terms of their consistency, there was 1.5 off their fastest lap. So it's great teamwork there from the Back Pain and iStrain Racing team, because of the fact of their 8/10 off their best lap shows that consistency in this endurance race. And when you think about it, Andy, as well, this is a quarter distance of the Le Mans 24. So this is a real stretch for these drivers. It is not an easy circuit to get right. You can have a bit of relaxation down the back straight, down the straight that the cars are coming up to now, and that's really where you can sort of have a moment to just regather your thoughts in between the two chicanes. But consistency is key around a circuit like this. When you look at the Nordschleife as well, you've got to be consistent. Tracks like Silverstone that we go to at the end of the month, it is a little easier to sort of you want to be consistent everywhere, but one lap, if you have a bit of a bad lap, you can easily make that back up. At tracks like this, the Nordschleife, it is so difficult to be consistent, and that's why I reckon that the Back Pain and iStrain Racing team are leading GT3 AM here. Consistency is key.
It certainly is, and tracks like this, as well as losing that slipstream, is worth one. It's worth between 3 and 5 seconds a lap. It's so important to make sure you maintain the continuity of a slipstream effect around this track. Because as soon as you lose that, that's when the gaps start increasing and you start losing sort of your time as well. But no, it's great, and we're currently watching the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team. They pretty much have led from the off there, and they've got a massive gap of 34.8 seconds again. We just saw at the top of the screen as well. They're not going to be under investigation. I think it's the Olympus Esports for the incident we saw coming out of the Mulsanne corner, where it looked like the Olympus Esports probably cut the end off the Assetto Racing teams in there, where you were saying that they looked a bit squirrely. So we'll see what comes of that one. But that would be where they lost a little bit more time to that SimHQ Orange team. And I suppose that's where the inter class doesn't really pay off, because obviously Accent Racing lost time there to the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team.
Lost time there, and as well, if you're that SimHQ Orange team as well, and you may pick yourself up a penalty. You know, you picked up a penalty for what? For racing a slower class that you didn't really need to possibly race as hard. So these are all the factors that you have to take into multi-class racing, and not just multi-class, but you have multi-tiers. Obviously, with the LMDH and the GT3s, we've got the pros and the AMs in both. So it's not just that multi-class format, but it is the multi-tier of category, if you will. I'm just looking at the LMDH Pro pit stops here, and interesting sort of reading here. We've got down in P12 Antonio Rodriguez for the Obsidian Racing Future team. He's actually made 6 pit stops. That's 2 more than majority of the field in front of him. But the Satellite Racing Teal team, 5 pit stops. Last time they was in the pits was lap 49. Running P5, so that's a good comeback from whatever problem they had to make the extra stop early on. They've had a good comeback to be in P5. They pitted a lap after everybody around them, so they're doing really well at the minute to come back into this race.
Yeah, they certainly are. They are the go-to team, to be fair. I mean, the first 3 races, they absolutely dominated this season, around about 40 seconds plus in each one of them races ahead of the rest of the field. Had a bit of a whoopsie moment in Hockenheim, not of their own doing. Obviously got in contact with a GT3 car around turn number 1, easily done around that track, took them out. And then this one, they've had a few spins and a few incidents here that's really put pay to them. So they certainly are the class act of the field, along with the Precision Racing Esports team that seem to be increasing that run now. So it's up to 12.5. But to be fair, David Williams is doing a great job considering how fast Pat Pelchat is there, the Canadian, in the first place. He's literally 2 seconds quicker than any of the other LMDH drivers on track. So to be within 12.6 seconds is by no means feat to a driver's standard of somebody like Pat is. But it's going to be how close can Satellite Racing Blue keep to that Precision Esports to give them the fight and chance overall. Looking further down, go on, mate. Sorry,
this is where the strategists are going to be working out that game plan for the rest of these pit stops. Where can we make up these 12.5 seconds? Where can we get back in this fight to take this race win?
Yeah, 100%. You know, and we've already seen that the Precision Racing Esports had a lead of 40 seconds when Ryan got into the chair, and that was eroded by the end of sort of 2 stints. So they know that as long as they stay within sort of like 40 seconds, then they can sort of do. So you can see there the gaps sort of ranging there from 37s. It's actually coming down there between first and second on that. That seems right. It should be going up, but it's not going up at the rate it probably was in the first stint. So Pat there still putting in some quick. I mean, you can see his last lap time, a 3:24.935. The guy is on fire.
The other thing to mention here, Andy, is does he maybe have fresh tyres? Pitted on lap 48, so he got in the car 10 laps ago. Did the team decide to change tyres which would have been around about the 3-hour mark, the halfway mark of the race? Did they use one of their tyre changes at that stage? Is that possibly why he's 2 to 3 seconds quicker per lap than fresher tyres than maybe the cars around him?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, the LMDHs do get 6 sets of tyres, including the set they start on, so they get double the amount of tyres than the GT3 cars, but they still chew them up, and they're pit stopping every sort of 40 minutes, so they're still going to have to double stint a couple of the stints to be able to get around to the end of the race, and obviously double stinting tyres on an LMDH car is probably not advisable under normal circumstances, but them are the rules, as they say. So you got to go with it.
Got to abide by it, and that's the name of the game, and that's what these teams would have been working hard, I'm sure, in preparation for such a race. With, like you say, the extra 2 hours today is going to be more grueling on the tyres to make them last them extra 2 hours throughout the course of this race. We've just had a change for position, and I believe it was involving Davis Braun at the moment in the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue car, was overtaken by the SimHQ Red of Ewan Marshall a few moments ago. So that is a change for 7th and 8th in LMDH category then. So Davis Braun dropping down to P8 in that one. And once again, you see a few of the LMDH cars at the moment just coming into some traffic as they come towards the latter part of the circuit. And here is the leader, the SimHQ Motorsport orange car, just getting that slipstream from the LMDH car in front. And obviously the leader, he's having a good race as well, is the team. They are, again, not really massively quicker on the last lap, 7/10 slower, in fact, over that of Pneumatic Motorsport Purple, but they've got that buffer to them. They've got that 33-second gap where they can just take it a little bit easier at this stage of the race and make sure that they aren't making any mistakes. You see that gap's now just creeped up to over 34 seconds, so are doing an absolute brilliant job at the moment.
Yeah, it is. And the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team, they're one of the teams that have gained laps on the pit stop, so they're a little bit out of position for where they would normally be after they've all done equal amounts of pit stops. So Pneumatic Motorsports probably owe us a pit stop over there. So when that all goes through, the Accent Racing team, which is 36 seconds, nearly 37 seconds behind the SimHQ Orange team, but you know, they've had it pretty much all their own way, the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team. They've been out front from the off, not really been challenged at all in that LMDH AM field overall, but they are the ones that are currently leading the way by 2 points to the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team in the standards in the AMs. Won 2 races, got a second and a third overall, so certainly they are the team of the moment in that LMDH Anfield, and they're looking at the moment on to another good win here at Le Mans, 32 seconds to the good over the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team, who are, like I said, slightly out of sequence to the pit stop strategy, but are managing to eke out more laps. So that could come back and really pay dividends for the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team when it comes to that final pit stop of the race. And that's the important one, and that's the one that the teams are now, Matt, trying to get to realise, you know, can I eke out a few more laps to be able to just do a splash and dash rather than a full complete reload of fuel, tyres and everything else like that. And that's where the races, a lot of places, can be gained and lost, where the pit stop strategies right at the end is either done correctly or you completely messed it up.
Well, I noted down that the LMDH cars was coming in between the 43rd and 45th minute for the first stint, roughly around that sort of time. So if they're lasting 43 to 46 minutes, if they can extend that little bit longer, like you say, a splash and dash, maybe for just half an hour's worth of fuel load on board the car, will make sure that car is lighter and able to get to that end comfortably, but also a bit quicker than the car in front that is running a heavier fuel. It will also be a little easier on its tyres with being lighter, especially if their tyres are quite a few laps old. We're seeing a couple of pit stops at the moment, seeing that the Olympus Esports Titan are in the pit lane on the timing screens in front of me here. Just going back to LMDH and Battle as well, the championship standings, the top 3 are the top 3 in class at the moment as well. And Pneumatic Motorsports Purple, 2 points behind SimHQ Motorsports Orange. That's going to make it interesting going into Silverstone, especially if SimHQ Motorsport Orange take the win today. Just extending that gap a little bit would give them such an advantage going into Silverstone that they kind of on that front foot to take some good places. So yeah, it's interesting to see as we get a stern warning to Ascent Racing for an avoidable contact. So yeah, they've now got to be careful. If that is the Ascent Racing that we're on board with at the moment, that's not where you want to be for your championship so far.
No, it's not. So luckily they didn't get a penalty, and that would have been with the incident with the Olympus Esports that we saw on broadcast slightly earlier on. One thing we haven't mentioned is the title sponsors of this. So Penguin RC Simulation, you know, without these title sponsors, we wouldn't be able to put on, you know, this wonderful series. You know, we give to the companies that obviously produce things for iRacing, but they certainly give it back in spades as well. And Penguin RC Simulation is certainly one of them, the title sponsors of this series. They create high performance driving accessories at reasonable cost At Penguin RC Simulation, they produce wheel and button boxes along with specialized equipment such as e-stops for direct drive hardware and iFlag systems. Head over to www.penguinrc.com to see what wonderful goodies they could do to enhance your already accruing driving rig. So big thanks to them for being the title sponsor of this series, as we see the SimHQ Motorsport Red team of Ewan Marshall coming in for a pit stop. And I was saying to Lee, we do have live, obviously, stewards in this session, which makes it a lot more realistic, I suppose, when it comes to somebody being a little bit over ambitious and getting a slap on the wrist to be able to do. But it's great for a series to have that effect. And, you know, I'd like to give a big shout out to them guys for all the hard work. It's one of them thankless tasks that nobody wants to do in a series, but it's one of them vital ones to keep the drivers in check and obviously punish them that deemed to be a little bit too excessive in their driving, the driving style, should we say.
Nobody enjoys being a steward. Nobody enjoys being a part of race control. It's the I've described it before on air as the hardest job in the industry. What we do is very easy. What the drivers do is a little more difficult, but still easier than making them difficult decisions. But like you say, the in-game capability of the stewarding system is fantastic because we get to know at the time of any incident, any penalties coming through, and the drivers and teams are aware of that as well. Obviously, there will possibly be penalties after the race is over, but during the time while there are penalties being enforced, we get to see that is a overtake team pink car coming in with what looks to be no rear wing on the back of that car. Is it magically the magic of sim racing just reappears onto the car? But so he's had an incident somewhere where it looks like he's lost the rear wing of the car in the GT3 category coming into the pits. A lot of pit stops happening at the moment, Andy. So this, again, one of them times we're going to see that strategy play out at the moment, and the top two are in from LMDH Pro, the Precision Racing Esports, and the Satellite Racing Blue, and I believe Penguin RC Simulation Magma have just come in down pit road. There they are, and they're pulling to their box now.
Yeah, definitely is a lot of action in that pit lane at the moment. We won't know where they all pan out until sort of the last hour of this session to be able to do, but it's all gearing up to them final pit stops here at Le Mans. 6 hours, 3 hours, 33 minutes into this race so far. And Matt, I do want to say, I'm just looking at the YouTube channel, and somebody, PM Motorsport Gaming, is saying,
yes,
don't let the Mr. Duffy near that Acura. So I can't go without saying, what does he mean by that, mate?
Big Honda fan. We know the Acura is obviously an American brand of the Honda team. Big Honda fan from the British touring cars. Matt Neal, one of my idols in racing. Big Honda fan in terms of that. Yeah. So every time we see the Acura out on the circuit, whether it's Daytona 24 or anything, you know, they've always got my support. Try to drive Honda or Acura, whichever car is available to me on any sims that we race on. So yeah, PM, thank you for that one. Yeah. Thank you very much. Cheers, mate. Dropped me in it there. But no, love Hondas, love Acuras. So, yeah, kind of big smile on my face to it leading at the LMDH Pro.
Yeah, definitely. They certainly have got 14.3, so it's not going up as quickly as I actually thought it was. So
just lost 2/10 in the pit stop there on the last pit stop out, pitted at the same time. David and the team, the Satellite Racing Blue team, have gained 2/10, and as I said, keeping an eye on them last lap times, they've been ebbing and flowing between the two drivers at the top of LMDH Pro. A couple more drivers in for LMDH Pro now at the moment. So yeah, interesting strategies playing out so far, but 2/10 gained in the pits. Can they keep eking away at that gap, and that gap at 14 seconds at the moment? Yeah, so interesting to see so far. Does that mean that Satellite Blue are trying to pit the same lap as Precision Racing? Are they 2/10 quicker because they have a little more fuel on board that they don't have to top up as much? That's why they've saved 2/10. The teams may know, we don't at the moment. So these strategies at 2/10 now could be, huge on that last pit stop.
Well, it could be, the one stint they've managed to eke out 14 seconds we know that obviously when the drivers change over, that it needs a bit of a sizable gap. So in 2 stints, they had 40-second advantage to the Precision Racing Esports team. If David manages to keep the same, they're probably going to come in with 28 seconds. So it'll certainly be game on, and it may force that Pat's going to have to drive a little bit more. And obviously, the more you drive, the more sort of fatigued you are, and prone to sort of mistakes. So Satellite Racing Blue are doing everything they can and to be able to do. But wow, I mean, Satellite Racing Teal, I don't know if you've watched the broadcast, Matthew, from the very start. You would see how bad of a start Satellite Racing Teal,
they did.
Teal had at the start, and now they're up into sort of 3rd place. I'm just sort of looking.
They're fighting their way through. Andy, Delta Simtech that we're on board with at the moment, they look to have some substantial front-end damage here. This is the replay of it. So the Mercedes-Benz coming down. Is this towards Indianapolis? I believe it is. And the rear end, bit of a wiggle over the curb, and bang, heavy impact into the barrier. And go straight on into a second barrier. So a huge incident there. These are currently running 4th in class at the moment. So the Delta Simtech team there with a huge impact through Indianapolis. And that is a broken Mercedes-Benz who is struggling to get through the Porsche curves and has an LMDH coming through to put a lap on him. And not a good time for the Delta Simtech team.
No, definitely not. And so easily done at that corner. You've got to take that corner coming into Indianapolis really well. Otherwise, you can do exactly what we've just seen and get that snake on coming out of it. And then you're almost like a passenger coming down into Indianapolis. And it's so easy just to go off, hit the wall like we just saw, and then just career off into Indianapolis and smack the wall straight on into that. So that's a bit of unfortunate and an unorthodox stop there for the Delta Simtech from Aaron Beaver there, which will almost certainly take him down a few positions. And this is the other thing, the drivers only actually get 1 fast repair on there. So we talked about this before on other series. If you haven't unchecked that fast repair and you've already used it on, say, some really obscure damage repair, that's your race scuppered.
Yeah, it is. You'll lose a fair few minutes in the pits for heavy damage. So the Satellite Racing Teal team have just came into the pits. That is their 6th stop of the race. Remember, they're a stop. They've made an extra stop, probably due to the poor start they had to this race. That's currently ticked over 30 seconds at the moment. So the quickest stop was actually a lap or 2 ago by Team FFSR Venom. They actually did it in 48 seconds. So the Satellite Racing Teal team will be about ready to drop and go. 49.3. So again, similar to the leaders and the cars around them in that battle. And interesting to see what they're taking on board there. But great racing all around at the moment. Gap's gone up to 15 seconds at the top of LMDH Pro. It is 35.6 between Sim HQ Motorsport Orange and Pneumatic Motorsport Purple, which is great to see. HQ Motorsport Orange, as you've said, had such a good race so far today. Overtech Team White, they're currently a pit stop behind Bear Pope and Joro, so they've got a pit stop yet to make. They pitted last time on lap 41. Bear Pope pitted on 52, so they're due a pit stop anytime soon, you'd imagine. That is why they have a 1 minute 15 gap, and in GT3 AM, leaders both pitted on lap 52 there, but that gap is 44 seconds. So Backpain and Ice Train Racing Team absolutely flying in that one at the moment. Them two have just pitted as well. So Bear Pope at the minute are currently 1 minute 15 behind Overtake Team White. That will obviously play out when they decide to come into the pit. Pitted on lap 41, so you'd imagine they'd be in the pits any time within the next couple of laps.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's interesting now to start seeing the differences in the split in the strategies of pit stops out there. Some pitting earlier, some pitting later, some pitting on, when they've run out of fuel. So it's going to be interesting now as we got 2 hours and 20 minutes left of this race to go. So get into the meaty end of this race, and where a lot of the race can be won or lost depending on how the strategies play out here going forward.
And this is the big strategy in that GT3 Pro category. You know, they've gone an extra 10 laps longer since 11 laps longer now, actually, since the Bear Pope Enduro team pitted. So this at the end could be a real splash and dash for Overtake Team White, where Bear Pope may have to do a full-blown pit stop to get to the end of the race. This is what we are waiting to see, and it's going to be fascinating to see as well. They're about half a lap in front near enough of Bear Pope Enduro, so a good healthy gap at the moment. And like you say, them strategies that play out at the end of the race will be absolutely fantastic to see. As for other cars elsewhere on the circuit, it's been a great bunch, been a great bit of race. We saw some great action early on, some great overtakes and a few collisions. And again, this is just them hours of an endurance race where we start to just prepare ourselves in the commentary box to go again for them final hour and a half, where it really can come back together and we can string a few moves and race battles, as you said, the one back a few races ago where it was won on the very last lap. It's never over till it is over, and that is the definition of endurance racing, isn't it? You know, it's not won on lap one, it's won on the last lap.
Yeah, it can easily be lost on lap one, but certainly you can only win it. You can only win it on that last lap. But you know what this does, and the permutations of where we're at in there, and the current standings in the championship. It pretty much means that all 4 championships are still up for grabs in the last race of the season, and that's where you want to be. And you know that's really good for a series in that, you know, not one team has completely dominated. I mean, Satellite Racing Teal team at the start of the season looked like out and out winners. Nobody was going to even catch them. I mean, he's still got a 15-point lead, so it'll still be down for them to lose in that pro. So that's probably the one with the biggest gap overall in the series. But the rest of them, so the GT3 AM, you were mentioning, SimHQ Motorsport Orange, the Pneumatic Motorsport team Purple, currently 2 points difference, so those two massively up for grabs. You've got Overtake Team White, Bear Pope Endurance that will massively gain on D's Porsche, Renfather Jug, who are currently leading the pros, to make that a 3-horse race, even a 4-horse race in that pro. And then we were looking at the AMS, Lunatic Racing, CMS Pro and Back Pain Ice Train. You know, that's going to be super close, so it's going to be sort of winner takes all in the last round of the season coming up at the end of this month in Silverstone. So a 3-hour, I think it's a 3-hour sprint race around there, and it just pays loads to the series that each of the races, nobody's really took grasp of their current division. You know, it's all evenly matched. The drivers each week or each round, a different team has sort of run it. I mean, up until last week in the AMS, GT3 AMS, no one team had won more than one race. You know, Lunatic Racing managed to break that mold by winning 2 out there. But, you know, it's just super close. And that's what you want in a series, that, you know, the classifications have been done correctly, that, you know, it's down to the last race of the season that who's going to win it or who's going to lose it.
And just going on to that GT3, I'm looking at them championship standings. Back Pain and Ice Train are in a real good position today to maybe get a hold of that championship lead. Obviously, as it stands at the moment, their closest championship rival, Lunatic Racing, who are 8 points clear of them, down in 4th place so far. So for Back Pain and Ice Train, it is a real good chance to sort of maybe get a hold of that championship lead, but put themselves in such a good position. And the interesting thing to see is they're in the BMW M4. You know, you're looking at the timing screens for these categories. We're seeing the Mercedes-Benz AMG, the Ferrari 296, the Porsche 991. You've got the Audi of Lunatic Racing in P4. This is the only BMW that I've seen on the circuit. So for Back Pain Ice Train, really showing what they can do in that BMW M4 and showing that it may be around this circuit. You know, this is where that M4 can be one of its strongest places to be. You know, I heard you speak with Lee earlier about the grunt of the Mercedes compared to the Ferrari 296. That's what keeps a Mercedes sort of relevant nowadays with these newer GT3 cars coming to the front, is that raw power that it has. But the BMW M4 at the moment, looking a good car, and especially in its championship battle with Lunatic Racing in that Audi Evo 2. So fantastic to see. But again, not just that, you're looking at the championships, you're looking at different car categories. So in AM, you've got the Audi R8 Evo 2, the Ferrari 296, the BMW M4, 3 different cars, 3 different teams fighting for the lead. You look at the pro category, you've got Mercedes and Porsche in that one, the LMDH AM category, yes, that's 2 Porsches, Cadillac within an outside chance for Ascent Racing LMDH. And then you look at the top of LMDH Pro, Cadillac, Acura, Cadillac, and then Porsche P4, 5 in the championship. So it's not just one car as well that has been a dominant car, not just one team. It has been a variety of cars that we're seeing in these championship standings that are making this championship interesting. It isn't just a runaway car and a runaway team. It is different cars, different teams winning races and putting themselves up for these challenges.
Yeah.
Right, so Overtake Team White have done their pit stop, came out 5 seconds ahead of Bear Pope Enduro. So now it's game on, but they went 3 laps longer than Bear Pope, Andy. That gives them an interesting strategy. Yeah, they're in a bit of a fight with Bear Pope. There you see Bear Pope in the background. But 5 seconds, that's going to give them an interesting sort of fight at the moment. But that 3 laps longer, like you say, crucial at the end.
Yeah, it definitely is. And Zane is the quicker driver in that Overtake Team White, Zane Khan. He's the one that's done the fastest lap, literally 2 seconds quicker than any other driver. So I can only see this gap growing unless, Zane is pushing it super hard and makes a mistake himself. It's easily done around this track. Certainly with the faster LMDH cars coming up, you can make that little mistake, get in the way of one of them LMDH and, getting embroiled in an incident. But if it's going off probably raw pure speed, then Khan does. And also, like you were saying, pitting that extra distance after your competitors. One, if you change tyres, you can have fresher tyres, so you can push the car a little bit more. And also, when you come into the end, it's that lesser amount of time that you're going to be taking in the pit stops sort of be able to do. But, it was good that you were mentioning about the different classes. You can see in the timing tower there, all the different classes, certainly in the GT3. I think iRacing have done a really good job in trying to do the balance of performance of all the GT3 cars. You've seen a lot more of the Audis being used, which was one of the staples in the original tranche of iRacing that went out of favour. Lamborghinis the same as that seem to be gone out of favour at the moment. But I think on the whole, iRacing have done a really good job about equalising as much as they can the cars. They have the certain track and nuance differences. So you've got the Porsche that's real sort of like handicapped around this track because, as Scott mentioned in the YouTube channel, is you've got to have a bigger wing on it to be able to make it more stable for the rear wheel cars. So, on tracks like this where you've got super long straights like the Mulsanne straight, you're going to be losing, as we see as Motorsport Red just taking a little bit too deep there in Indianapolis, getting away with it quite slightly. But yeah, so you get them little nuances per tracks, but you're always going to have that. Not every single car is going to be the same in every track. Otherwise, it'll be a bit boring, and you're just choosing a car for the way it looks. Porsche is more favourable to the tight twisty, like you were mentioning in the Nürburgring. That would where it would really excel at, because it's quite a twisty track. This one really excels for the Mercedes because it's got a straight line grunt to be able to just power away from a lot of the cars. So it's like I was saying to Lee, you've got to look at this. You've got to look at the schedules and then basically say what's going to be the best car overall for the tracks that I've been given, and which car am I comfortable in driving, and that's where you look at when you're looking at what car to pick for an endurance series. If it's one race, you pick the best car for that race, but over a series, you've got to pick the one that you're most comfortable in driving, and two, the one that's going to give you the best outcome for each of the rounds.
Yeah, and as you say, that is the most crucial thing there, the one that you're most comfortable in. Because if you look at the Mercedes-Benz and you might think, okay, there's a few more powerful circuits on the calendar for this year, we might want to go the Mercedes-Benz, but your drivers might not feel ultimately comfortable in that Mercedes-Benz and want to drive something like the Porsche. So it is all down to the comfortability of the team, but as a team, this is where the drivers will put in them hard hours of practice, and will put in them hours of testing to make sure that they are fully comfortable in a car before selecting that car for that series. Which is, again, testament to the teams, the work they do behind the scenes, not just the work they do on these kind of nights, on race nights, it's the work they do not on a race night, in preparation for a race, in preparation for a championship. The whole amount of effort that a team puts in is absolutely fantastic to see. So we are 66 laps into this race, 3 hours 50 on the clock at the moment. So we're heading towards that 2-hour mark, and just starting to get a little darker that I've noticed. The cloud cover seems to have rolled in a little more, and that picture would tell a lie.
Yeah, it certainly is. As we're watching Esports there, just trying to hold off the Obsidian Racing Future team coming down there. And I suppose it's one of these cars, isn't it? You can hold the car off, but you have to use a lot of battery power to try and keep the car ahead, which makes you a sitting duck on the next straight. And that's probably the beauty of these cars in Le Mans, is they're obviously made for these tracks to be able to. You've got to really think about when you use that extra battery power and what settings you've got them in. As we're very close there from the city. This is going to be telling now. Has the Mecca Esports team used a lot of their battery power and now open for an attack here from the Obsidian Racing Future coming down the straight into Indianapolis? So you can see it sort of gaining slightly, but quite evenly matched. And I suppose that's the power of the Porsche. The BMW, not really seen a lot. I think this is probably the only BMW actually in the field. We were speaking to one of the previous drivers coming in, and we were asking him about the differences between these LMDH cars. He said, I don't really know a lot about the BMW because it's not very much used, but it's certainly being used at the moment within the fields.
I'm good on Overtake Blue for giving something a try and seeing how it feels for them, because, you know, as we've just said, it's all about comfortability. If they've never tried it, they may feel comfortable to them maybe pick that BMW in a later series that team has coming up, or returning back to this series in the future. It might be something for them to look at as well, and it might also open the eyes. There is also the Obsidian Racing Future team in the BMW, currently running in P8, but like you say, majority of the LMDH Pro category in the Cadillac, clearly seeming to be the car of choice in the LMDH category.
Certainly do. We've got a driver standing by, Colin McKenzie and Lunatic Racing here. Matthew, I'll let you take this interview. Currently running around in the GT3 AMS in third place, mate. Over to you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Colin, welcome to the commentary box. Good evening. How's today gone for yourself?
So far so good. You know, it's a little bit of a struggle out here with the Audi, but so far it's doing well. I think the biggest issue we've been having are the slowdowns out here.
Yeah, the slowdown's obviously causing you a few problems. Championship-wise, heading in towards Silverstone, looking at back pain and eye strain, they're going to try and close that gap to you tonight. Is this something that strategy, maybe later in the race, we're going to see you gain on them a little bit, or what is the strategy looking at for yourselves so far?
I think right now, I mean, they've run a heck of a race so far. We're kind of just going to try to hold position here and see what happens. I think they're going to be too far in front of us to really make us a move. There's going to be too many cars in the mix. Drew's in the car right now. He's got some pace, so something may happen. Again, it's endurance. We still got 2 hours left, so you never know. But right now, we're pretty content. I think we're actually P2. I don't know if Overtake Team Pink is actually an AM car or a Pro Class car, so we're kind of happy if we can kind of sneak in a podium here.
Yeah, currently running P3 overall in AM. Overtake Pink is classified on my screen as a GT3 AM car. But it's been a good race for yourself, as you say. The strategy's playing out well. Happy to take the points going into that final championship race of the season at Silverstone?
Yeah, I think we really found out that this probably wasn't going to be the best track for our car, and if we could sneak some podium points to keep the lead or keep the points pretty close going into Silverstone, we're going to be pretty happy. You know, what better way to end the season than, you know, an all-out battle for that last race.
Myself and Andy was just actually speaking on the car selection choices this season. Talk us through the team's decision to go with the Audi this year. Obviously a car that you don't really see much of nowadays in the real world racing. Just talk us through the team's decision to pick the Audi.
I mean, we're a team of lunatics, man. So when the new car came, we decided to go with it and see what happens. Luckily, for the most part, at the beginning of the season, it was pretty strong, but it just does not have the straight line speed that you need here.
Do you think at Silverstone the Audi can be back to its winning ways?
I think there's enough curves in the track for us to do it. Obviously, there are some straights, but we've had some pretty good success in past races in the Audi at Silverstone, so we're pretty excited for it, and we're really trying to just put our best foot forward, see what happens there.
So what's the plan then? 2 hours left. What's the plan for the rest of the evening? Is it sort of hold station P3 or see what you can get in that final stint?
We're basically just going to try to hold position here. Whatever happens is going to happen. Drew's just going to try to keep laying down some lap times. If he starts creeping up on people, we'll see what we go from there. But we're not going to, test our luck. We'd rather take the P3 than, do something stupid and end up, P10.
Well, Colin, thank you very much. Wish you the best luck for the rest of the race and enjoy.
I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you very much. Colin there from the Lunatic Racing P3, currently in GT3, and they are the guys who lead the championship at the moment, and they are the drivers who are going through the pack, trying to keep as many points. Now that is, I thought I was somebody off circuit there, but it's not. It's Obsidian Racing Future into the pits from 7th place in LMDH Pro.
Definitely is. You got to love that thing. Why did you pick the Audi? Because we're lunatics. So
yeah,
it did make me chuckle out.
It's that's a bunch. Well, hey, why else would you pick it? I suppose.
Exactly. Yeah. Good. Why did you do that? Because I'm a lunatic. Fair enough. Okay, and next question.
Yeah, exactly. Just looking at their last lap times. Lost 9/10 to the car, overtaking Team Pink on the last lap. They actually pitted on their lap 53. Obviously, we're on lap 67. These guys are obviously laps down on the lead pack at the moment. So they actually pitted not too long ago. Yeah, about 10 laps ago they pitted. So their lap 53, what would have been 63 overall in the race, they went a lap longer than the two cars in front. So again, that strategy playing out.
Certainly is, as we're watching Robbie Prescott and the D's Porsche Renault Jug team had a really difficult day here today. Obviously, we talked about the Porsche and not being the greatest on flatline speed, and in a very competitive field, you need a car that can compete with the likes of the Mercedes and the Ferraris up front, but unfortunately just not being able to do it. But it makes one of them. He's still running around in 7th place, so still some valuable points, and we'll come a bit more alive for Silverstone, being that the Porsche loves to get on the brakes late, and obviously going around corners is a lot better than going in a straight line for the Porsche. So they'll probably be in a little bit of their zone. They just need to keep the faith, just keep going, and just try to keep the position where they're at the moment to limit the amount of points that they're going to be slightly down here. But currently watching the SimHQ Motorsport White team, the Marisa person in 5th place overall, and I believe that's the Not Lunatic Racing, that is the Longhorn Racing. That's the one. Mark Johnson there behind him, just trying to get him in the GT3 AM overall. But coming into the last 2 hours of this race. I mean, 4 hours. Where's that gone? Bloody hell.
Yeah.
And another 2 hours to go. So yeah, still managing, still here, guys. Full 7 hours. I'm just dedicated. That's what I'm going to say.
Hey, some of us was in the Apex studio this morning working, so it's been a long haul tonight, and I've got radicals to do at 1:15 in the morning as well. So we aren't finished yet. We've got a few more shows to do as the night rolls through. But as we say, approaching that 4-hour mark, and I just want to go back to your Porsche comment there, Robbie Prescott in that Porsche P7. Testament to him for keeping going. We know the Porsche isn't the best car around here, but this is endurance racing. If anything goes wrong, he picks up them points, he picks up them positions, and he's in that race till the very end. He's never out of it, no matter how slow or poor the car's performance is on the day. If other drivers, other cars have problems, Robbie Prescott and the team can pick up places.
Certainly can be. And just looking here, Wayne Hutchinson and Dog Bear Bark, he's currently leading the way in the over 50s championship by 101 points to 95 to Billy Sigmund, who's driving in the GT3 AM. So if you don't know about that one, it's a championship in a championship for the over 50s. So Wayne leading the way in that one at the moment, currently in P4. just looking where Billy Sigmund is. It's Direct Drive Motorsports. So they're currently in P10th in the AM. So it looks like Wayne will be extending his lead here at Le Mans to Billy Sigmund. They're 10th in that AM field. So we'll be losing a few points to him, but still second place in that over 50s champions.
That's brilliant.
It's always nice, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant little championship for the older generation. And great to see the older generation, trying to stick with the young guns of today. And we know that sim racing can be a lot about fitness, and we see a lot of drivers based off of Max Verstappen, what he does in the real world as well as that sim world. Keeps very fit and makes sure he stays at the forefront of his racing in the real world, as well as for Team Redline in the sim world. So it's great to see these over 50s take on the young guns, as we have Sim Republic in the pits from P5 in LMDH AM. That is Nathan Solano into the pit lane for their 7th stop of the race. That will be 2 more than any other team in that field today. So not the day maybe for Sim Republic. Possibly would have been hoping for others, but like you say, any damage or anything they had early on may have cost them an early pit stop. And we see an overtake Team Grey into the pits in GT3 Pro from P4 as well. So pit stops coming around. It's that time for pit stops. And this really, potentially, you're looking at this one, maybe another 2 after this to set you up for that finale of the race. So this one will be a full tank and go. The next one should probably be a full tank and go. And then it's when we start to get to the nitty gritty of who is doing a full tank, who is doing a splash and dash.
It definitely is. But that back pain and eye strain team at GT3 AM, they've really extended the lead out. Because last time I remember looking at them, they were around about 20 seconds ahead. They've really managed to motor on in that GT3 AM field, 39 seconds ahead. I thought they maybe had under-fueled or something like that, but looking at their lap times and the pitting, they're still in track. So they've managed to eke out more time in that GT3 battle at the front, and they're sitting in a comfortable position now, pretty much where they have been since Lunatic Racing basically spun out earlier on, and it was in the opening hour that they did that, and since then it's been back pain and eye strain all the way. Like you say, there's the one and only BMW car, but to me, the BMW in the GT3 class is one of them all-round cars. It's pretty much good at everything. So, it takes corners really well. It can eat big corners, where a lot of other cars will clatter over there and maybe get bent out of shape. Whereas, straight line speed, it can keep up with the likes of the Mercedes, maybe slightly slower, but nothing that's... Nothing on par to the Porsche, and it's good to see that the BMW is out here still flying the flag for the German manufacturer.
And this is something that when you see a track like Le Mans, it's got so many different corners. It's got fast-flowing corners. You've got the sharp chicanes. You've got the Mulsanne corner at the very bottom of the circuit after the straight. So it's got a lot of different corners, a lot of different characteristics does this circuit have. And like you say, the BMW, a bit of an all-round kind of car, can tackle them corners. Each different one can tackle the straights, maybe a little less top speed or acceleration than the likes of the Mercedes and the Ferrari. But because it can tackle everything in one go, on a circuit where you kind of require a bit of everything, the BMW seems to be that kind of car of choice going to Silverstone. Again, a bit more of an all-round circuit. It's got different types of corners, slower speed, medium kind of speed corners, as well as then a few straights chucked in there. That's where the BMW is going to really play at his advantage. So maybe looking at tonight in Silverstone, the back pain eye strain team have got a good opportunity and a good all-round car to capitalise on what the Audi possibly lacks. But as Colin said a few moments ago, the Audi should be good at Silverstone. It is here where it's lacking because of that top speed.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, it's just going to be an absolute grandstand finish to the end of the season. And, it made it even better because obviously it's going to be broadcasted from the studio as well, so you can do a lot of more in-depth analysis on the races and looking at the battles in. But it's going to be an epic end to this season, and like you said, none of the championship is none of it's a given. some less than the others, but the majority of them are all down to that last race of who wins it and who comes second and third to who gets the positions within the championship. And that's really where you want to be when it comes to endurance racing. You get to that last round, be still in with an opportunity in a fight to win a championship, and it makes it more of a grandstand finish rather than a parade.
And like you say, that in an endurance championship, it's testament to the series as well for how close and how tight this championship really can be. As we see in the Team Brake Fade car enter the pit lane in the LMDH AM, it is testament to the series on how good a championship this has been, because of the fact, we're going into that final race at Silverstone at the end of the month, where we're looking at not just 1 or 2 championships to be decided. All 4 can be decided. There will not be a winner tonight, which is absolutely brilliant for that series. Yes, some might be more unrealistic going into Silverstone in terms of will they win it, but mathematically it is all possible. This is the sim world. We never know what's going to happen. Anything can happen on its day. And with endurance racing, it can all go wrong on lap 1. And it can all go wrong on the last lap. So you've got to be in it to win it. You've got to be at the end to win it. And this is great to see, as we're seeing Daniel Ash at the moment for overtake Team Pink, following what looks to be a Mercedes down the Mousson Straight at the moment. Currently second in GT3. Am, as one of the LMDH cars, puts a lap on the traffic.
That's an Audi, but anyway, we'll let
Audi, apologies, yeah. I think I need to.
I was looking at the rear end of the Ferrari, and it looks like a Ford. Every time I see it, I think there's a Ford on track, because it looks like the old Ford car. And I was like, that's nice to have a Ford.
Yeah.
The diary.
Maybe soon. The Mustangs just came into the GT3 category, hasn't it, this year? We saw it in the real world around Paul Ricard today. So you never know. Never say never. We could see maybe the Ford Mustang come back into that GT3 category very, very soon. Here is the 100 Force team. As there is that Audi. Specsavers may be getting a phone call this week for an appointment, I reckon. As the Audi. That is the Penguin simulation team in P4 in Pro. So that overtake Team Pink, who's just overtaken them there down the straight, I believe so. So 2 different classes there. And again, like we said earlier, these classes possibly not wanting to get in a battle with each other. So maybe the Penguin team letting overtake Team Pink go, not in their fight for category. So letting them go instead of having a bit of an incident together. This is Mecca Esports. Mecca Esports, then. They are P6. They've got a Sim HQ Motorsport Red hot on their heels at the moment, as they've come through the first of 2 chicanes. A flash of the lights of the Mercedes to let him know that he's putting a lap on him. It is Porsche versus Cadillac. Now, the interesting difference in obviously the Porsche GT3 to the Porsche Hypercar, we're seeing a few more Porsche Hypercars be selected and have a bit of a better showing, obviously showing that the Porsche Hypercar a better choice in its category over the Porsche GT3's category.
Yeah, it certainly is. But I mean, you can sort of see the split in the pros and the AMs, and we were discussing this earlier. I think the Porsche is an easier car to manage than what the Acura and the Cadillac is. So you can sort of see the split between the pros and the AMs. The AMs, very much heavily favouring the Porsche, whereas the pros are heavily favouring the Cadillac and the Acura, because it's a little bit harder to handle, but you get better speed out of them 2 cars. And we had an excellent explanation that the Acura is very much understeery and the Cadillac very much oversteery. So whichever one takes your preference out of them 2 faster cars, it is. Whereas the Porsche is that middle ground car that is neither good nor bad. But certainly from a top split team, it's very much the Acura or the Cadillac that you want to be able to be in, to be giving you the fastest speeds that you can get out of the car. So it's going to be interesting now to see what this Acura can do coming down here, coming down into Indianapolis. Can it make a move on the Porsche? Or is he just going to sit behind him for the long? No, that's Porsche curves, actually. It just went through Arnage.
Yeah, we all make a mistake or two on
We do, don't we?
which car. Especially yourself. You've been doing it 4 hours. Yeah, you're 4 hours in.
4 hours in.
I've only done an hour 20 so far. So yeah, testament to you on your endurance, not just the drivers but the commentators here in the commentary box to keep the mental state going for the end of this race. An hour 50 then left in this one, and Precision Racing Esports in the Acura are 18 seconds clear at the moment, having a great showing. All the Precision Esports team pitted on lap 60, so 11 laps ago did Pat pit. So I reckon we're going to be looking possibly due a pit stop within the next couple of laps for the leaders in the LMDH Pro. Do we know roughly what laps you're sort of looking in the pit stops? Obviously, I said it was about 45 minutes roughly time-wise, but in terms of laps, what would you say that is for the cars to pit?
It's probably around about 15 laps, isn't it? I think it is. Around about that, 3 minutes, 30 a lap, 40 minutes. Yeah, it's around about that 15.
So we're looking another 3 or 4 laps maybe for the leaders to start to come into the pits. There is the pit strategy, stint laps. So 12 laps at the moment. So yeah, maybe within the next 1 or 2 laps, a little earlier. But look at the car in P3, 22 laps it did on its last stint.
That's going to be a bug.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be impressive. He must have had an extra battery cell in there if he'd done 22 laps. But yeah, it's normally around about the 12. I think that's where it is on that one, isn't it? But yeah, so it'll be coming in soon. But the biggest thing for me is, how well David Williams has driven. He's only 19 seconds off Pat's time. They both pretty much left the stint before last, the pits at exactly the same time, but Pat is around about 2 seconds a lap on the fastest lap, faster than any LMDH driver.
Well, Pat had just posted the fastest lap on the last lap of 3 minutes 23 seconds, 0.061, and was 2.1 seconds quicker than David Williams behind. So testament to Pat's pace at the moment. Will there be any more changes in drivers though in the next hour and 40?
There might be. I mean, we might see Ryan come in, but obviously I believe they said that Pat can actually do the whole lot on his own. So whether they are going to change, I think the Satellite Racing Blue team are hopeful that might be the only way that they're going to get close to the Precision Racing Esports team. But I believe that the Precision Racing Esports team probably do deserve to win this race. They've been out and out the best team of the day. But Satellite Racing Team Blue, it's good for them to have a good race. We heard from the Backpain and iTunes team of how much of a boost a win can give you as a team. The Satellite Racing Blue team, although we know that they're a very good team with David Williams and Paul Darling, is that they've not had the best of luck this season. So to get this decent result here and put them in a fighting chance of an opportunity of the overall win is going to be a great boost for them going into Silverstone. Whereas the other end of the spectrum, the Satellite Racing Teal team, they've just had so much bad luck this round and the previous round. They're going to be really nervous going into Silverstone, even though they are like super quick drivers. Their luck has certainly not been with them at the moment in this championship in the last 2 rounds, whereas the first 3 rounds they were storming away with it.
Yeah, took 3 wins from the first 3, and then, like you say, dropped a lot of points at Hockenheim last time out. But this, for the Satellite Racing Blue team, this is interesting, though, for the Satellite Racing team as a whole. 2 teams leading the LMDH Pro category. Going to be interesting to see the team strategy. Are they going to let the boys race? We'd hope that they're going to let them race and race hard at Silverstone, because with the way the things have gone at the moment, 15-point gap, that is going to be close. Satellite Racing Blue currently in P2 in its class. Satellite Racing Teal currently down in P5. So a big chunk of points there that Racing Blue team have taken off of the Teal team as well. So great to see that that's going to get closer in the championship fight going into Silverstone.
Certainly is. And just looking at the Satellite Racing Teal team, it's got Max Muir in there, who's another super quick driver. Just looking at the fastest lap times now, so he's managed to get himself down to the 3:23.75. So still around about 7/10 of a second slower than the Pat Patchin's faster time, but certainly on track. And this is where I really want, and I'm really hoping, and I'll be on the other side, not commentating, watching the race. Quite possibly for Silverstone, is to make sure that these two have a decent race, because I really want to see the Pat and Max show at Silverstone, because it'll be an epic one to watch them two just going around at top speed and just matching each other pace for pace. But unfortunately, we just been denied so far in the season to see that.
We have been denied that. The top three, though, are into the pit, so that's another 12-lap stint done and dusted for the team. So if they're going at roughly 45 minutes, we're looking at coming back into the pits around about the hour mark of 5 hours, meaning that we could see very quick splash and dash times coming into that final stint around about 15-20 minutes to go, which is going to be interesting for the teams there. We see the Precision Racing Esports team of 49.32 in the pits. So Paul Darling now back in the Satellite Racing blue car, it's saying. So they have changed, they have changed, the driver,
Yeah, they have, they both have. So Ryan O'Connor has come in, so he is the slower of the two drivers. Satellite Racing to on average around about 2 seconds a lap faster than there. So the gap's 20 seconds. So we could see the Satellite Racing Team Blue ahead of the Precision Racing Esports team for the first time in this race by the end of this stint. And then probably see Pat come in for the last stint. So it's going to be a last stint shootout, really, between the Satellite Racing Blue and the Precision Racing Esports. Now, the Satellite Racing Teal team currently in third place at the moment, but they're well out of track on the pit stops. I'm just having a look here. 61, so they will be pitting this next lap, which will probably put them down a little bit more compared to the rest of the team. But, from where they were at the start of this race, it's been a great comeback for them.
It's been a great comeback, but again, going that extra couple of laps is going to be interesting come that final stint. 45 seconds behind at the moment. What is their last pit stop going to be? What is their last strategy plan going to be in terms of what time they have to pit roughly? So the Teal team not out of maybe a top 5 or 4 finish, a podium that I think they're going to need a miracle to get onto the podium. But hey, sim racing, is still an hour and 43 minutes left to go.
Yeah, still loads of time left in this. It's getting to that stage, the witching hour as such, where your concentration is going to be put to the test. You got to keep going. It's the last push. Afraid to make that little mistake. So this is where the nerves are going to start creeping in until that last hour, and you've done that last stint, and then it's just down to you, the driver and the car, to be able to sort of bring it home. But still, a lot can happen between then and now out on track. Like you said, it's still over an hour and 40 minutes of this race to go. But there's some big gaps appearing between first and second in pretty much the rest of the classes. So, it's down to these people in first place and the teams in first place to keep the driver honest and not make a silly mistake that can throw it all away.
Exactly. The closest gap is that in GT3 Pro between Overtake Team White and Bear Poke Enduro. That is the closest gap of 12.7 seconds in terms of the 4 categories that we have on show today. But yeah, an interesting one. Precision Racing Esports and actually gained a little time through the pit stops. They lost 2/10 in the pits, but the in-lap from Pat was a couple of seconds quicker than what it was for the Satellite Racing Blue team. So that gap's just extended over 21 seconds now. So they've got a good chance out front at the moment of being able to secure that lead and keep hold of it going into these final couple of hours. Here's Ben Ford leaving the pits for CRF Motorsports. He's down in 11th place at the moment and has the leader actually exited. He's probably coming around the first part of the circuit. There he is in the background, so nearly a lap down on the leader, which is obviously going to be interesting for his race, having to let the leader go as soon as he can. Paul Hale here, the Sim HQ Motorsport red car. not too far behind Obsidian Racing Future up the road. They're only a couple of seconds up the road so far, so a chance maybe for them to secure a couple of places here.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's the inter battles now that are going to ensue on track to see where you can line yourself up for that last round of pit stops, as we see Max Mio from Satellite Racing team come in. So they will be back down, but it's because they're that far out of sequence, really, with the rest of them, with obviously pitting early, that could come back and pay off dividends for him, depending on that last round of pit stops, isn't it? It's where you come out. If he can come in and basically do a full pit stop and he doesn't have to, where, as we've already said, I think the majority of them, if they're on the usual pit stop strategy, will have to come in for sort of like the last 15 minutes for a splash and dash.
Yeah.
Now, we already know it takes 34 seconds if you were just trundling through the pit lane to get to the exit. So you got the 34 seconds plus, say, an extra 5-10 seconds to refuel to get to the end of the race. You're talking 40 seconds. So the teams that have managed to eke out that lap, that don't have to do that last 15 minutes, are going to save yourself the best part of a minute, which will put you up the standings.
Well, I'm just sort of working it out in front of me now. So they came into the pits on 4 minutes 20. If it is roughly a 45-minute sort of pit window for these LMDH cars, they're going to be coming back into the pits around 5 hours, 5 minutes on the clock, meaning a full stint. They're going to have to sort of pit with about 5 or 10 minutes to go in the race. So cars may be pitting within 15, 20 minutes, splash and dash in and out. They may have to do a splash and dash 5 or 10 minutes from the end. Now, all right, you're not going to put as much fuel on board that car. And again, my maths could be well out here. But that's going to be interesting to see the Satellite Racing Teal team when they are coming to the back end of their stint. It's going to be interesting to see if they can extend a little further into that. The closer they can get to the 5 hour 50 mark, the better, because if they can make that one pit stop work, then they'll be laughing all the way to the bank in the race. But it isn't over. Anything can happen. Any dramas can happen. And again, that gap, just looking at the gap in LMDH Pro, has gone down from 21.5 seconds to 19.8. So the Satellite Racing Blue team already, now that Paul Darling is getting into a rhythm, is starting to catch that Precision Esports car that is now 19 seconds up the road, not the 21.5 we saw a few moments ago. So interesting strategies playing out here for all of the teams at the moment, and it is really, looking at it on paper so far, a two-horse race, Andy, in the LMD Pro category, in the LMDH AM category, GT3 Pro and GT3 AM. It is really a two-horse race in each of them battles going forward in this one, on paper at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. You can see the teams in third place, minute plus down from the lead race. So, pretty much around about, a quarter of the lap behind the leaders of each of the classes. And obviously you can see in that LMDH, 2 minutes 18 across. So, you're talking about half a lap down from the lead. So, yeah, definitely you probably can call it with some assurance and touch wood that nothing happens, but it is sort of like the two-horse race in each of the class, and they're close enough to make up that time and have that grandstand finish of who's going to get there at the final flag. And it comes down to, again, like we keep saying, is then pit stops. Can you eke out a little bit more? And then pit stops, can you shave off a couple of tenths of a second in that pit stops to close in that gap a bit more? Because then as soon as the second car closes in, it puts a lot of pressure on the lead race, and that's where mistakes can happen.
Well, for Precision Racing, they was actually 2.5 seconds slower than the Satellite Racing Blue team on the last lap. And I'm just looking down at GT3 Pro and GT3 AM. The leaders of them category have set their personal best laps of the race on the last time out. So interesting to see the leaders there as Bearpo Penduro comes into the pits. The two leaders in both GT3 Pro and GT3 AM setting their personal best laps of the race last time out. So very interesting to see at the moment. We also have a few cars in the pits as well as Bear Pope Enduro. We have the Penguin RC Simulation Carbon team in the pits, which may help Satellite Teal just gain that place back again and put themselves back into the top 5.
Yeah, it definitely is. And Purple Endurance in probably a little bit out of sequence. We should see the rest of them coming in. They're all lapped, or the last pits was around about lap 52, so it should start to see the big influx of the GT3. You can see the Backpain and Ice Train team there now into the pits for their 5th pit stop, as well as the Bear Pub Workers Union. So yeah, looks like we're going to have a big influx here. But Lunatic Racing, as they sort of said, is, you know, they're trying to cement that 3rd place overall. I think the 2nd place now is well and truly out of their grasp unless something catastrophic happens to the Overtake Team Pink or Backpain and Ice Train. But CMS Racing around about 15 seconds behind. So, you know, they just got to keep the pace to secure that 3rd place, which again will make a really interesting finale in the GT3 AM in Silverstone.
And it will make an absolutely fantastic finale as the Backpain and Ice Train driver leaves the pits now. Vincent Marsh in the car of that one, 41.63. So interesting to see there that 41 second pit stop for himself compared to the Overtake Team Pink of 55 seconds the last time they was in the pits. Now granted, that was some 13 laps prior to Marsh's pit stop. That is lap 65 for GT3 AM, so 76 overall. So yeah, they're on a Overtake Team Pink, who now lead GT3M, on a completely different strategy to that of Backpain and Ice Train. Or will they come into the pits at the end of this lap, trying to maybe extend? If I reckon, what did I jot down when watching earlier? 52 minutes, around the 52 to 55 minute mark for a GT3 car to pit. So again, I don't know if we have the graphic laps-wise roughly, but that is going to mean that the GT3s who pit now are going to be splashing and dashing for about 35 to 40 minutes worth of fuel on their next stint to get them to the end of the race.
Yeah, it definitely is. And so Overtake Pink is a bit out. Managed to eke out some more laps there, but I can sort of see they went in on lap 52. So well and truly probably running on vapours, I would imagine.
There we go.
To be able to do. So let's have a look. Where's Daniel?
Yeah, well, you're looking between 13 and 14 laps on that graphic. Some drivers being able to extend the extra lap. Some drivers looking to extend 13 laps there. We're seeing Ash at the moment. His team have ran a 13 lap stint the whole way through for Overtake Team Pink, whereas Marsh, again, they've all done 13 laps as well. So we're probably looking at Daniel Ash pitting at the end of this lap and Drew Becker maybe pitting at the end of the next lap to see what they can do going forward in this race. So Overtake Team Pink, I imagine, are going to come in at the end of this one.
Yeah, I would say that. You can see there, they were both on the same sort of schedule, 13 laps, and then having to come in for the pit stops. It was quite interesting now. Some of the pro drivers eking out the 14 laps, so very much on that space saving, the fuel saving strategy to be able to make sure that the last one is either a full stop and they won't have to stop to do a splash and dash, or it's going to be a lot less. Because, you know, I'd imagine you're saving a chunk of fuel around a lap around here. 8.3 miles at the speeds that these guys go in. It's got to be around about 5 or 6 litres that you've got to be saving to get around here.
But for every lap that these drivers are saving, again, it's going to work out. We're looking now at the 4.5 hour mark at the moment. The sun, you can see, is starting to set. Temperatures possibly coming down a little bit. Every lap these guys can go that little bit longer is just going to play out for what you have to put in the car on that final stint. So if these guys are going between 52 to 55 minutes, that's going to take the Overtake Team Pink car to roughly around about the 5 hour 20 mark, 5 hour 24 mark, meaning that they've only got to put fuel in for you know, just over half an hour, 40 minutes, whereas Backpain and Ice Train may have to put in for 35 to 40 minutes, 35 to 45 minutes worthload of fuel, making their car heavier, making it, you know, pit a bit earlier. And with that heavier car, Are they going to feel the pain as much, especially depending on the tyre strategy as well? Let's not forget, with only the 2 tyre changes allowed, who's on what tyres going into that last stint? How old are them tyres? How new are them tyres? These are what the teams are going to have to decide in this race at the moment. But overtake Team Pink there did come into the pits at the end of that lap.
Yeah, it definitely is. It would be really interesting to find out when they last changed tyres and what, but unfortunately we don't have that info, so we'll probably try and find it on the end of the interviews at the end of the race, or if we get any more interviewees coming in, we'll just find out how the tyre wear's been sort of going on them GT3 cars to be able to establish, as that's been a real issue in this race here, only having 2 sets of tyres. I imagine it would be, because it's not ideal there, as we can see the sun setting, that glare that the drivers will be seeing in their eyes coming down, which may obscure the braking markers on some corners that they might be using. So that could have a bearing effect on the race as well. But it's always, as we said at the start of this broadcast, it's always beautiful around here. Certainly on sunset and sunrise, seeing that sun at eye level when you're coming down the Mulsanne straight, it's just amazing.
And again, it throws in that other challenge now for these drivers with that sunlight glare through the windscreen. That's going to throw up another challenge for these drivers in terms of that concentration. Like you say, coming down the Mulsanne straight, hitting your braking at exactly the right point when you need to, and that glare coming through the windscreen really could be off-putting for the drivers. This is going to be crucial now as it heads into that evening time, as you see a few of the LMDH here getting a little close to one of the overtake cars coming through the Porsche curve. So interesting to see lapped traffic, and this is what I love. One of the things I really love about endurance racing, the lap traffic. The LMDH cars always want to try and get through as quick as they possibly can, not necessarily at the right places there, and the Mercedes just doing what he needs to do, keeping to one line and sticking to it, as we see the Lunatic Racing cars exiting the pits now. Like you say, they're pretty dead cert for that third place. I say dead cert, they're only 20 seconds ahead out front. Going back to out front, if we take a look at that LMDH Pro battle, the gap is down to 15.7 seconds. So Satellite Racing Blue really bringing that gap down over these last couple of laps, and this is becoming an interesting one. Again, 1.9 seconds quicker over the last lap was the Satellite Racing Blue team. So that gap coming down to Precision Racing Esports. Did Pat do enough in the Acura to win this race for his team? Ryan O'Connor looks like he's got a lot of work to do. He's in the thick of some traffic at the moment.
He definitely is. He's really pushing on hard to try and, limit the amount of time that he's going to lose to Paul Darling in the Satellite Racing Blue team. But at the moment, coming down steadily. I don't know if Pat's going to probably get in the last into the car, but Ryan's done his piece for the team. He's got in it. He's got in the car. He's going to have 3 stints within the car, so it's so easy as the slower driver. I keep saying slower. I mean, by no means is he slow. It's the I don't know what you would call it, but the slower between the two is. But he's doing his stints. It's so easy to just say, no, Pat, do you know what, you do it, let's win this race, and we can get out there. But not shying away from the responsibilities and getting in the car.
Wants to give his fair share towards the team. Just looking at the GT3 Pro battle as well, I was looking at the gap, 1 minute 36. I thought that cannot be right. The reason is that the Overtake Team White car hasn't pitted yet for its 5th stop. So they are due a pit stop. Bearpo Penduro, yes, they're 136 behind now. Mathematically, when it all pans out, they will be a lot closer than that. And this is going to be an interesting one, because they pitted on what was GT3's lap 65, whereas, so that was 4 laps ago, and Zayn Khan pitted 10 laps earlier than that, so he's probably going to be pitting any time now. That's going to be really, really close to the limit of that GT3 car for Overtake Team White when it will pit again at the end of the race, with just under the hour and a half mark left. So if he'd have pitted now, you'd have said, well, he'd have pitted again at 5:15. Yeah, we're really sort of on the edge of where he's going to be pitting. He's going to be making a splash and dash towards the very end of this race, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting now. We're getting into the proper meat of this endurance series, getting into the last hour and a half of the race, you know, deciding when you need to go. If you are going to do a splash and dash, do you want to do it in 2 separate stints? Are you going to change the drivers? Because obviously you've got to take into account of changing drivers, you know, the time it takes to do that. So you know, you want to optimize making sure that you're changing tires when you're doing that. If you've got any sets to still go out, you've got to make sure that you've got enough time to you're not waiting to change drivers, and you're still managing to fuel the car up. So you know, it's still quite a lot to go into these last couple of stops, and they're going to be the important ones, certainly in the front 2 of each class, you know, being so close together. If you lose that, you know, even if you lose a sizable chunk of that, it's going to be detrimental to the person that's in first place to realise that half your lead's gone from a pit stop.
It is indeed. We're currently on Ken Copeland for Delta Simtech, 7th place in GT3 Pro. This is a battle for position as well, with Robbie Prescott just in front in the Porsche, and you see him get really close up towards the Dunlop Bridge. Then using that power of the Mercedes in the straight line. Now this is where we could see the Mercedes. Oh, he's gone a little wide and just touches the grass. That's going to really hurt his effect down onto the straight here. But yeah, I was about to say that Mercedes grunt down the straight could really put him ahead of the Porsche, maybe onto the Porsche. Now he's got to do all that hard work of catching the Porsche again.
Yeah, it's good to stay on board with him, just to basically see how quickly that this Mercedes, you can see him already creeping up on the back of that Porsche car. You know, it's amazing the speed difference between this Mercedes and the Porsche in front. He's literally on the first Mulsanne chicane here, is got right near enough onto the back of him. So it would have been interesting to see what happens there as we see Zane Khan in for his stop here, the current leader. I think he will possibly lose that. Yes, he has. So there goes through the back pain and eye strain team. So it's going to be where this car has to pit again. I mean, they are out of sequence to the tune of round about 3 laps. So there's a 3-lap difference between the rest of the GT3 field and this the overtake Team White. So, you know, 3 laps at 3 minutes, that's over 10 minutes. So if it's a difference between you know, depending on when you have to pit in, this overtake Team White has got 10 minutes worth of fuel extra on board than the rest of the GT3 field, which could be vital by the end.
And exactly, and it could be vital. Oh, he has a big moment there coming through the right-hander. Going back to the Mercedes battle of Ken Copeland and Robbie Prescott, and that gap came down to half a second. He is really trying to get onto the back of the Porsche. Here he is. They've just come through, I think it's at the Mulsanne corner, as they head towards Indianapolis now. That Mercedes grunt, you can really see, he's really gaining the time on the straights over the Porsche in front, and he's within now a 10th coming towards Indianapolis. This is where the Mercedes is strong, and he pulls to that outside line for the first part of what will be Indianapolis as it comes up. And it's all about keeping it around the outside. Now the inside for the second part. Has he done enough? No, he has not. So the Mercedes clearly has the straight line speed, but the Porsche better in the corners.
Yeah, it definitely is. It was the corner that saved the Porsche there, but we've just seen how far behind on the start of the Mulsanne straight the Mercedes was behind the Porsche, and now look at us coming up into the Porsche curves, how much the Mercedes is now pushing that Porsche, and it's almost writing on the wall for the poor Porsche, and said, thank you very much, I'll have that, as they start the entry into the Porsche curves, and this may be where the Porsche can actually slightly come back, because it is better on the corner. And it does, and it's managing to hold his own track. I think it's foregone, to be honest, but it's a little battle one there between the Porsche and the Mercedes, in that the Porsche can still dominate the Porsche curves. This was extremely wide. That might have been a slowdown that the Porsche actually got as well, and pretty much gives up the battle to the Mercedes coming through.
And that's a shame because that was developing into a real good fight there. And you saw that the Mercedes gained on the straight, but coming through the Porsche curves, it really had to fight hard. And it didn't help with the LMDH drivers coming through to lap traffic. This is overtake Team Red, who just squeezed past the Audi coming into the second of the chicanes there. And the other LMDH car behind manages to now get past the Audi as well. But yeah, like you say, the back pain and ice train back in the lead of that one. And interesting to see the Bear Poke team was 1 minute 30 something, I believe, behind overtake Team White. They're now within 29 seconds. And the gap out front for LMDH Pro is now under 12 seconds. So Satellite Racing Blue here, what was it, 12 laps, I believe it was. So they've been going at the minute for 7. They're coming into the end of their stint. The Satellite Racing Blue team have the gap nearly just under 11 seconds. Paul Darling is absolutely flying at the moment. Speaking, a 3:26.5 last time around for Precision Racing Esports. A 3:24.5. Only a tenth slower than their fastest lap of the race for Paul Darling. So Paul Darling taking 2 seconds last time out on that of Precision Racing Esports. And this as well, you said about a couple of stints ago, these two teams came out the pit at identical times. Satellite Racing Blue actually jumped Precision Racing in the pits, made the mistake for Precision to get back through. This could be the difference here again. By the time we've got, lap 80, they've done 8 laps, they've got about 4 laps to go till their next pit stop. By the time that comes around, that 11 seconds could be 2 or 3.
Exactly, it could be right on the tail like it was again, and then we're coming down into the final hour of two cars going right at it, nose to tail. So it's going to be interesting as we've got the SimHQ Orange team in the pits from the lead. Pretty much been a boring race for them, if we're going to be honest. Been out front from start to finish in this race, and yeah, it's pretty much foregone for them. Yes, overtake Team White. We've got a replay to show you now then. Was in the lead of GT3 Pro pretty comfortably from Bear Pope. If you remember rightly, he'd only just come out the pit lane and through Indianapolis, too much curb, front end into the wall. And that is the Mercedes spinning around. And for overtake Team White, you've just said it a moment ago, barring disaster, should have really won this race. He's now 7 seconds behind Bear Pope Endurance. Now for this team, did they add that extra fuel while repairing the damage? What did they do there? How long will he go? How much of a splash and dash will they have to do? But he's now on the back foot. That is Zane Khan in the car of overtake Team White at the moment, who's had that incident. Yeah, they were only stationary in the pits for 2.3 seconds, so probably just got the repair done straight back out. So it's certainly a race on now. We do know that Zane Khan is a quick driver in that Mercedes, but it's like I said, you know, it's all very well being quick. It's making sure that you don't make mistakes. And unfortunately, we did see a mistake there from Zane. So that will be eating on his mind, realizing that they've given up the lead of this GT3 Pro into the closing hour of this race after leading it for pretty much 5 hours is going to be gut-wrenching for them. But he's now got to compose himself. And this is where the team will come into play to compose him, to basically make sure they push him in the right direction and not make sure he goes gun-ho crazy and basically just bins the car and loses the second place, you know, because at the end of the day, second place, considering they're fighting for the championship, is still a decent points haul. If they crash out now, as we see a spin here, does it save it? Oh, look at the cars beyond. Well, that was a great save to be able to carry on, but that was close for the LMDH cars behind. Yeah, the close there, but Lewis there was a great save.
Great save, managed to pull it forward so that all the cars who committed to going round the back of him didn't collect him. Just looking at a fight here, LMDH AM. That gap is tumbling down between the pneumatic motorsports car, pitted on the same lap as SimHQ Motorsport Orange. And now are they struggling a little bit here? Because that gap has tumbled down at the moment, and really, they've been in, like you said, they've been in control most of this race, but all of a sudden, coming into this last hour and 15 minutes of the race, 10 seconds is that gap. It's 10 seconds in LMDH Pro, it's 7.5 in GT3 Pro, it's 36 in GT3 AM, but this is where endurance racing gets exciting, because the last hour 15, we're starting to see these gaps close, and we're starting to see these drivers have to work extremely hard. That gap in LMDH AM is now down, just crept under under 10 seconds for a moment. So are the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team having a problem? Are they, on the edge of tyres that they've got to sort of save a bit of tyre towards the end of the race?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it because obviously the Motorsport Pneumatic Purple team were, they had extra laps on hand, so they've probably gone in a little bit earlier on the same lap. But I'm just looking at their pit stop times; they're pretty much identical to the SimHQ Orange team. So, yeah, maybe they're struggling a little bit on tyres. Maybe they haven't got any tyres to actually put on the car, so they're using a used set of tyres and then saving their spare set, if they've got one left, to the last stint to try and push on. They've got like an 11-second gap at the moment, but that's certainly tumbled down from where it was originally. So certainly game on between that LMDH and between the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team and the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team. So that's going to be interesting. GT Pro Bear Pulp Endurance 6.3 seconds ahead of Overtake Team White, so certainly game on in them two. And then you got the LMDH Pro, where it's only 10.11 seconds the difference between Satellite Racing Blue and the Precision Racing Esports. So, it's certainly not over yet. 10 seconds after 5 hours, nearly 5 hours of competitive racing is extremely close.
And this is where the middle sort of 2 or 3 hours wipes itself from the records, really, because all that hard work you do in the middle 2 or 3 hours in terms of strategy, in terms of going a little longer than your rivals, all now starts to play out. And this is what we are seeing. Although Ryan O'Connor in that Acura just now starting to match the pace of Paul Darling out front, he's just extending that gap slightly, was a tenth slower on the last lap. So at the moment going not too bad. Paul Hale and Justin Richardson going and having a little battle for 7th and 8th in LMDH Pro, looking at the timing screens there. But as well, like you say, 9 seconds now in LMDH AM and 6.1 seconds. But that Overtake Team White car is the one that's just pitted twice pretty much within quick succession, as they had that incident at Indianapolis. The only team that's really got it pretty comfortable so far is Backpaid and Ice Train in GT3M.
Yeah, it definitely is. Scott's there asked about the top speeds down the straight. So I'm just having a look here. So our timing tower, say the Porsche is doing 287, but the Mercedes is 295. So there is looking like a bit of a speed difference between there. So the Porsche is giving up quite a bit of time, or quite a bit of miles per hour to the rest of the GT3 field on that. As Leah said, it's not 100% accurate, but you can certainly see there is a speed difference between them when they're coming down the straights, which is, like you're saying, Scott, should be to be expected. Having to use a bigger wing on the back of the Porsche to be able to get stability through the corners. So, it's a case of chalking this up as we got side by side action there, and the Audi, aka the Mercedes, is not doing very well.
It's not at all. This is CRF Motorsport on the back of Pneumatic Motorsport Blue. So that's a battle in class as well for LMDH Pro.
Definitely is. And we've got Dave Williams actually in the booth back, and we're bringing it back up. Dave, what a cracking little ride you had there, mate, keeping it within 19 seconds, giving you a fighting chance for Paul to be able to try and reel in Ryan O'Connor of the Precision Racing Esports. He must be over the moon.
Yeah, I'm a little happy, man. That worked out pretty well. I came out like right in front of him. I'm sure you guys saw that. And I'm locked up going into turn one. I was like, I'm not even trying to race him, dude. This is ridiculous. He's going to blow me off at some point anyway, so I'm just going to get it the hell out of his way and let him go do his thing and try to stay behind as close as I can. So.
I mean, you had a 40-second deficit to try and pull in last time, did Paul. Managed to get that to give you the fighting chance. We did see you have a very good pit exit where you got in front, and then we did see the lockup, so we won't dwell on that too much. But after that stint, after the two stints, to be only 19 seconds back, considering the speed difference, and we talked about Pat's speed's ability in the Acura on our last interview, to be only 19 seconds, mate, you must have pulled it out the back.
Yeah, I actually turned pretty good couple of stints there. I think other than that one lockup, I don't think I really had any major issues. And I didn't hit close to my optimals at all, but I ran consistent times. So, even though I didn't hit any blazing laps, I didn't have any mistakes either, and that really pays off in the end.
Well, that's now giving your teammate Paul Darlin the opportunity to close it in. You're only 9 seconds now behind the Precision Racing. You've got to be hopeful now that there's a possible first place on the cards here, isn't there?
Yeah, I hope so. You never know what can happen, and I just noticed that here a minute ago, Pat had a disconnect due to packet loss. Luckily, he wasn't in the car at the time, but hey, strange things happen, man, and who knows, we might look into a win here.
You're giving yourself the best opportunity. You've driven out your skin to get yourself within the 19 seconds. You had 40 seconds the last time and managed to close it in, did Paul. He's now down to 8.5 seconds behind. It's going to be a fascinating last stint to go. Just, I don't know if you want to tell me, you can or not. Have you got any tyres left for your last stint?
Well, see what had happened was no. yeah, we still have tires, so we're good.
You're all good.
We got another set of tires. I did on my stint. I did a double, and Paul's stint before he did a double. So we've saved our tires, and we have a fresh set of tires to go. So we don't have to worry about tires. Only thing we really got to worry about is Pat getting back in the car. I think if for some strange, odd reason he does not get back in the car, I think we have a good chance of getting up there and catching Ryan and battling for the win. But if he gets back in the car, let's be honest, he's probably going to walk away from us again unless something bad happens. Mistakes always happen, but on pure pace, we're not going to keep up with Pat.
You've given yourself the best opportunity, mate, haven't you? Here, you were well out of it. You've got yourself back in it. You've got a fighting chance. You come in down to like 10.5 seconds behind the Precision Racing. You got the slower driver in their car, which is giving you the opportunity to get up. It's going to be close. Are you getting back in the car at all, or is Paul now going all the way to the end?
As long as Paul doesn't need a relief, I think he's going to finish his last 2.5 stints out. There's no point in me coming in for a half stint. That just makes no sense. So, yeah, he's going to go ahead and finish out the 2.5. It was kind of debatable whether or not I was going to do a double or triple. And honestly, man, my new steering wheel is got my wrist hurting a little bit. So I was like, let me go ahead and get out, man, and you go ahead and finish this off if you can. So.
The joys of modern simware is a lot harder than people think, isn't it?
Yeah, man, I've been sweating my butt off in here, honestly. And I'm in a closed up room. I've got these computers going and screens and all that stuff, and then the heat starts building, and yeah, I've been here sweating my butt off.
It's all in aid of good cause, though, mate, isn't it? Certainly if you get that race win at the end of the day. But no, you can sit back now, have a brewski, whatever your tipple is, and just enjoy Paul. Hopefully, bringing it home and see how you get on. But you've certainly given yourselves the best opportunity that you can do to win this race, haven't you?
Yeah, that's really all you can really hope for, man, is to give yourself the opportunity to be there for the win, right?
Exactly.
You got to finish the race and give yourself an opportunity. So far we're doing that. I'm happy with where we are. Even if we don't win, it's a great points day. So that's always a positive too. So yeah, very happy. Before I forget though, because last time I did forget, you mind if I go ahead and give a shout out to our sponsors?
No, feel free, mate.
Thank you. Give a shout out to Dr. Dabber, Ellis Engineering, Nemesis Lab, and Moradness. Thank you guys for sponsoring the Satellite Racing team. Thank you to Jesse and Max and Paul for all the setup work for the setup for this race today. And give a shout out to my mom, because I know she's actually listening. And hey, what kind of son would I be if I didn't give a shout out to my mom?
Hi, Dave's mom.
That's
definitely, mate. Well, you can say it all again when you come in for your second place interview as well. We'll let you do that, mate.
All right, man. Yeah, we might see you. Maybe me and Paul both might see you at the end, I hope.
Yeah, or the first place. Who knows? We'll another hour and 8 minutes will tell us so, mate.
Yes, for sure, for sure. Hey, let's not forget the fact that I think Max is up to 4th now from.
He is. Yeah, he's phenomenal. He's done a phenomenal.
Dude, like, what the hell? I hope he doesn't catch this. I kind of want this 2nd place at least. Stay back there,
I'm
Max.
pretty sure he won't. I think he's too far off catching you, but yeah, great recovery drive from them guys.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Cheers, Dave. Have fun, and we'll speak to you at the end, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Talk to you
Cheers,
soon. Bye.
There was Dave there, giving himself the just as we said, Max Muir just saves the car, doesn't get out, but that was a butt clenching moment there.
Yes.
Coming up to Arnage, isn't it? Is that Arnage? Is that right?
No, I think that's the Mousson corner.
Let's have a look. No, it is.
Oh, no, it is, yeah. Yeah. No, he was right.
Try to push it too deep, didn't he?
Just locked the brakes, and it just, you see it wiggle under locking on the brakes there, and it went horribly wrong. Could have been worse and bounced off the wall. One thing while we was speaking with David there, Paul Darling, personal best lap, the team's best lap of the race with a 3-minute 24.339. So Paul Darling took another 7/10 out of Ryan O'Connor's lap time there, and also this is lap 12 of their stint. So we're expecting to see these guys in the pits imminently, I imagine, on this lap. And this is going to be interesting to see the pit times, the in laps. That's going to be crucial, and whether Pat gets back in the car for the Acura for the Precision Racing Esports team.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's all to play for now, isn't it? Under 10 seconds, getting into the last, just about to tip into the last hour of this race. It all comes down to this last 60 minutes about who's done what throughout the whole 5 hours previous, you know, setting themselves up for whatever they need to do to make sure they limit the amount of time that they're in that pit stop in the last hour.
And what a battle we're seeing through all 3 categories at the moment. GT3 Am, the gap's kind of come close, but that's still over 30 seconds. GT3 Pro, the Bear Pope Enduro team have gapped Overtake Team White, so they've stretched that margin a little bit more. They've done really well in the Mercedes there. In LMDH, that gap is now under 8 seconds. Sim HQ Motorsport Orange, who was so dominant in the early stages as Bear Pope Enduro. We say that they've extended the gap and they've bounced off the wall. The commentator's curse is a real curse, and that is disastrous at this stage of the race.
Oh, you could just see it, the car starting to go. Luckily, where they are on track, they can go into the pits now to do it. So, you know, they'll probably go in, get that fast repair, and then basically look at doing all their pit stops now. So, can they get it to the end of the race where they currently are? It's going to be a tall orders, around about 52 minutes. So, I think it's going to be a splash and dash that they're going to have to do here anyway, but it'll be interesting to see. But let's have a look at back what's coming through the Porsche curves. Was it? Oh, just touching that grass a little bit.
You can just see as he starts to go. Yeah, he's gone off the line.
Wasn't it? It was the LMDH, put him off coming round, took him offline, and unfortunately,
at this stage of a 6-hour race, when the track's dirty offline, it's crucial to stay where you are. And this is my point of the ruling is the ruling that the LMDH cars have to make their way around the GT3 cars. If so, he could have held his line and made the LMDH go round. But interesting to see it there. So that has really swung back to overtake Team White now then, as we are seeing the leaders in the pits. Now this is crucial. In laps was a second difference. Paul Darling a second quicker, but Pat is back in the car for this final stint of the race. So all that hard work that Darling's got to do has just got a little bit harder.
Certainly has, and that's probably the worst bit of news that David Williams was probably not hoping for, seeing Pat get back into the car for the last couple of stints as he goes up onto the ramps together. He's gone back up on the jacks there to change his tyres.
They're still going here. That's counting his pit stop over a minute. So Paul Darling is away, and Pat went back up on the jacks. They've gained nearly 20 seconds in the pit stop there.
So that's It's a bit strange there, unless he decided, do you know what, I think we should just change the tyres and just ate the time that they would have lost, you know, realising that he has got the pace on Paul Darling, but now it's somewhere that Pat's not been. He's not been chasing somebody down yet. So it's going to be interesting to see now what happens. The gap is not massive. It's only 5.4 seconds, so he'll be able to see his target rival of the Satellite Racing Blue team. But yeah, it's a different spin on where they were before, because Satellite Racing Blue was always the chaser, and it's now the chasee.
The last time it was the chasey, it made a mistake, and Precision Racing was a lot closer and got through pretty much straight away. Now, Precision Racing have to be precise. They've got a 5.7 second gap to close down. They cannot afford to make any small mistakes, overdrive the car, push a little too hard, and it could happen like the Bear Pope Enduro GT3 Mercedes a moment ago. Just a little offline or anything for Precision Racing Esports could spell disaster in this race. And with Satellite Racing TL only 31 seconds behind, the last thing this car will need is damage.
Yeah, 100%, but it's sort of all or nothing now for Paul, isn't it? You know, it's how much does he want to push to be able to try and get that first place, try to extend it out. He's got 5 seconds advantage. But it depends as well. We've seen it before, you know, the Precision Racing Esports, you know, if he's trying to push too hard with Zane, you know, he can make a mistake and unfortunately spin out. So, you know, there's a lot of pressure there on both drivers. You know, how does each one of them want to push to be able to keep the points that they got? Because they're both bearing in mind, and there you can see this Precision Racing Esports team just in the foreground there, just overtaking the Bear Pope Ferrari car. So it's sort of game on, but I think it'll be, you know, wise for the Satellite Racing Blue team to say, yeah, they know that Pat is a super quick driver. Paul can do what he's doing at the moment to make sure that he's safe, and if it gets close enough, Pat, you just let him by and, you know, just take the second place, because second place is still a decent amount of points. Because bearing in mind, you've got to look at the bigger picture here. You know, the Precision Racing Esports are not in the fray to win this championship. Satellite Racing Blue are. So therefore, they could recoup some points on their sister team and pull out more points against the Penguin RC Simulation Magma team, you know, which at the end of the day should be their aim goal. But, you know, when you get in the heat of the battle and racing, and again, this is where it comes down to your teammates to say, look, play it pragmatically. We don't want to lose where we've currently got, because in the standings, we're gaining points. We're not losing it, we're gaining it, even if we get second place. So therefore, just let him pass. He can go on and win it. He's not our competition when it comes to the main championship.
And also 100 Force are tied on points with Satellite Racing Blue, and they're not having the night they'd want either. This is Overtake Team Red coming into pit lane from 30th place, 100 Force in the pits as well from P11 at the moment. So a couple of pit stops to work itself out. Satellite Racing Teal obviously out of sync in terms of the pit stops, so it's going to be interesting to see when they pit themselves. Lap 73 was the last time they pitted, so I imagine they're probably going to come into the pits. No, they're going to go and do one more. Well, one more will take them to 5 hours 6 minutes, 5-6 minutes roughly, so they're going to have to do a splash and dash with about 6 or 10 minutes left to go in this race.
Yeah, they are, but I mean, look where they've come from to where they are now. Made their way up to third place. They are 12 seconds ahead of the Penguin Simulation Magna, but they are slightly out of kilter. But to be at the beginning of this race in dead last position, to then get themselves back up to an opportunity of a podium position. Because bear in mind, you know, Penguin, RC Simulation, Magma and Carbon, they're going to have to pit again as well. So it's not like Satellite Racing are having to do an extra pit over the rest of the field. It could be the time differences are slightly different between the teams. But, you know, for them to get up, I mean, if we just look at the lap times, He's currently doing Max Muir at the moment a 3:25, where it's about 2 seconds faster than the rest of the LMD field, apart from the front two. You know, so he's certainly putting the power down at the moment as Max to give him the best opportunity to get that last podium position. And if they get that, that's a result in my books.
It is indeed, as you said that. Justin actually went and did a 3:24 for the Carbon Penguin team there. Then Penguin Magma team pitted on lap 84, same as the two leaders. So he's actually on the same pit strategy as the leaders, whereas the Penguin Carbon and the Satellite Racing Teal are due a pit stop this lap and the next lap. They pitted back on lap 73 and 74. So them two both out of sync. And is it them two that's challenging for that final top 5, top 4 spot then? Is that the battle in this race? Obviously with Penguin Magma only 12 seconds behind the Teal team. That's going to be interesting to see what plays out. But again, that gap is 12 seconds now. What will it be when Magma have to pit in 10 laps time as opposed to Teal having to pit in, another 14 laps time, 13 laps time?
Yeah, I think to be looking at it realistically, I think Satellite Racing Teal will be racing for 4th place because they're going to have to pit now. They're going to have to pit before the end of the race. Whereas if you look at Penguin RC Simulation Magma, they pitted on lap 84, so they're in touch with the leaders. So like you said, they've got another 10 laps to go, which will bring them well within the realms of one more pit stop. So I think that the Satellite Racing Teal, although they're going to have to do a splash and dash at the end, I think the same with Carbon. I think it's going to be Penguin RC's Magma that will take that 3rd place because of that splash and dash for Satellite Racing Teal at the end of this race.
Indeed. Just looking at the leaders, that gap is still 5.5 seconds in LMDH Pro. So Paul Darling doing a very good job out front at the moment to do a 3:25.0 last time around. He gained 0.2 over Pat last lap. So doing the job he needs to do at the moment.
He certainly is. He's putting it all on the line, I think, at the moment, Paul Darling. They got the opportunity, not how they win this season in the Pro-Am division, our Satellite Racing Blue. So probably itching to do it, as we do now see Max Beer coming in for what I believe is his penultimate stop. I think he's going to have to stop again for a splash and dash right at the end of the race. But I mean, it's a great recovery drive that he's done to even be up into the top half of the grid.
To be talking about him at this stage of the race, battling for a top 4 is absolutely fantastic for what that team has done in this race. The recovery drive has been phenomenal. Zane Khan, well, had his moment on his own, and then the Bear Pope Enduro team had their moment a few laps ago on their own. So interesting to see that they've got now a 57-second gap at the moment. That is pretty comfortable going into the fact that the leaders pitted 3 laps ago. So Zane Khan, lap 69, he's probably for GT3. He's probably due a pit stop anytime soon as well. And with that 58-second gap, he can probably come in and out the pits and carry on his way before Bear Pope have even come round to the line.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, it's all getting rather tasty at on a few of these championships of who's going to do what, when they're going to do it, or anything like that. So it's going to be interesting this final run-in as we see the Penguin RC Simulation Carbon coming in. So they're very much on the same strategy as the Satellite Racing Teal team, hence why I think that they're going to be coming in over there. But we do have Mr. Ryan O'Connor from the Precision e-Racing Sports here, and we're bringing up. Hi Ryan, welcome to the box, mate. Pretty good stint, that.
A lot better than my first 2. Thanks for having me back.
You're more than welcome, mate. Well, it's certainly set up a grandstand finish now. Just want to find out what happened in that pit stop there, because it seemed that you came off the jacks and then you went back onto the jacks.
The oddest thing, I have no idea, since obviously 99% of the races we run, we don't have tire limits, but it was the oddest thing. The fuel went, we went up on jacks. Pat took the final set of tires. He's just gonna, 1.5 stint the final set of tires. Fuel went up to 89 liters, just nice full tank, and car dropped and it picked right back up again. And we don't have any tire sets left, so I don't even know what it was doing. So it cost us 22 additional seconds in the pit.
Yeah, we saw that, and obviously that's now sort of changed the dynamics because you've gone from being chased to being the chaser. So it's gonna be interesting now coming into the final stints. Obviously, there is going to be another pit stop that both of you are going to have to make. You're not making, or Pat's not making the inroads that we were coming to expect with himself and Paul. And Paul is like sort of doing a blinder out there to try and keep Pat at like 5 seconds. It's coming down slowly, but it's going to be interesting last stint, isn't it?
It really is. So, Paul and David are driving so good. They have so much pace today. That was apparent in my first 2 stints. I mean, they knocked out a 30-second gap on me, and I wish I could say all that was just bad traffic, but it wasn't. They're flying in that car tonight. So, we're doing the best we can. We believe that the car has the pace. We should be able to come back and take our P1. But, what I told Pat is don't get overwhelmed. Don't do it too quickly, just ease in. Our car's got excellent pace around the corners. It's a little slow in the straights, but we kind of did that on purpose. And, so the overtake when we get to Paul is going to be a little, it'll be spicy, but, I think that we should be able to get it done. Our car has been excellent all day.
Yeah, I mean, you have been on point today, but thank you very much for giving us a grandstand finish to watch as we come into the last 50 minutes of this race. It keeps me entertained being here for 7 hours, so it's all good, but... you've done an exceptional job, and it's like I keep saying to you, it's a pity that the first opening rounds weren't the results that probably you're showing the speed that you've got at the moment. But coming in strong at the end of the season is something that's going to set you up well if you decide to return next season, isn't it?
Oh yeah, we're gonna have. We were last minute entries too. As a matter of fact, I think we were on a reserve, and then we found out about this league a little bit late. Next season, we plan on bringing at least one GTP and at least a GT3, maybe a GT3 AM as well. So we're definitely coming back, and I couldn't be happier with how we're finishing the second half of the season. It's been a lot of fun, and it's proving, it's fun to drive and battle people. So it's great.
Well, it definitely is. So you can obviously sit back in your big lazy boy armchair now with your drink and see if Pat can bring it home for you.
Yeah, fingers crossed. So we'll do the best we can.
Definitely. Well, I'm sure we're going to speak to each other, whether it's first or second place, when you come in for the interviews at the end of the race. But in the meantime, mate, just sit back and enjoy and see if Pat can bring it home.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, guys. You're doing a heck of a job for how long you two have been doing this.
No problem, mate. Cheers, buddy.
Bye.
There's Ryan there. Pretty much you've done all he can, Matt. It's now down to Pat, but that time is starting to come down now rather quickly, isn't it?
Pat's on a mission now, 7/10 over the last lap, and you just see the way he's attacking the curbs here. Like Ryan's just said, set up more for the corners than on the straight. So does that allow the Acura to be a little bit more aggressive? He's just took 0.8 of a second out of him coming through that last part of the lap. So Pat is flying. He's took 2.5 seconds that last lap out of Paul. So yeah, we're going to see an aggressive Pat, I reckon, and with that car being set up for the corners a little more than the straights, this car can be very, very aggressive throughout the entire race. But one more stint to go. They pitted on lap 84. We're on 89, so we're expecting a pit stop within the next 6 laps. They're about halfway into their stint now, and the gap's down to 1.9 seconds. All that Precision Racing can hope for is that it doesn't double lift them onto the jacks again.
I mean, I love this picture, or this camera angle. It just shows you the speed that these cars going around. I mean, when he was going through the end of the section, them last chicanes there, I mean, the speed that he was going through there, it was almost like he wasn't even lifting off there. It's so quick, and gives a real dimension to the speed that these LMDH cars actually go. There's Paul Darling just in front of him now, so you can see it closing down 2.5 seconds. He has taken a monster chunk out of Paul Darling, and that has got to be almost like the writing on the wall for Paul to say, I'm trying my best here, but unfortunately the guy is just taking chunks of time out of me. I mean, he's done a sterling job, like you were saying. You know, we were expecting Pat to be on him like within 2 or 3 laps with the speed difference that these two are going at, but you know, Paul's putting up a real fight to say, well, if you want this, you've got to come and get it. We're not going to give it you.
Exactly, and I'm just looking at the gaps there. He gained about 1.5 tenths, did Paul, over Pat down the first part of the straight. Coming through that second chicane there, he lost all that 1.5 tenths. So the minute he comes off the quick straight line sections, as we know, the Acura not set up for its top speed at the moment. But you're just looking at Pat on this camera angle, really attacking every curb that he hits. 2.5 is the gap. Just look at that now, just creep up ever so slightly, 10th by 10th, 100th by 100th, as they come down the quick circuits. Watch when we get to Indianapolis. It's 2.6 at the moment, probably going to sneak up towards 2.7. The minute they hit the braking zone for Indianapolis, this is where you're going to see this time come down. So 2.77, and as he exits, he's 2.71. So gaining that speed through the corners, coming up to the Porsche curves is going to be crucial, and where Pat is going to gain all of his time. Getting close to the back of Paul is going to be the fascinating thing here, because that pit stop's going to be crucial. Who gains them little bit of tenths in that pit stop is going to be the big key here. And yeah, this is going to be fascinating to watch. But again, as you see, Andy, that time just creeping up. Now they get to the Porsche curves. This is where the time, look, immediately, look at that time just tumble down the minute they hit a few corners, one after another. That's gone down 2 tenths already in the first part of these couple of corners.
Yeah, you can just see the car just getting thrown in, you know, through Indianapolis. That was amazing, you know. You could just hear the engine note just getting on the power super early to be able to get it in. You look at that time, it was 2.7. Now it's down to 2.1. I mean, that car has been perfectly set up for Pat in the corners, and that's where it's really being made. Yeah, you're losing a couple of tenths down the straights, but in the corners, I mean, wow, that is amazing. And it'd be good now to, like you say, watch the satellite racing, see the difference in engine notes when they come through the bends. You could hear that Acura just screaming through the corners as Pat was putting down the power, and you can sort of almost hear the note changes in the Cadillac of the differences of when they're getting on the powers. And that is exactly where, like Ryan was saying, where the setups have been different, that they wanted it quicker through the thing, and then down the straights, yeah, you'll see that car jumping up. It's down to 1.5 seconds now, so it's just closing in. And luckily you can see in the background there that Pat will have a bit of slipstream off that GT3 car coming down here into the first chicane of the Mulsanne straight. And then this is, again, you'll see that gap creeping up, and then as soon as they get to the chicane, you'll see it come massively down. So, you know, look at that, it just tumbles down. There's just so much more turning speed in that Acura of the Precision Racing Esports team than there is in the Satellite Racing Blue. You can completely see the two cars are just set up differently. You know, the Satellite Racing Team Blue is all about straight line speed, where Precision Racing have gone for a more corner orientated LMDH car, and at the moment it's the writing's almost on the wall, isn't it?
And with every bit of a slide there for Paul on the Satellite Racing Blue team as he comes through the second of the chicanes. A huge slide, and that is gap gone. That is advantage over for Paul. Now the Precision Esports Racing car of Pat in that slipstream is not going to lose as much of that performance in a straight line. It's pulled out the slipstream now. You can just see he's got the job done. I was just about to comment saying that you can see the difference in confidence in the car going through the corners. Pat, he trusts the Acura to stick to the road when he chucks it through the left and right handers, whereas for Paul, he didn't seem to have that confidence going through the corners, and we see the mistake made there, and that allows Pat to retake the lead of this race. But look, in that slipstream, Paul is coming back at him ever so slightly. The problem is he's going to run out of road before Indianapolis turns up, and this is where Pat is going to be able to scream away.
Yeah, it definitely is, and that was just all about pure pressure there that Pat was putting on Paul Darling. You know, he did everything he could do. A slight little mistake, whether he made that mistake or not, I think the writing was on the wall. Pat was just closing and eating it into them. Certainly through this, through the front. Oh, a stern warning there for a second. Is that the second stern warning that Accent Racing has had? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the second one. Yeah, they had a earlier one in the race, so a second stern warning.
Exactly. 2 stern warnings.
Yeah, big slap on the... Oh, there's a car off on the inside there.
Olympus. I think that was the Olympus Esports Titan car, but you can sort of see the difference in there. And Paul's trying his best to keep up with him, but it's not. I think Paul did everything he could do. He knew that Pat was the quicker of the cars out on track, so he did everything he could. But they to be fair to them, and it's not over yet. They've still got 42 minutes left of this race to go. So, anything can happen. A GT3 car getting in the way. Yeah. Obviously, I don't think the satellite racing team would want to win in that sort of way. I think they've done a cracking job in putting themselves in that position in the first place to be able to have an opportunity at winning the race. But I think it's just Pat is probably a bit too strong on this circuit.
The writing on the wall, and really that setup, difference in setup, with Pat being a strong driver himself, is that difference in the setup made all the difference around this circuit. You saw that the fact that Pat had much more confidence braking later, turning into the corners, carrying the speed through, and the car doing exactly what Pat wanted it to do is what has possibly helped him in this race. Just over 40 minutes remaining. We're in that window now of cars that pit now are getting to the end of this race. So cars that come into the pit lane, they're making the end of this race. So it's going to be interesting to see the strategy, especially with the two leaders. Do they go to the very end and on their tank of fuel and refuel and change tyres, whatever they need to do on that last strategy? Do they think, okay, there's a way we could possibly pit early and give ourselves the best chance of winning this race by filling up the car, changing tyres, whatever? So strategy now is really going to play its part. This is the Mecca Esports team in 7th place, and it has Obsidian Racing right behind it in LMDH Pro. LMDH AM, Pneumatic Motorsports, still within that 8 seconds. They've not really got within closer distance than 8 seconds on the Sim HQ Motorsport Orange team. So, all kind of holding their own at the minute in LMDHM.
Yeah, it certainly is. And probably one for Scott for the Rensfager. These Porsche Rensfager Jug team, so Robbie Prescott, they've literally just came out the pit lane, so that is bang on where they need to be for not having to come back in. They've got an opportunity to get 5th place with all the trials and tribulations that they've had with that straight line speed in the Porsche. So they're currently in 6th place overall, not far back from the Delta Simtech, but they lapped 4 laps earlier, so they may have to come in for a splash and dash. So, for where they were currently at the start of this championship, they could actually get themselves back up into 5th place. See there, they're just chasing down the car there, the Delta Simtech from Kim Copeland there, and it's within target, and that car in front might have to do a splash and dash again. So within the realms of possibility that this Porsche, who's currently leading the GT3 after the massive speed difference, and let's not be lying, there is a speed difference between the Mercedes and that, to come out of this day to be in 6th place overall is it's not too bad. It still gives them a fighting chance when it comes around to Silverstone in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, massively. And we said this earlier about the Porsche. It's never over till it's over. This is endurance racing. You stay into the end. You clearly see that he's lost that advantage over the Mercedes this lap. But with the GT3s lapping around 4 minutes a lap, you're looking around that 14, 16 minute mark that the Mercedes pitted earlier than the Porsche. So you take 15 minutes off that time. It could have to splash and dash for 1-2 laps worth of fuel, depending on if it can fuel save and eke it out towards the end. So yeah, the Porsche sitting in a pretty good position over the Delta Simtech team. The Sim HQ Motorsport Orange LMDH leaders are in the pits now, so you imagine that Pneumatic Motorsport will take the lead of this race, although they themselves possibly might be in the pit lane this lap or the next. They pitted lap 75. They're going to stay out, so I imagine they're going to come into the pits at the end of this lap. So a crucial in lap now for Zachary Kunin to nail, get right, get in the pits, as good a stop as possible. And this is where we're going to see the difference in fuel loads. Let's keep our eye on some HQ Motorsport Orange's pit time, because with only 27 minutes left in the race, I don't think we're going to be seeing that 49, 50-second pit stop we're used to seeing.
No, we're not. It's just enough fuel to get you to the end of the race. But there's the other conundrum, isn't it? Do I get it? Because it's all about when that first car goes across the start-finish line, you know. Am I going to take it to literally just have enough to get me through to the 6-hour mark, or am I going to put the extra fuel in? You know, and that's a crucial call as well, because you don't know where that first car is going to go over the line. If it goes over the line at 5 hours, 59 minutes and 50 seconds, you've got another lap that you've got to contend with. So, you know, how are you going to have enough fuel to be able to do that? And that's where you can see some real fireworks at the end of this race.
Well, I think that says it all there. Look, Darren Mowbray, 48 seconds in the pits. He's gone for what seems to be a pretty much a full tank of fuel on that car. That is an interesting one. That is an interesting strategy call from me. 36 minutes left in the race. Like you say, if that car crosses at 5 hours, 59 and 59 seconds, you've got to pretty much do another 3.5 minute lap. But these cars, we know, are getting about 42 to 45 minutes out of their stint, so you'd imagine they'd be pretty comfortable. Darren Mowbray and the Sim HQ Motorsport Orange team clearly wanting to be more comfortable than risky. But this is where Pneumatic Motorsport can gamble that little bit, maybe take that risk by going that extra lap.
There we go. There's a pass for position here. This is a rare opportunity. It's like one of them dodo birds of seeing a Porsche overtake a Mercedes on a straight in Le Mans, and that's a position gained there for the G's Porsche Renfrew Junk. I didn't expect him to make the opportunity as soon as he has. Maybe, like you were saying, that Mercedes knows that he needs to pit again, so he's trying to do a bit of fuel saving, and that has walked right into the hands of the Porsche, who's moved up to 5th place. So, you know, he's in a good position, like we're saying now, to try and take that 5th place, because, you know, that Mercedes has to be doing fuel saving. Otherwise, that Porsche would not have been able to get past him.
Well, if you look at the time that he pitted, like we said, he's possibly got a splash and dash for 1 or 2 laps of fuel. If he can fuel save and get that 1 or 2 laps back whilst fuel saving, would he have caught the Ferrari in P4? He's a minute behind, probably not. Fuel save battle with the Porsche, you know you've got the speed over the Porsche around this circuit. If you don't lose too much time to the Porsche and you manage to save them 1 or 2 laps of fuel, then you could be golden to have a real attack at this Porsche at the end.
Well, I think what he's doing, you can obviously see what he's doing. He's trying to use the Porsche to do a bit of fuel save so he can coast and just pull up behind him to save that fuel. So, you know, if I was in that Esports I wouldn't give him the opportunity to do that and almost force the Mercedes back past you so you can just stay behind him, because you've got time behind. You can see there, you know, it's 3:25 and then plus a lap to the overtake Team Grey. But, you know, what the Porsche is doing here is giving the opportunity for that Mercedes to try and make sure that he doesn't have to splash and dash towards the end of the race, because as soon as he's made enough fuel, he'll just sail past that Porsche at the moment. So at the moment, the Porsche is giving the Mercedes a real good tow and an opportunity to obviously take back that 5th position.
Exactly, maybe make the Porsche drop back behind. Now, an interesting strategy here. The Penguin RC Simulation Magma team was pitting on the same lap as the leaders. That was lap 84. This has only done a 9-lap stint at the moment, and he's in the pits early, so clearly going for, you know, an all-out. He's probably not going to lose 4th place. He's going for an all-out, gung-ho strategy in terms of where can we make up the deficit of 40 seconds. Let's try and undercut. It was only a 30-second pit stop as well, so a short pit stop. No need for a splash and dash at the ends. They have clearly pulled the trigger on a strategy at Penguin Simulation Magma to try and go all out on attacking the 2 leaders and putting them maybe under some pressure.
Yeah, I think also as you saw there, the car went up on its jack, so obviously changed his tyres for using the last of his tyres. So maybe a tactical thing to come in to make sure that they had enough fuel to take as well as getting the tyres changed over on that pit stop. So probably a little bit of a strategy call there to make sure that they're not changing tyres and wasting time with fuel later on, because they would need a lot less fuel, as we see the team FFSR Venom there coming in for what will be his last stop of the race. But all entertaining at the end of this race, and still coming back to this Porsche GT3 for the 5th place. The D's Porsche is still in front of the Delta Simtech Mercedes, but the Delta Simtech Mercedes at the moment is probably playing a blinder in that he's coasting, because he knows that he's going to have to do a splash and dash. So to save fuel, he's just sitting behind the Porsche at the moment to try and save that fuel and then be able to make that last sprint on the last lap, because I can't see the Porsche being able to break the toe of that Mercedes over a lap round here. So it's all about, it depends if that Porsche team are watching us on the screen and watching the tube is we're probably giving you a bit of insight in what you probably should be doing and not aiding your competitors in 5th place to be able to overtake you in the last lap.
And we know the difference in the speed between that Mercedes and that Porsche, and you're not seeing that Mercedes use its full potential, what is under the hood here. So yeah, an interesting strategy to say the least. This is going to be one that's going to play out quite interesting towards the end of this race in terms of, has that car saved enough fuel. So Pneumatic Motorsport Purple did pit. They pitted the lap after Sim HQ. That gap is back up to 9.2 seconds. They gained just under a second in the pits. So that is interesting to see. They've obviously gone a little bit lighter on their fuel, but not gone too risky on the fuel load as well. They've gone comfortable at the moment. In terms of Ascent Racing, who's had 2 stern warnings today, they pitted lap 90, and they are going pretty much towards the end of the race here, but 2 minutes 29 behind Pneumatic. This is a 2-horse race in this one. Just looking at GT3 AM, because that gap was a lot bigger a moment ago. It's down to 17 seconds, so Overtake Team Pink have worked the gap down here to back pain and eye strain. They pitted a while back themselves as well, so they're probably due a pit stop soon. We'll see if they've come in, unless they've already came in. Obviously, the timing screen is showing what lap they pit for them, not overall. So the 2 leaders yet to pit. Penguin Simulation Magma have pitted. They managed to pit on lap 92, 2 laps ago. It's been 10 laps for Pat and Paul out front in their LMDH Pro cars. They'll be pitting within the next couple of laps, and we're in to that final 29 minutes of this race.
Yeah, I think the back pain and eye strain will get away with not coming back into the pits again. So it's a pure race to the line between themselves and Overtake Team Pink for that GT3 win. And at the moment, that time has come down. It was around about 30. It's now 17.8, but still plenty of time. And now that Overtake and backpain have the slipstream of the cars in front of them. So will be increasing their speed coming down the Mulsanne straight. And they can just literally tuck up behind these drivers and just watch out for the LMDH cars coming in. But like you said, it's starting to get a little bit darker now. I think they'll get away with not being completely dark by the end of this race, where we thought they might be. But they've had a really good run. And Vincent Marchais, who's been in the box, is looking at another race win for that team. That'll be 2 wins for them in there, so they will match Lunatic Racing for the only 2 AM teams to have two wins. We have only got 29 minutes, so very much into the last half an hour of this 6-hour endurance race. It's certainly going to be interesting. The one that's really interesting me is the GT Pro. So we had the Overtake Team White, who had the lead. They had to come in because they had a crash. Here they are coming in for the pit stop. We got Zane Khan in the car, last lap of 3:56. Best 3:55, so only a second more than his lap. This is going to be interesting now. How much time does the Overtake Team White stay in the pit stall? Do they change tyres? And how close can Bear, Pope and Duro, after we saw them have that incident coming through the Porsche cars, how much is that really going to affect their race? It doesn't look like it's going up on the jack, so no tyres, just pure fuel going into that car. So let's see how long they are in the pits for at the moment. A little bit of a blink.
Now,
Are they changing drivers? No, they're not.
I'm not sure what's just happened to the Satellite Racing Blue team. He was within 10 seconds. All of a sudden, they are 19.2 behind Precision. That time went up so quickly over the course of while the leader was pitting from GT3 Pro. So I'm not sure what has happened here. There is a replay, so we can find out now. So he's coming into the final couple of chicanes. Bit of a wiggle over the sausage curb. Brownie goes into the gravel, fully around as well. Has to wait for traffic. And Paul gets that one reversed out the way and on its way. And that is kind of put to bed, Andy, the battle in LMDH Pro. Pat can now calm down and bring that car home.
Yeah, I think the right was on the wall anyway. I think it was more probably a dent there to Paul's pride that he spun it at that, but he was just trying to push as much as he could, overstretching the ability of the car, and unfortunately, yeah, that's a car with a brand new aerodynamic package from iRacing there, completely off. But let's have a look. Who is that? That is Can-Am Racing, David McNeil's 8th place in the AM division. He is pretty much out on his own anyway, so yeah, just gonna probably bring it home. So where are we at with the GT3 Pro? So Overtake Team White have managed to get out. So the gap is 13.3 seconds at the moment, so it'd be good to see when they come across the line if that is still the case of the time. But,
I think Bear Pope
that's
may
been
have
what's
to
been
pit
looked at
as well, though, to be fair, looking at the pit stops. I think Bear Pope may have to pit. They've pitted 9 laps earlier than Overtake Team White. We know they can do about 14 laps. There's still a good handful of laps left in this race for them, so I think that gap's going to open back up quite substantially as well. But the gap in GT3 AM, it is 16 seconds. The gap in LMDH AM, 6.3. So real fight on here. You know, Pneumatic Motorsport Purple really trying to take on Sim HQ Motorsport Orange in this one with the final 25 minutes remaining. 6.7 seconds is the gap. It's going to be an interesting one right down to the wire. And if we look at their pit strategies, Pneumatic went a lap later, so a bit fresher tyres. Drive-through penalties coming in. So Desperado have got a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact, and Overtake Grey for an unsafe rejoin as well. So that is P7 in LMDH with a drive-through penalty, and P7 in GT3 Pro with a drive-through penalty as well.
I think the Overtake Team Grey is not really going to affect them. You can see there the Fender Racing White team 4 laps down at the moment, so they won't be losing a position for that drive-through penalty. But yeah, I mean, it's still go in this last 25 minutes. A lot of the championships have probably already been sorted. LMD Pro there with that little spin that we saw from Paul Darling has probably handed it to Precision Racing Esports for the win. But to be fair, they've been the class team in that LMDH Pro this round, so probably do deserve it in the scope of the championship. That's a great day at the office for the Satellite Racing Team Blue. They will now get closer to the Satellite Racing Team 2 and also increase the gap between themselves and Penguin RC Simulations to 5 points. Still close and still doable for the Penguin RC Simulation Magma team, but yeah, it's the best results that the Satellite Racing Team Blue, and it's for their best result of the season overall. They've not had, in fact, they've had 1 second place before, so they've equaled their best position that they've come in the championship so far, but makes up for the mediocre performances that the guys probably feel that they should be doing a lot better at. Team Bear and Pulp Endurance, we're currently watching now. 2nd place in that GT3 Pro, 11 seconds, so they are eating into the time of the Overtake Team Whites, but time is quickly running out for the Team Bear Pulp Endurance team to really make an inroads into the time. But it's still got 20 minutes left as anything happens. So looking back at this battle for 5th place between the Delta Simtech team and the Dees Porsche, Dees Porsche is now behind the Mercedes, just basically copying it, but I think they may have already given them back the fuel allowance that Mercedes actually needed, so hence why the Mercedes has now gone back in front. But there's still a fighting opportunity for that Porsche. You never know.
You never know. Has he done enough? Are the calculations correct in that Mercedes? The gap in LMDH AM is down to 3 seconds now. So Pneumatic Motorsport Purple are flying at the moment. They are really leaving it to the very end of this race to make sure they have a good charge. Look, it's just dipped under 3 seconds. And in the LMDH AM category, the Porsche 1-2 at the moment, but it is Pneumatic Purple versus SimHQ Orange, and that gap dipping under 3 seconds. So a great scrap on here in the final 22 minutes. It's a good fight to the very end here at Le Mans as the night time starts to creep in. Like I say, I don't think we're going to get to full darkness, but the sun well and truly set. And this fight is now under 2 seconds. So through that set of corners, he's took a second out of him. So Pneumatic Purple absolutely charging at the moment. Is this possibly fresher tyres at the end of the race that's giving him this amount of grip?
I mean, you can certainly see how much he's fighting that wheel to get the maximum amount of speed on. You can see the opposite lock that's being put on that front left-hand tyre there. You can sort of see the steering wheel in the cockpit just sort of moving around. He's doing everything he can. You can literally see that SimHQ Motorsport Orange team right in front of him. And Darren Mowbray, he'll be looking at it thinking, whoa, what the hell? And Pat Pulcher, he's come into the pits as we were expecting. They do have to come back in, and Paul Darlin following in closely behind with him. So it's where Penguin Sim RC Magna can do anything about it. But this is... it's been disastrous for Darren Mowbray here. They've literally led from start to finish, and to be caught in sort of inside the last 20 minutes. But at the moment, Pneumatic Motorsport Purple has played a blinder. This is exactly what we were saying about this endurance series, is that the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team, they were completely out of sequence with everyone else, just trying to extend their lap times. And now coming to the end of the race, it's really come in, taking less time in the pits has really pushed them up, and now they're in a fighting chance against the SimHQ Motorsport Orange. You can see the gap there, 1.1 seconds. You know, it's well within the slipstream effect of these cars, so it's just going to come down and down and down. So Darren is certainly getting a hot collar now, looking in his rear view mirrors and seeing the fact that the Motorsport Orange Purple team is just behind him.
They're absolutely charging, and you can see as they come through the middle part of this circuit that it's still at 1.1 seconds, but no matter what Darren Mowbray can do at the moment, and you have to feel for them really. They've been so dominant in this race all day, but hats off to the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team. The great strategy to come back in this race and really take the fight to the very end. The two leaders have pitted, and it's still Precision Esports from Satellite Racing Blue in LMDH Pro. These two drivers are going to the very end. There is 20 minutes left. They pitted 7 and 6 laps ago, so they'll probably go to the end of this race. But realistically, that gap just creeping up a little bit though there through the Porsche curve, so maybe SimHQ has a little bit more in reserve.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, these two have been in the throes of battle through the whole entire series. The difference in points between these two is 2 points in favour of the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team. But if Motorsports Purple can actually, Pneumatic Motorsports Purple can overtake, that will put the advantage to them. But it's only going to be a slim margin going in to Silverstone, whichever way this comes around. And it's literally, again, going to be all down to the last race of the season to decide who's going to be this LMDH product. This could be a telling moment here right now, depending if that Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team can get round, and he hasn't.
Oh, he's been held.
He's been held up by that GT3, which is giving opportunity now for SimHQ Motors to extend that lead. You can see the time going up there, like 1 tenth, 2 tenth, 3 tenths. So literally lost about 3/10 of a second through that GT3 held up going through Tetra Rouge here. So has got to do it all again now, which is probably super frustrated the driver in that Pneumatic Motorsport Purple. But Darren will be having a sigh of relief, thinking I've managed to gain back 7/10 of a second.
You can see him flashing the GT3 cars in front. He's nowhere near them, but Darren wanting that traffic to know that he's there, that he's coming. He needs them to get out of his way as soon as possible. But obviously it's down to Darren to get past. The gap already down a couple of tenths down the first part of the straight and the first chicane. So the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team absolutely on a charge and on a mission at the moment. And this is what these drivers have worked hard over the last 5 hours and 42 minutes to get it right. The problem is now, can the Pneumatic team get it done before the Mulsanne corner. No, second chicane, apologies, and then it'll be the Mulsanne corner. And again, you just feel it's slightly been held through the middle of the chicane, which is not exactly what the pneumatic purple car would have wanted. That's 2 corners, 2 GT3s that have got in its way on the apex of the corner, and that is endurance racing. That is the whole deal with multi-class. But again, he loses all that time he's just gained.
Yeah, he certainly has, back up to nearly 2 seconds now, so has to do it all again. But certainly seems to be a role reverse in the precision racing esports and satellite racing blue in this LMDH AMS sequences, that the pneumatic motorsport seems to be better through the corners, with the SimHQ orange is a little bit lacking through the corners. So is the setups of the car the slightly difference in that the motorsport orange can have that little bit of advantage on the straights, but when it comes to the corners, that's when the pneumatic motorsport purple team really come into their own. And it's just unfortunate that they're being held up at the moment by these GT3 cars. But exactly like you said, Matt, it's part and parcel of multi-class racing. It's going to be held up the same again. So he's losing a bit more time. You can see the time there creeping up now to nearly enough 2 seconds is the gap. He's going to be kicking himself. Does still have 15 minutes, or has shown that they've got the pace when it comes to this area here. Now is where we should see the time start coming back down again. The time's up to 1.9 seconds, and this is where we start seeing it down. It is exactly the same as that LMDH Pro battle that we saw, that coming through the Porsche curves, that's where the time really starts to come out. But it's actually gone back further out, so lost a little bit of time. It's gone up to 2.1, 2.2, so not really attacked them corners probably like they had before, but it's yo-yoing up and down between these two. So these are in a battle now to the very end.
These are in a battle till the very end. Like you say, unlike the Acura and the Cadillac, very same characteristics. This will be down to the drivers behind the wheel and the setup of the cars. Not both Porsches, so they're not going to have a certain advantage in certain areas like the Acura and the Cadillac. But again, coming down the start line, the gap over 2 seconds, and as they come through that first little bend, it's already down to 1.5. So already the pneumatic Motorsports purple car on a mission. He's gained 8/10 since he's crossed the line already. Absolutely flying under the Dunlop bridge they go, and down through this first sequence of corners. This is where he can make or break a lot of time here, and it seems to be through the corners where it is just ebbing and flowing. I wonder if he's better on the brakes, the pneumatic purple car, because through the corners he's actually lost 1/10. On the straights it's pretty even, and it seems to be under braking that Zachary has the better over Darren Mowbray down in the braking zone.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way, but it's ebbing and flowing all the way. This is going to take it all the way to the line. I mean, you can see the time coming down to 1.2, and then going up to 1.3, coming down to 1.1 on the braking. I think you're exactly right there, Matt. Is that Zachary is a lot better on the brakes than what Darren is, and leaning down. We can see it there coming down to below a second now. So we'll be in the slipstream. We'll be using that battery power to try and bring it in a lot closer. This is going to be a telling one now, coming down to the second chicane here on the Mulsanne straight. How is pneumatic motorsports going to close that gap up? Let's just look. You can see there, you can see almost how far now it's going to be role reversing. Some motorsports orange being held up by a GT3, which has closed the gap. It's going to give the opportunity to pneumatic motorsport purple. The gap is 0.4 of a second. That is a little bit of a payback. The pneumatic team's probably thinking to the amount of cars that they've had to deal with the GT3. So this is now literally 0.2. The writing's on the wall here for the SimHQ Orange Split, who have been long-time leaders in this AM category, but looks like they're possibly going to lose it here in the closing stages of this 6-hour Le Mans endurance race.
And it is exactly as we've just said a moment ago. It is under the braking that the pneumatic purple car is doing the business. In the straights, they seem very equally matched. Through the quicker corners, the SimHQ Motorsport car seems to have the upper hand. But on the brakes, watch it coming into Indianapolis here. He's using that slipstream to full effect. Now on the brakes as they come into the first part. He's just had to brake earlier as to not cause a collision. But again, under braking at the second part of the corner. Look at how close he is now. Will he think of lunging up the inside? No. still going to patiently wait, and it is under the brakes as he gets perilously close there to the back of the Sim HQ Motorsport car and has a little wiggle for his troubles on the exit. But like you say, with the traffic as well, what goes around comes around, and this is a fantastic fight in LMDHM with 12.5 minutes left in this race. It has been absolutely fantastic, and Pneumatic Motorsport Purple can sniff a win as they come through the Porsche curves. Squeezing through here was the Sim HQ car, and held by the Audi was the Pneumatic Purple car, and he's lost all that time. It's back up to a second. Watch on the braking though here. Look at that time under braking going into this final couple of chicanes. This is where he will make it all back.
Yeah, it definitely is. Went a little bit too wide in that corner. Wasn't able to put the power on. The time's gone up to 1.5 seconds here as they come through the last set of chicanes. This is where we're expecting the time to come back down. It has come down by near enough half a second through that last set of chicanes. Absolutely insane. Max Muir there coming in for Satellite Racing Teal Team for the splash and dash in that 4th place race, which is where we come to expect it. Well, we're joining back up with this race at the front end of the LMDHM between Sim HQ Motorsport Orange and Pneumatic Purple. It is just ebbing and flowing down to 0.2 of a second, then got caught by a GT3. Did the Pneumatic Motorsport coming through the Porsche curves, and unfortunately went back out to 1.5. Coming through the last chicane, half a second taken out by Pneumatic Motorsport Purple, down to 1 second again now. So we are at exactly where we were on the last lap. It's down into the braking area, coming down the Mulsanne again. We're currently coming into the last 10 minutes of this race, so around about 3-4 laps for these riders, these racers, to try and make the position stick. But it's just ebbing and flowing, and it's all about the GT3 cars at the moment. Can we see the track map there, Lee, just to see if we've got how much of the GT3 cars we've got coming up? So they've got a bit of a gap now between themselves and the GT3 cars. You can sort of see on the map as they're coming down the Mulsanne straight, there's one in front of them, but this is coming down now. It's staying at 0.7 of a second. That slipstream effect will be coming into a force, and it's just coming down and down. It's whether they can make the passing move. That's been the telling thing. They can get close enough. It's whether they can get that passing move done. And I think, like you say, Matt, it's going to have to be under braking, because it seems the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team are a lot better on the braking than the Sim HQ Motorsport Orange team.
You just see the closing speed there on looking from back from the Sim Motorsport team there. The difference in the closing speed was absolutely unbelievable. It was great to see such closing speed on the brakes. Just to say as well that the Bear Pope Enduro team have pitted, and they are 44 seconds now back behind the leaders. And once again, as they come through the Mulsanne corner, it is within 2.5 tenths of a second between the Pneumatic and Sim HQ car. We're on board with the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple. It's been a great battle this for the last 2 or 3 laps. Traffic has been hindering both cars, and now it's a case of where can he get it done on the brakes. The slipstream taking full effect. You see him getting closer and closer, pulls out now to the outside line of the first part of Indianapolis, swoops it round, he tucks back in behind, and again later on the brakes, just not maybe the right area to overtake on the Sim HQ Motorsport Orange car. You've got a feeling if he's going to get it done, he needs to get it done at the last part of the track or on the chicanes down the Mulsanne.
So is these two GT3 cars in front going to play a part in this game again, coming up to the Porsche curves? Again, this is where the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple seems to be better on the brakes, looking on the inside to try and get it, just making sure that he lets Darren know he is there. It's going to be slower through here because they do have the two GT3 cars in front of them. That's the Porsche and the Mercedes that are still battling out for that 5th place overall. But now the Pneumatic Motorsports Purple team are right behind the Sim HQ Orange team. Can they get the passing move done? It always seems to be under braking that the Pneumatic Motorsport team can really close up on top. The gap opens up slightly on these two drivers looking for the win in that LMDHM course, but it's going to be that passing move. Unfortunately, the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team, they are quick through this section. Can they get the run here out the start finish straight? He needs to try and dive up the inside to try and get that inside line up into Dunlop, into the curve as well. So just can't get that last bit of power. Is he going to dive down the inside? Dives down the inside. Oh, thinks better of it. Has to hang around the blade, and the gap sort of stretch out. It's going to be hard, I think, at the moment for Pneumatic Motorsport Purple to make the move. Doesn't seem to have the strength on the straights. It's around the corners, but it's at the moment the Sim HQ Orange team is putting its car just in the right places that they can't make that mistake.
And that was a bit of a moment from Sim HQ, just bouncing over the curb. The pneumatic purple car seems to really straddle the curbs a lot better than the Sim HQ orange car. Now in that slipstream, 3.5 tenths just over. If he's going to do it, he's got to commit. 5 hours and 52.5 minutes gone. We're into that final 10 minutes of this race, and you see him just getting closer. Is he going to be close enough to maybe have a look? They come back across, ready for the braking zone. Pneumatic just pokes the nose out and has a cheeky look, but he's not going to get the move done into the first part of the chicane. Look at that closing speed though on the exit. Gets the power down a lot earlier than Sim HQ. Now he pulls out. He's going to be on the outside for the next part of the chicane. And it is Pneumatic Motorsport Purple who are on a good charge at the moment. Later on the brakes, able to ride the curbs a lot better. And this is going to be crucial to outbrake your rival around the outside with 7 minutes to go in this race. Could be absolutely monstrous going into the back end of this one. Here we go for the second time. Second chicane round the outside. He gets the move done. And that is a fantastic fight, and that is potentially the race over if he can continue that pace and pull out a gap.
Yeah, that was an amazing 3 laps of racing between these two drivers. You know, unfortunately for Sim HQ Motorsport Orange, losing the event in the last 5 minutes of this race. Looking further back now, we've got another race here for P6 overall in the GT3 AM between Sim HQ Motorsport White and Long Haul Racing 2. These two are battling for that 6th place overall, both in the same cars, so no advantage over the different cars. It's going to be all down to setup and how they can do it. At the moment, we've got Brett Stevens in that Long Haul Racing 2 car with Maurice Tverson in the Sim HQ Motorsport White car just in front, and it's literally who's got the better setup. Is one car set up better for corners, one car set up for straights, but at the moment Long Haul Racing 2 has got the advantage of that slipstream effect coming into the Porsche curves, but they are super close, and it's all about who's going to be later on the braking. Can you get your car up the inside here at the Porsche curves, or are they going to buy the time? But time is drastically running out for these two for the top 6th place in that GT3 AM field. So we're getting some decent racing here, lights blazing in the last 5 minutes of this 6-hour endurance race. That's why you've got to love this series. It goes right down to the wire on so many different positions.
This is what it's all about. This is what endurance racing is all about. But you have to feel for the Sim HQ Motorsport team here. 2 cars have come under pressure. The orange car has lost out in LMDH AM, and now they've got the white car that is under pressure from Longhorn Racing 2 at the very end. 2 Ferrari 296 cars in an absolute fight for that top 6 position, as you say. And if you look back to LMDH AM, look, that gap is now over 1.2 seconds. Pneumatic Motorsport doing the business, but for Longhorn Racing 2, it is all about. In fact, there you go. There is actually the lead for LMDHM just behind this battle on circuit. So that is interesting there. Look, there's the leaders of LMDHM. These are 6th and 7th in GT3 AM. Just looking on the timing screen, we're about halfway through the lap that Pat is on. So I think there's going to be one more to go at the end of the next lap, potentially 2.
Yeah, and that is going to come down to who's got what fuel. But these two now will be head up. This could put that back into the Sim HQ Motorsport Orange team, because they will have the rundown. You can sort of see there they've closed the gap now as they side by side, these battling pairs, but not able to get that speed up. It's still got the slipstream effect. It's come down 0.8 of a second. It was close to 1 second, so this battle may not be over. But the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team do seem to be, like you were saying, Matt, is a lot better on the braking into corners, and that's where they really managed to gain the time. You can see the time they're creeping up to 1.8, 1.9 of a second. So the battle certainly seems to be, that we're currently watching on screen, between the 6th place in the GT3 AM of Sim HQ Motorsport White and Long Haul Racing 2. Can Long Haul Racing 2 is from our very own David Anderson's team. Can they gain a place into 6th place at the end of this race? He's going for it, looking for the inside here into the second chicane coming down the Mulsanne straight. Is he going to try to get the position done? He's coming alongside, he gets in, and he does. He creeps up on the inside, gets the move done, pushes the other Ferrari out straight away, goes wide himself. Is this going to be a return on the comeback outside of the chicane? It's super close. These two are going to be fighting all the way to the line. So come side by side. The Porsche's now number 17 there, has got a good, decent slipstream. The SimHQ Motorsport as they come side by side down to the Mulsanne corner. The long haul racing team does have the inside line, so should still be able to keep the position, and they do.
And this is where we're going to start to see some more defending from the drivers instead of just exchanging places and letting the other cars through a little more earlier in the race to try and then get back in that slipstream and come back at them. You're going to see drivers now just start to defend their position into that final 3.5 minutes then of this race. And I believe there will be 2 to go. Pat crossed the line a little earlier to start what is lap 102 of this race for the lead category. And there he is, currently halfway down. Is he gone through the first chicane? You know, he's coming up to the first chicane now on the Mulsanne straight. That Ferrari still hasn't been in to repair its damage there, so they're still going with the damage on the front end. So I think there's another lap after this one, Andy. I think this one's not over just yet.
It's going to be super close. Got less than 2 minutes from where we're at the moment. Takes 3 minutes. It's going to be extremely close. I think they may just tip over the 6-hour mark. So we'll have to see where Pat, it depends. I mean, because Pat's got a decent lead of 29. He can choose if he wants to do another lap or not lose a lap. He can just slow down and say, do you know what? I've got a 28-second lead. I don't need to push it out. A lot of the drivers are probably saying, yeah, please slow down because I just want this to finish now. Certainly the Long Haul Racing 2 team here are under a mountain of pressure from the SimHQ Motorsport White as they're coming through the Porsche curves again. They're going to have one more lap. So it's all down to this last lap for SimHQ Motorsport White. Can they take 6th place back? There's no advantage of car difference between these two. It's going to be purely on setup and drivers into this last race of who's going to win out of this battle that we're watching on for 6th place overall in the GT3 amp. Just looking at the rest of them, that LMDH amp, that battle's gone out to 1.8, so I think that SimHQ Motorsport Orange is coming down quite nicely though to 1.1. It's coming down to close to a second. Yes. So maybe the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple have been held up by a GT3 car. Let's have a look at this battle at the front of the LMDH Anfield. Quite possibly, and this is the thing now. Look how many GT3 cars are in front of. He's flashing his lights furiously to say, get out my way, please don't hold me up, but he's still going to be looking like he might be held up, certainly by the GT3 cars in the front, but that's going to obviously SimHQ Motorsport Orange as well. It depends on how quickly they can get through. By that time, 1.1 seconds, so this battle is going right down to the wire as well. They just can't get away.
It is, and this will be the checkered flag then for Pat and the Precision Racing Esports team. They've worked hard. A bad pit stop uplifted them back up on the tracks. The drivers wasn't sure why, but it's all worked out for them in the end. They put Pat back in the car, and he's delivered the absolute best of his performances right at the very end. He's come into the final couple of chicanes now. What a performance from the Precision Racing Esports team. Andy, great win for them tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, they deserve it. Pat's been, a monster in the helm of that car and literally brought it home. So he well-deserved first place, but also deserved second place for the Satellite Racing Team Blue. They've give themselves the best opportunity they possibly could do on the last pit stop. Just unfortunately, Pat's speed was a little bit too much for Paul, but that's a great result for them, equaling their best result for the season, a second place overall, and the best result for the championship that they could possibly ask for as well. So we're looking over overtake Team White. They managed to come across the line in first place, 46 seconds in the end, ahead of Team Bear Pope and Juro, who put a battle onto the end, but unfortunately had that incident through the Porsche curves. As we look back at the LMDH Pneumatic Motorsport Purple, and I think the SimHQ Motorsport Orange have given up the goals 2.7 seconds, but wow, what a 3 or 4 lap battle that these two drivers gave us in this class. All went down to one. I feel a bit sorry for the SimHQ Orange team. They led from literally start to finish and got overtaken in the last 5 minutes of this race. Gotta be soul destroying, but at the end of the day, it puts it up perfectly for the last round, in that the points difference between these two drivers are going to be 3 points going into Silverstone. So it's basically winner takes all at Silverstone between these two drivers of the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple and SimHQ Motorsport Orange. Looking back at the back pane and ice train there, you can see they're still in the front, 12.3 seconds over overtake Team Pink. They're going to be ecstatic as well, joining Lunatic Racing for the top. But we're just watching here, Pneumatic Motorsport Purple, after an excellent race, considering they were completely out of spec, they have done a masterclass. And coming over the line, the last winner is the Back Pain and Ice Drain team, 11.9 seconds ahead of overtaking Team Pink. I mean, wow, what another great end to a 6-hour race there, Matt.
It was fantastic, and that LMDH Am battle right at the end, like you say, Sim HQ Orange. You have to feel for them because they led the race for so long. They did everything right, but then Pneumatic Motorsport Purple. This is endurance racing. This is what it's. If you want a poster for endurance racing, that is it right there. Never give up, never say never. 5 minutes left in the race. They attacked and attacked and attacked, and it came off of them. They came away with the race win, and they take a chunk out of the championship going in towards Silverstone. Battle's not over, though. There's still battles up and down the grid. This is Sim Republic. I believe that is Dog Bear Barks just behind them in the LMDH Am category. So drivers still finishing races, places still to be decided. But what an absolute race. We saw drama in LMDH Pro, we saw drama in LMDH Am. GT3 Pro, the two leaders both put it in the wall at the same place. So that was dramatic to see who did what there. As public they've entered the pits and they've lost 4th place to Dog Bear Bark now.
That is insane. Unless they completely run out of fuel, I don't know. But did they know it was finished? But they just literally lost the position right on the end. But yeah, I mean, an excellent race again. 6 hours has flown past, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And like every single race in the series, is that it's never over till you pass over that checkered flag. Like, it is just amazing. We saw there LMDH Am up until the last 5 minutes change the lead after 5 hours and 55 minutes of leading the race. It's just so easy and so quickly that it can change.
Indeed it can, and that is endurance racing. Like we say, that is the beauty of it, especially on an iconic circuit like Le Mans. And absolutely fantastic to see such great action all up and down the grid, and well deserved to all the winners and the podium finishers today, because what a race, what a series, what a championship this is going to turn out to be. And I look forward to tuning into Silverstone, because this is going down to the wire.
Yeah, it certainly is. I don't know if we got the results there, Lee. We can have a look at the final classified results of people to finish. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll get the winners overall first, and then we'll have a look at them. So overall, in the winners of this exhilarating 6-hour race is Pat Perchon and Ryan O'Connor. Guys, that was down to the wire a little bit, bit closer than you probably thought it was, but well deserved.
Oh, well, thank you. The race, I think it went pretty well. Fighting with Satellite all the way through the end. Car felt just great, and it was fun finding that in the last hour.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, the difference in pace, and obviously Ryan came in and said, you're just an animal in that car around this track. You've certainly got it hooked in. But Ryan certainly did his part in the team standards as well, giving you that opportunity to be that close at the end, knowing full well that you had the pace over the Satellite Racing Blue team to be able to bring it home at the end. So it's a great win overall, and a great end, or penultimate round to the season.
Yeah, I think it started. I think we started really on the wrong foot. We were still finding our feet with the Acura, and I think somewhere in the middle of the season it really clicked. And today Ryan played a crucial role, like in really keeping the car clean, having decent pace, and just keeping the car on the tarmac. And I allowed me to get in the car and pace the Satellite guys. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, we've been sort of itching in the commentary before, certainly I have, to see the Pat and Max showdown that we always want to see. But it seems that both of you can't seem to keep it on the track at the same time. We saw the Satellite Racing Teal team, unfortunately, have a little bit of off at the beginning. You had a little bit of off in Spa that we saw, and unfortunately, they had a bit of an off in Hockenheim. So can we just make a race in Silverstone between yourself and Max Muir of Satellite Racing Teal team, so we can just see who's best out of you two?
Yeah, I think it's gonna happen by the end of the season. We'll be able to fight. I think Max had some issues. Yeah.
I mean, that'd be an epic battle. But I mean, 2 wins from the last 2 races. You're certainly flying a high crest, so you'll certainly be a hard one. We've got Silverstone coming up in a couple of weeks' time. How are you looking forward to that one?
So for me,
go ahead, Ryan. Yeah, no,
go ahead. I talked to these guys twice. You go ahead, Pat.
Okay. Well, I mean, Silverstone is probably less my jam than Le Mans. I think Le Mans, it's probably one of my best track on the service. But Silverstone, yeah, it's gonna take some practice and some work to get the pace that's needed to go and fight Max, because they're pretty damn quick.
I mean, it's like you said, it's a pity that the start of the season wasn't really where you wanted it to be, but you've certainly come on strong for the last 3 rounds and put in obviously the Satellite Teal team under a lot of pressure from Spa onwards and winning the last 2 races. I mean, it puts you in good stead. Like Ryan said, you know, you've got a lot more aspirations for next season, get some more cars into the season. So, you know, it's certainly looking like you're going to go from strength to strength, and it's going to be a great platform for you to go on and try and win it next season.
Well, I think we'll give it a best shot. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the next season too. This league has been great and really enjoy racing in it. I don't know if Ryan, you have anything to add to all this?
Yeah. So the only, you know, just like Pat carried me today at Le Mans, you know, I'll end up carrying him
stop that.
In a couple of weeks. I'll end up carrying him in a couple of weeks at Silverstone. That's more my jam. And and then also, you know, even though our other cars here are totally for fun, not even for anything remotely near points, Pat and Boris are they bring it pretty good there too. So it should be a really good race. It should be very, very tight, I'm thinking, as long as, you know, all of us, you know, in the front of the pack, keep a clean car.
Yeah, it definitely is. Well, guys, congratulations from another race win. Before we let you go, we'll each give you an opportunity to give a shout out to someone. So over to you, Pat, as you brought it home. Who would you like to give a shout out to?
I think our whole team, like Boris, Mike, Ryan, and I think the whole PRE squad, we really worked hard to get this car together, and you know, just having this amazing car. Seriously, it was just on rails, and yeah, got big aspirations for other big events such as the Major 24 also. So yeah, I think it's looking great.
Yourself, Ryan?
Yeah, you know, about the same. I mean, the team's awesome, and I was actually listening to some of your broadcasts while I was spotting Pat. And you know, you had talked about it's more than just the 2 of us, right? You know, it's more than just Pat and Ryan, you know, getting the car together, getting everything together, you know. So big shout out to all the management within PRE alongside me. And I mean, they're Nick, and he's sitting in the lunatic car this season, but you know, Nick and then Jeff, our livery guy, it does take a small army to get this going. You know, it's something that we really enjoy doing, and you know, we might not have the pit wall like a real life race drivers, but you know, there's a lot that goes on in the back end for this. So
yeah, 100%. Well, congratulations, guys, on a well-deserved win at the longest endurance race in this year. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
Well done.
Hey, thank you, guys.
There was the winners overall, Precision Racing Esports. Did you want to have a chat with somebody there, Matt?
Yes, can do. Just bring somebody in and we'll have a quick chat with them.
Let's bring in Vincent from Backpain and iStream.
Hello.
Backpain, Vincent, congratulations, Backpain and iStream. Winners of the GT3 AM category. That must feel really good.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was a little bit dicey in the first half hour because we thought we were going to be having to climb way up past a ton of cars, and then Lunatic ran into some trouble, and we just sort of ran race management from there. Just keep on pumping out laps that we know are quick and safe, and see where we end up in the last hour.
And that really brings you now back into championship contention, doesn't it? You pull points back over Lunatic in this championship, as well as other teams around you. Going into Silverstone, that's got to give you some good momentum looking at the final race.
Yeah, we've carried some pretty good momentum since basically just before the halfway point in the season, and I don't know the math off the top of my head, but I think between the top three, it's going to be pretty well equal. Maybe there's a point in hand here or there, and it's just going to be a straight shootout in Silverstone.
Indeed, it is. The only BMW M4 on the GT3 grid. Do you think that gives you a slight edge, having a car that's a bit more of an all-round package?
We have been running the GT3. The BMW's been our staple car for a long time, so we know the ins and outs of it, and we know where it's strong and where it's not strong. And Silverstone's kind of a toss-up for us. We're not feeling like it's a super weak track for the BMW, and we're not feeling like it's super strong. So it's just going to be a matter of how well we can get it wrangled and how well we can perform on the day, I think.
Yeah, the hard work obviously doesn't stop. You go back at it tomorrow in preparation for Silverstone. I assume that you and the team will all be getting ready for that final race.
Yep, we're looking forward to it. I mentioned a little bit earlier in the broadcast, but it's going to be fun, that final race, definitely.
It is indeed. Anybody you'd like to say thank you to or give a shout out?
Just David and James and everybody at Champion Motorsports who puts this on. You guys for doing amazing commentary throughout the entire thing, and everyone else for being here and filling out the field, and so we can all run in the league together.
Well, Vincent, congratulations tonight and best luck at Silverstone.
Thank you.
Let's get in the winners of the enthralling LMDH AMP battle. We've got Zach Coonan in here of Pneumatic Motorsport Purple. Zach, I mean, that was just absolutely an amazing race at the end there. And did you have any think, I'm not going to be able to get this done?
Well, this is awkward. I think you guys left Zach in the waiting room. Hi, I'm JT.
Yes, I did actually. I was actually voting, so I did.
Yeah, bring him in.
I brought you both in. So, Zach, sorry I didn't bring you in there, mate. But congratulations on the win in that very enthralling LMDH AM category. I mean, how was that at the end? And did you think that you were possibly not going to be able to get past him?
Thank you. It was very stressful the whole time. We had been doing fuel saving stints for the whole race, tire saving stints, and finally the last stint for me, we got to push. Every time I hit a GT3 car, I was thinking, oh man, am I going to be able to get back this gap afterwards? Thankfully we did. Thankfully the car was stable and fast enough to get the lead from them.
Yeah, I just want to have a look at your tactics, because we did notice at the start that you were trying to eke out them extra laps at every single pit stop strategy that you had. And that really seemed to pay into you, because you were nowhere. And then all of a sudden you were really chasing down the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team at the end. And it's not often given any shout outs to, but I'd really like to obviously understand and who made that call to be able to do the stint or the strategy at the beginning of the race that really paid off for the end of the race for you guys.
Yeah, so I think it was a team effort between the purple car and the blue car in Pneumatic. We shared strategies. We started way back in our field, so we didn't think we had the pace to keep up just not saving fuel. So we decided we want to minimize the amount of time we spent in the pits, so just did our first 4 stints were tire saving stints and fuel saving the whole way until the end. And
I
thankfully,
mean, it certainly paid off for you because it was a masterclass. Literally going there, and we were enthralled. It was on the broadcast for about 5 laps, watching you two sort of play a concertina. In fact, you seem to have that car really hooked up going into corners, and you were able to brake a lot later than the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team, which was probably the telling moment between the battle between you two. Did you really feel that you had the making of him under braking?
Oh, definitely. During the warmer temps, though, the car was a little loose in the rear. We had to manage that. But as the temps came down, ambient, and the track temps came down, the conditions really came to the car, and I was able to push that much more to bring the gap down.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, looking at the point standings now, they were 2 points ahead of you coming into this race, which means you're going to be 1 point ahead of them going into Silverstone. It is basically a drag race between you two in Silverstone to see who takes the AM Championship. One, did you realise that? And two, how are you feeling about Silverstone now?
I kind of realized this. This is my first race for the team. I'm just helping them out, but it sounds like I'll be back for the next race, and really looking forward to the challenge. Hopefully, we can bring some good entertainment to the fans and hopefully win the championship.
What about yourself, JT? Have you got anything you want to add?
Just Zach did a phenomenal job. I mean, I literally brought him on board yesterday. So not a lot of practice, and he rose up to the challenge and absolutely succeeded. And it's just been awesome. I'm really hoping we can continue to do what we've done this season so far, is basically stay out of trouble, collect as few incident points as possible, and just be there at the end for a fight.
It definitely is, guys. Congratulations on a win, and is setting up an epic fight in the last round of the season at Silverstone. Before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to? First to yourself, Zach.
Just shout out to, my team, TSE Racing, for helping me to improve as a driver, and for these guys, JT and James and everyone else in Pneumatic.
JT, anyone for you you'd like to give a shout out
to? Everybody who helps put on this show, the CMS admin team, the stewards, you guys with the broadcasts, my team for being there, Zach for helping out at the last minute, and James for being a rock the entire season so far. It's been awesome.
Well, congratulations, guys, and it's down to the grandstand finish at Silverstone between yourselves and Motorsport Orange for that top spot in the LMDH AM. So good luck with that one, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. We'll have one more interview. We'll have the winners of the GT3 Pro overall. So we got Zane Khan from Overtake Team White. Over to you, Matt.
Zane, what a win. The first thing I'd like to ask you is, how was you feeling when the car ended up in the wall with about an hour and a half to go?
Oh no, really? It was just a pain. I was sort of laid back, not sort of just in zen, not concentrating too much. Took a bit of too much of the curve. Brake bias was a bit rearwards, and then off we were into the wall. I managed to get back to the pit lane, did the things. I knew I had good pace, but just kept getting slowdowns. Just kept falling back after we come out the pit lane. And it was a bit annoying. And then the car ahead had a bit of misfortune then, P2 now. They ended up hitting a wall in Porsche curves with the GTP, which was unfortunate for them, but lucky for us. And from then on, just sort of bringing it home, getting multiple slowdowns, but we still managed to make it work. And yeah,
sound pretty delighted to just get through the end of that race. That's going to extend your championship gap now going into Silverstone. Obviously still mathematically possible for other teams to win this championship, but you've gave yourself a real platform going into that final race.
Yeah, we have, and that was the main goal, is just if we can get some good results, because we've had a lot of bad luck since round 2 onwards, with Spa, with Hockenheim, with Jerez. Luck's not really swayed our way, but luckily again, similar to Daytona, we could just run away with it at the front. Victor did a sterling job with the stint, managing the lead, not making too many mistakes. Just held his ground, which was really nice, and adapting to the setup we made really well just before the race. And yeah, just really happy to pull it off. Really, after everything.
The preparation's obviously going to begin for Silverstone pretty much from tomorrow. What is the mindset going into this race, knowing you're leading the championship, knowing you've extended that lead? What is the mindset of the team going into Silverstone?
Just to hang in there, not be too aggressive, because aggression can get you killed and get us out of the race. So we want to stay consistent. We don't want to make too many mistakes, and I bet we need to work on tyre wear though, because Silverstone will be for the Mercedes a nightmare, because the Mercedes is a bit of a boat when it comes to weight transfer. So that's going to be another mission in itself, to try and get the car nicely set up and poised, and with not as much tyre wear, which will be difficult, but I'm sure we can get it done. I have full faith in Victor. He hasn't let me down once, and yeah, I think we can continue this pace forward.
Indeed. Anybody you'd like to thank, congratulate tonight?
I'd like to thank Overtake. I'd like to thank Khan Coaching. I'd like to thank CMS for hosting. I'd like to thank you guys for broadcasting. And yeah.
Well, Saint, congratulations. Good luck at Silverstone.
Thank you. Take care.
And there's all our winners. Lee, can we just get up the results so everybody can see the results of where their cars sort of finished before we sort of end the broadcast then? Okay, so not quite results there yet. There we go. Race result. LMD Pros. We've got Precision Racing Esports. The winners here today. Satellite Racing Team Blue in second. Penguin RC Magma in third. Satellite Racing Teal. Great recovery drive for them in fourth place, with Team FSR Venom in fifth. In sixth place, Penguin RC Simulation Carbon with Mika Esports in seventh, with Pneumatic Motorsport Blue in eighth, and SimHQ Motorsports in random. Rounding out the top 10 is Obsidian Racing Future. Over to the LMD out. Pneumatic Motorsport Purple winners there to Sim HQ Orange, Ascent Rated in third, Dog Bear Bark in fourth, Sim Republic in fifth, Team Break Fade in sixth, and Desperado Dogs in seventh. Over to the GT3 Pro, Overtake Team White in first, Bear Pulp Endurance in second, Bear Pulp Workers Unit in third, with Penguin RC Simulation in third. D's Porsche Rennfahrer came in fifth with a battle with Simtech, so a great recovery drive for them, with Overtake Team Grey in P7. Team 8th is Fen Racing White, and 9th is Fen Racing, a black team, with Overtake Team Black in 10th. And last but not least, GT3 Arm, Back Pain and Ice Train, the team winners there, with Overtake Team Pink in second, Lunatic Racing in third, with CMS.com Endurance in fourth, Bear Pup Zero in fifth, Long Haul Racing in sixth place, with SimHQ Motorsport White in seventh, Can-Am Racing in eighth, Long Haul Racing in ninth, and Direct Drive 10 Motor in 10th. So that pretty much rounds out this 6-hour endurance race here at Le Mans. But Matt, have you got any final words for your very first stint at this CME broadcast?
No, thank you very much for this opportunity. It was an absolute pleasure to commentate with yourself, Andy. It was a fantastic race. Great battles throughout the 6-hour endurance. You do not want to miss Silverstone. Let me tell you, what a championship fight all 4 categories have.
Yeah, it definitely is. You know, please join us again on April the 28th for the final round at Silverstone of the Championship Motorsport iRacing Team Endurance Series. My name's been Andy Thompson. I've been joined in the box by Lee Thompson and Matt Duffin, and obviously Lee has been doing the wonderful overlay that we see. But until the 28th of April, we're going to bid you farewell. Look forward to seeing you then for an exciting end to this championship. Goodbye.
Goodbye.